Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Devil Hunter? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might, had just returned to Japan after serving as the #1 hero in America. His wife, Inko Midoriya, also known as the #5 hero Green Piasu, was waiting for him at the airport. She asked why he had returned so early from America. Toshinori explained that he was seeking revenge on the man who had killed his master, Nana Shimura, who had entrusted him with his quirk, One for All. This quirk stockpiled energy from generation to generation. Shortly after, they discovered that Inko was PR'd, which filled Toshinori with excitement. However, he was also aware of the enemies he had, who might target his family as a means of revenge. As a result, he and Inko decided to keep their heroic identities hidden from their children until they were old enough to understand the truth. 9 months later, Toshinori was resting on the couch, feeling anxious as Inko experienced constant mood swings during her PR'd. He thought it would be easier to face a villain than to deal with the emotional turmoil at home. Suddenly, Inko burst out from her room, startling Toshinori awake. She exclaimed that her water had broken. In a panic, Toshinori jumped up, sweating profusely, and rushed to the car to drive to the nearest hospital. The next day, Toshinori waited impatiently outside the operating room. When he was finally called in to see Inko, he rushed to her side and held their newborn baby boy. The baby had black hair, which confused Toshinori at first, but the doctor explained that it might be due to Inko's family lineage, as her brother Aizawa also had black hair. Tears of joy filled Toshinori's eyes as Inko comforted him. They decided to name their first child Izuku Yagi. A year later, Inko was PR'd again, and in this story, Izuku was a year older than his younger sibling, Izaki. It was early in the morning when Izaki, a girl with green hair, was about to jump on her parents to wake them up. However, her brother stopped her, reminding her not to wake their parents that way. Izaki nodded, and Izuku patted her on the head. The commotion woke Toshinori and Inko, who asked why the children were up so early. Izaki excitedly informed them that it was the day they would visit the quirk doctor. Toshinori and Inko's eyes widened in realization that they had forgotten. An hour later, the doctor returned after assessing the results. With a pained expression, he informed them that their son was quirkless. Inko was shocked and asked if he was sure, as all of Izuku's classmates were getting quirks. The doctor confirmed the unfortunate news but then revealed that their daughter had a very strong quirk. Izaki had the ability to stockpile energy and use it to enhance her telekinesis, although excessive use could lead to migraines. Inko picked up Izaki, and they celebrated her new quirk, while young Izuku felt left out, wondering if he had been forgotten. He decided to set those thoughts aside for now as they returned home. Once at the Yagi household, Izuku hurried to his room and shut the door. Toshinori asked Inko why Izuku was in such a rush, and she explained that he was quirkless. Toshinori considered comforting his son, but when Inko mentioned Izaki's quirk, he became focused on celebrating their daughter's achievement. The next day, Izaki was talking to her friends when Shoka noticed her grim expression and asked what was wrong. Izaki expressed her concern for Izuku, believing he still wanted to be a hero. Shota questioned why that was a problem, and Katsuki chimed in, asking if Izuku had a quirk. Izaki shook her head, causing shock among her friends. Katsuki insisted that if Izuku wanted to be a hero, he should be allowed to pursue that dream. Katsumi hit Katsuki on the head, explaining that if Izuku became a quirkless hero, he might get seriously hurt. The group trembled at the thought, and Izaki wondered how they could prevent him from pursuing that path. Katsuki suggested making Izuku afraid of quirks by using their own abilities against him. The others considered this plan, with Shoka expressing her reluctance to participate. Izuku watched as his sister and her friends approached him. When Izaki asked if he wanted to be a hero, he affirmed his desire. Suddenly, he felt a mini explosion hit the side of his face, sending him flying back, followed by an icicle striking his ribs. I struggled to say the words but still managed to ask why. Izaki responded with pain in her voice as she used her quirk on him, calling him a weak brother. Shoto, barely able to speak, added that he was just a useless good-for-nothing. Katsuki chimed in, labeling him as a quirkless Deku. The torment continued throughout the day. When Izuku woke up that evening and returned home, he found his family enjoying a nice dinner while ignoring him. He walked to his bedroom, searching for basic first aid information and a cooking guide on his computer, thinking to himself that this was going to be a difficult life. 9 years later, a 13-year-old Izuku Yagi exited the school library after brushing up on some basic English. Noticing it was getting late, he stepped outside only to encounter his tormentors once again. After enduring another beating, he regained consciousness an hour later, realizing his injuries weren't as severe as he expected. He reflected on the past 6 years, recalling the abuse from his sister and former friends, the neglect from his parents, and the stress that followed. For some reason, his hair had turned white, which puzzled him, but he didn't dwell on it. He simply lay there, lost in thought. Checking his injuries again, he noticed that most had stopped bleeding, which surprised him since he hadn't needed to patch himself up in the last 2 years. He shrugged it off and headed home for the day. Upon entering the Yagi household, he announced that he was home, but no one responded. This was typical, he thought, as he retreated to his room to write in his hero notebook about All Might. The next day at school, the teacher entered with a stack of papers and addressed the class, urging them to think about their futures. The class remained quiet until the teacher expressed his frustration, insisting that they all wanted to be heroes. He tossed the papers into the air, igniting excitement among the students as they began to use their quirks. Katsuki jumped on a table, declaring that he, Katsumi, Izaki, Shoto, and Shoko would be the first from their school to attend UA college. The teacher interrupted, asking Izuku if he also wanted to go to UA. Laughter erupted from the class, and Izaki, shocked, approached his table, lifting it slightly. She challenged him, questioning how he thought he could get into UA without a quirk. Izuku mentioned that he had heard they were accepting quirkless students, but before he could finish, an explosion from Katsumi nearly hit him, prompting her to warn him not to get in their way. Izaki called him a disgrace to their family, but the teacher intervened, telling them to save any fighting for after school. After class, as Deku packed his things, Shoto swiped his notebook and handed it to Izaki. She mocked him for writing about his future, grinning as she tore it up with her telekinesis and tossed the pieces outside. Deku looked at her hopelessly as years of work had just been destroyed right in front of him. Izuku had just left the Yagis, feeling a huge weight lifted off him. He noticed a nearby merchandise store where he sold his collection of All Might merchandise. He received a good amount of money for it, especially for the limited edition figures that were worth over $1,000. He used some of that money to buy food to last him the night, knowing he would need to ration his funds. He thought to himself that he should probably find a place to stay for the night. There was a beach a mile away, but he recalled it being covered in trash. Then there was the forest nearby, which he remembered had an abandoned town. It seemed like a better option since it would save him time. Deku entered the forest, and after a few minutes of walking, he found the town. Half of the buildings were broken down or destroyed, remnants of some past conflict. After searching the area, he discovered a small house with a bed inside. He turned on his lantern and settled in for the night. Elsewhere, a portal made of blood opened, and a group of demons emerged. One, with 2 large horns and a frail posture, appeared to be the leader. Behind it were 2 other demons, one wielding a katana and another resembling a bug with a face in the center. The horned demon sniffed the air, searching for its next meal. Suddenly, its senses went wild as it detected something intoxicating, prompting it to dash forward. The sword-wielding demon, having caught the same scent, followed closely behind. As Izuku ate his food, he wondered what his former family was doing. He was fairly certain they wouldn't realize he was gone for a couple of weeks, as he had stayed out late multiple times before. He finished his dinner and was about to sleep when the horned demon appeared behind him, slashing at his back. Izuku's instincts kicked in, and he dodged the incoming claw. That was a close one. He almost had me there. The demon, frustrated, raised its hands and began casting a spell. 2 small portals opened beside it, shooting blood toward him as if they were bullets. "What is that thing?" Izuku managed to dodge some of the projectiles, but one struck his arm. Just then, a katana was thrown at him, and he narrowly avoided it. He surveyed the area and saw that the sword demon had summoned its weapon back. Preparing to fight, he noticed the horned demon leaving itself open, so he charged forward and punched it in the stomach, sending it back. The sword demon seized the opportunity and struck Izuku in the back, causing him to stumble. It thought it could relax as it saw him fall to the ground, but just then, a powerful aura emerged from Izuku. Before either demon could react, their feet were torn from the ground, and they fell. Izuku looked at the sword demon, which was now filled with fear. His eyes glowed bright red as he appeared right in front of the sword demon and swiftly defeated it. He picked up the katana, which turned pure white in his hands. Turning to the horned demon, which was now trying to crawl away in terror, he approached slowly, raising the blade above his head. He declared that it should remember his face, for it would be the last thing it ever saw. The demon, terrified, could only utter one word, "Sparda." As Izuku sliced the demon in half, it fused into the blade in a swirling vortex. The blade turned red, and the vortex grew stronger, eventually pulling Izuku into it. 3 days later, a massive headache hit the white-haired teen as he woke up. He found himself in an office, and a white-haired man in a red coat entered, holding a pizza box. He wondered when Izuku would wake up. As the headache subsided, Izuku realized the man was speaking English and responded as best as he could, asking who he was. The man introduced himself as Dante and told Izuku to cut the formalities. Izuku then asked where he was, to which Dante casually replied that he was at Devil May Cry. Izuku was shocked to learn he was in America. He couldn't believe what had happened to him. He explained that before this, he was in Japan, having run away to an abandoned town in a nearby forest, where he was attacked by 3 monsters. He managed to take them out, though. Dante asked why he had run away, and Izuku replied that his family wasn't the best people. Dante stroked his chin thoughtfully and grabbed a book with ancient text from a shelf. He sat next to Izuku and turned to a page depicting a monster that looked exactly like what had attacked him. Izuku was shocked to see the creature. Dante explained that even though caster demons had weak bodies, it was hard for even people with quirks to damage them. Izuku, confused, asked if they were really demons. Dante confirmed that they were not human and inquired how Izuku had managed to defeat one, suggesting he must have a powerful quirk. Izuku contemplated revealing that he was quirkless, knowing that quirkless individuals were often treated poorly. However, he decided to tell Dante the truth, especially since he had saved him. He admitted that he was actually quirkless. Dante responded casually, saying he was too, but asked how Izuku had managed to defeat the demons. Izuku hesitated, unsure of how to explain it. There was another presence with it, wielding a katana. After it struck his back, everything faded to black, and the last words he heard were about power. The teen responded, recalling the moment. Dante thought to himself, reflecting on the word, power, and how the kid reminded him of someone from his past, but he dismissed the thought for now. He pointed to a sword on the wall, which glowed when Deku looked at it. Dante explained that he had found Deku in a demon's lair, where he had been holding the sword, so he decided to bring it along. When Deku asked about the demon's lair, Dante promised to explain later but instructed him to wait for a friend who could determine if he was human. Deku expressed concern about not having a place to stay. Dante offered him shelter, mentioning that they had plenty of room and that he was not the first stray they had taken in. Deku bowed in thanks, but Dante quickly urged him to stop with the formalities, expressing his annoyance. Deku apologized, attributing it to habit. As the chapter came to a close, questions lingered about the mysterious woman Dante had mentioned and how Deku ended up in America. The next chapter promised to reveal more. Izuku had been waiting at Devil May Cry with Dante for several hours. Dante kindly shared his pizza, and Izuku enjoyed it while watching the TV Dante had turned on for him. The door opened, and a pale-skinned woman with ash-blonde hair entered. Dante greeted her, asking how her mission went. She introduced herself as Trish and inquired about the kid. Dante explained that he had found Izuku at the demon nest he had sent Trish to investigate. Trish approached Izuku and asked for his name. He replied that it was Izuku, omitting his last name, which he had discarded from his past. Trish, confused but respectful, asked to see his hands. Upon examining them, she noticed a red mark on the back of his wrist and questioned its nature. Izuku, puzzled, wondered if it was a tattoo. Trish reassured him that it was a summoning mark, indicating a contract made to summon demons into battle. She speculated that he had forced a contract with a demon. Deku was bewildered by this revelation. Trish turned to Dante, asking if he realized that Izuku was unaware of this. Dante confirmed that he didn't know, but noted that Izuku had managed to defeat a caster and a sword devil while being quirkless, which likely explained the sword. Trish found it strange and asked Izuku if he would be willing to fight Dante. Izuku was taken aback by the suggestion. Deku felt conflicted about fighting the man who had saved him. Trish proposed a challenge. If Deku could land a punch on Dante, he could stay as long as he wanted. Dante, annoyed, protested that he hadn't agreed to this arrangement. Trish insisted they could keep Deku since there were unused rooms available. Dante relented but stated that if Deku stayed, he would need to contribute, as utilities were not free. Grateful, Deku bowed to both Trish and Dante, earning smiles from them. Later, in an abandoned warehouse, Deku drew his katana, feeling its resonance as it glowed in his hands. He looked at Dante, contemplating his strategy. Dante informed Deku that he wouldn't fight back but would dodge until Deku managed to land a hit. Relieved that he wouldn't have to face Dante directly, Deku prepared himself. Dante asked if Deku was ready, to which Deku replied that he was as ready as he could be, raising his katana. As he charged, he attempted an overhead slice, but Dante easily evaded it. Dante advised him to relax and let the sword do the work. Deku nodded, loosening his grip as he swung again. This time, the attack nearly connected, and the sword trembled in his hands, releasing a wave of purple energy. Dante, surprised, dodged it effortlessly. He remarked on how close it had been and asked when Deku had learned to do that. Deku, while trying to keep up with Dante's movements, explained that it felt as if the sword had a mind of its own. Dante teased Deku, suggesting he wouldn't land a hit unless he went all out. Frustrated, Deku quickened his swings and sharpened his movements. After hours of practice, Dante noticed Deku's fatigue and offered one last piece of advice: to visualize victory. Deku, exhausted but determined, took this to heart. In his mind, he envisioned a man with white hair, shrouded in darkness, who urged him to harness his power. Dante, noticing Deku's sudden stillness, questioned whether he had given up. But then, a devilish grin spread across Deku's face, and his eyes glowed red. The purple aura enveloped him again, and before he knew it, he struck Dante with the flat side of the blade, sending him crashing into the wall. Deku, drained of energy, knelt and used his sword for support. Dante emerged from the crater, brushing himself off, impressed that Deku had managed to catch him off guard. As Deku began to sway, Dante caught him to prevent him from falling. He cautioned Deku not to push himself too hard. Deku smiled faintly before losing consciousness. Dante turned to Trish, asking for her opinion. Trish observed that Deku was definitely a hybrid, perhaps one-third like Dante, and noted that his aura felt strangely familiar. As Dante, Trish, and the unconscious Izuku made their way home, a few hours later, Izuku woke up to find himself in a well-furnished room. Noticing his katana sheathed beside his bed, he wondered where he was. Stepping out of the room, he discovered a hallway with a staircase leading down. Upon descending, he realized he was in Devil May Cry, where Dante was talking on the phone. When Dante saw Izuku was awake, he remarked that it was about time. Dante tossed Izuku a bag of clothes and told him to change. A few minutes later, Izuku settled onto the couch beside Dante, who began to explain the strange conversations he and Trish had about devils and demons. Izuku nodded, eager to understand. Dante shared that between Earth and space lay a realm known as the Underworld, a chaotic world where demons roamed freely, devils battled for supremacy, and magic thrived. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he processed this revelation. Dante continued, recounting the story of a powerful devil named Mundus, who had once ruled the underworld with the help of his generals. However, Mundus's ambition extended to Earth, where he sought to dominate humanity. This prompted a rebellion led by Sparda, a devil who differed from the rest. He wished to see humanity flourish rather than suffer. Izuku recalled hearing Sparda's name before and questioned whether the legend was merely a myth. Dante assured him it was real, explaining how Sparda's legendary battle against Mundus was recorded in history. With the aid of a priestess, Sparda managed to sever the connection to the underworld. Curiosity piqued, Izuku asked what happened next. Dante explained that by sealing the underworld, Sparda had also sealed his own power. After a millennium, he chose to live among humans, eventually having 2 sons, one of whom was Dante himself. Izuku was taken aback by this revelation, and Dante continued, sharing the tragedy that followed, his brother's disappearance and their mother's death. Izuku inquired about the skipped details. Dante brushed it off, suggesting it was a long story. Izuku expressed his belief in Dante's tale, despite his reservations. Dante smiled and informed him it was time to prepare for a job, as rent wasn't free. Just then, the power went out, and Dante gestured for Izuku to follow him as they set out for their task. After a while, they arrived at a nearby nest filled with demonic parasites. Dante asked if Izuku wanted to take this one, to which Izuku agreed, though he wondered if their only task was to eliminate the creatures. Dante confirmed, advising him to minimize property damage, especially since Morrison, their broker, wouldn't be pleased. Izuku drew his katana and engaged the nest. After about 30 minutes, the nest erupted, and Izuku emerged, slightly worn but victorious. He remarked on how easy it had been, and Dante praised his speed, noting that he was a natural. When Izuku expressed concern about the demon blood covering him, Dante reassured him that it would come off easily, pointing out how Izuku's sword seemed to absorb it. In moments, the blood vanished from Izuku's clothes, leaving them pristine. Feeling hungry, Izuku mentioned his appetite, and Dante declared it was his lucky day pizza was on him. The two headed to a nearby pizza place, ready to enjoy a meal together. Meanwhile, in Mustafu, Japan, it had been 2 months since Izuku had left, and his family remained unaware of his absence. Shota Aizawa and Nizu were preparing to attend a birthday party for Aizawa's niece, invited by his sister, Inko. During the car ride, Aizawa brought up Izuku, expressing his concern for him. Nizu asked if Aizawa was excited to see his nephew and niece, to which Aizawa replied that while they were also Nizu's relatives, he was primarily focused on Izuku, hoping to lift his spirits. Nizu expressed his hope that Izuku would like the gift he had bought for him, prompting Aizawa to tease that it was evident Nizu had a favorite. Nizu noted that Izuku was much smarter than his sister and expressed his enjoyment of reading the Quirk analysis notebooks. He even mentioned the possibility of offering him an internship at UA. Aizawa arrived at the Yagi household and observed that many cars were already parked in the driveway, commenting that everyone seemed to be there already. Nizu encouraged Aizawa to be a bit more energetic, but Aizawa responded lazily, yawning as he opened the door to find a gathering of familiar faces, including the Todorokis, the Bakugas, and others like Night Eye, Tsukachi, and Gran Torino. Izaki welcomed her uncles, signaling that the party could finally begin. However, Aizawa and Nizu quickly noticed Izuku was missing, prompting Night Eye and Gran Torino to wonder about his absence. Nizu asked Inko about it, and she explained that they had to ask Izuku to leave for a while because he had hurt Izaki and her friends. Both Nizu and Aizawa were shocked, unable to believe that their sweet nephew could cause harm. Aizawa insisted on seeing Izuku, but Inko informed him that it would be a while before he returned. As they waited, time passed 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Night Eye inquired about Izuku's whereabouts, expressing concern. Tashinori admitted he didn't know where Izuku was, and Izaki suggested he might have sneaked into his room. Aizawa, Nizu, and the others went to check on Izuku's room, but after knocking without a response, Tsukachi had to pick the lock. When they entered, they were met with a dusty room, stripped of posters, and littered with bloody bandages and medical supplies. Aizawa, filled with rage, confronted Tashinori, demanding to know what had happened to Izuku. Tashinori insisted they had no idea about the state of his room. Night Eye urged Aizawa to calm down and suggested they search for clues. As they began to look around, Nizu discovered a letter on Izuku's bed. He called everyone over, and they gathered around as he opened it. The letter revealed Izuku's pain and suffering, detailing years of neglect and bullying he had endured since being labeled quirkless. He expressed his feelings of abandonment and anger towards his family and peers, stating he was leaving and wouldn't return. The atmosphere grew tense as Aizawa, in a fit of anger, punched All Might, sending him crashing into the wall, demanding to know what had been done to his nephew. Inko broke down in tears while Izaki tried to comfort her. All Might attempted to defend himself, but Gran Torino struck him with his cane, disappointment etched on his face. Endeavor, Rei, Mitsuki and Masaru looked at their children with fury, with Endeavor demanding to know what they had done to Izuku. Shoto, frightened, replied that they hadn't done anything, but when pressed further, he confessed they had been bullying him since his quirk exam. Endeavor and Rei reacted with anger, and the tension escalated as they confronted their children. Night Eye questioned why they had hurt Izuku so severely, to which Katsumi coldly replied it was because he was weak. Izaki stepped forward, tears in her eyes, explaining that they had only wanted to protect him from getting hurt by making him fear quirks. Aizawa shouted in outrage, emphasizing that there was no excuse for their actions. He turned to Inko and Tashinori, questioning how they could call themselves parents when they had allowed their eldest son to fend for himself since he was 4 years old, warning them they might face serious consequences. Night Eye pointed at the group of friends, incredulous that they had encouraged Izuku to harm himself. The gravity of the situation sank in as Inko and Tashinori looked down in shame, both starting to sob. Tsukachi, who was searching around Izuku's room, took down some notes and handed them to Nizu as he explained the situation in private. Tsukachi expressed his concern about the urgency of finding Izuku soon. Nizu inquired about the officer's meaning, prompting Tsukachi to reveal that based on Izuku's letter and writing style, he might be in a dark place. Nizu's worst fears seemed to be confirmed, and a look of anger crossed his face. He turned to the Yagis and the teens, his voice carrying a weight that instilled fear in everyone present. He informed Mr. and Mrs. Yagi that while he could not revoke their hero licenses, he could reduce their payment for a few months. They would have to complete community service for a year, attend anger management classes, and participate in counseling. Before Inko or Tashinori could argue, Nizu directed his intense gaze at them, leaving them speechless under the pressure. He then turned to the 5 teens, informing them that they could not enter UA with recommendations and would also need to attend anger management classes, leaving them with no room for rebuttal against Nizu's decisions. Nizu addressed All Might and Inko, presenting them with a choice. They could either take responsibility and inform the world about their missing son to expedite his search, or do nothing and file a police report that would garner only a few months of interest. After All Might made his decision, everyone departed, leaving the Yagis to pick up the broken pieces of their family. 2.5 years later, in America, a man walked into a building where a white-haired figure greeted him. Morrison asked Dante where the kid was, indicating he had a job for him. Dante replied that the boy was still on a job in California. Morrison requested to be informed when he returned, explaining that a group of devils had been spotted in Italy causing trouble for his clients, and Izuku was specifically requested for the job. Dante inquired about the nature of the request, and Morrison mentioned that the person who requested Izuku was a good friend of his, someone significant in the underground. Dante, intrigued, asked for more details but was advised not to pry for his own safety. Morrison then informed Dante about a situation in Toronto, Canada, involving cultists summoning demons, and urged him to stop them as soon as possible. Dante picked up his weapon and prepared to leave, instructing Morrison to set up transport since he wouldn't be driving. Morrison expressed concern about Izuku, but Dante reassured him that he was likely already on his way. The scene shifted to a 15 to 16-year-old boy emerging from an alleyway, his red katana absorbing the remnants of a recent battle. He reflected on the wild mission he had just completed, noting that he had gained something from it. The sword glowed in response as he sheathed it, acknowledging that 2 years had passed and it was time to move on. During these 2 years, Izuku had transformed into a professional devil hunter and had obtained a provisional hero license, allowing him to use his quirk for self-defense legally. He had formed bonds with Lady and Morrison, viewing them as family, and had even met Patty, with whom he got along well. It was a revelation for him to learn that he was 1/3 devil, a result of his mother's encounter with a devil disguised as a human. Despite the challenges, Izuku's life was fulfilling, though he remained unaware that things were about to get even more chaotic. In Fortuna, a city cut off from the world, the legend of Sparda was woven into the fabric of local culture, with a religion dedicated to him. Unbeknownst to most, Fortuna housed one of the largest hellgates, making it vulnerable to demon attacks. To protect its residents, the Order of the Sword was established as the governing body and enforcers of the city. On the day of the Festival of the Blade, a white-haired teen barely made it to the performance after dealing with a group of demons. Unbeknownst to him, a man in red watched from the rooftops. Upon arriving at the cathedral, he found that he had made it just in time to catch the end of the performance, where his female friend was acting. After the play, the red-haired girl approached him, noticing a gift he had left for her. However, just as he was about to leave, a man and another teen burst through the glass ceiling during a prayer, attacking the leader of the order. The attendees panicked and rushed toward the exits, while the man in red approached the fallen leader to inspect his work. The Holy Knights and the Supreme General stepped in front of the Pope before the man in red could inspect the body, preparing for a confrontation. The Holy Knights charged at the intruders, one of whom was a teenager dressed in a black leather jacket with a purple shirt underneath, black pants, and slick black boots. Bandages covered his left hand as he unsheathed his scabbard, revealing a katana with a black hilt and a blood-red blade. As many Holy Knights advanced, the man in red nodded at the teen in black, who smirked and deflected the incoming sword moves. This allowed the man in the red jacket to draw his sword and swiftly take down several Holy Knights. The general, not wanting any more knights to be harmed, intervened and saved one of them from the teen with the red sword. He looked at the white-haired teen and instructed him to take Kairi to safety and help the remaining citizens escape, despite Kairi's reluctance to leave her brother behind. Credo turned to the teen in black and demanded an explanation for the Pope's death. The teen remained silent, prompting Credo to introduce himself as the General of the Order of the Sword and ask for the teen's name. Still receiving no response, Credo noted the rudeness of the teen's silence and remarked that it was customary for swordsmen to introduce themselves before a duel. The teen's smirk indicated his answer. Credo declared he would demonstrate the true power of a holy knight, and both charged at each other. Credo initiated the fight with a horizontal slash, while the teen retaliated with a vertical strike. Their blades clashed repeatedly until the teen's katana glowed red, prompting Credo to create some distance between them. He acknowledged the teen's skill with a blade, especially for his age, and took a stance, stating he would end the battle with his next attack. The teen, sensing Credo's intent, sheathed his blade and closed his eyes, which Credo interpreted as mockery. Enraged, he charged at the teen, declaring that no one mocks the Order of the Sword. Just as Credo's blade was inches away from the teen's eyes snapped open, and he pulled the trigger on his scabbard. The next moment, Credo was sent flying across the cathedral, crashing into the wall and creating a small crater. Kairi, witnessing her brother's injury, broke free from Nero's grip and rushed to his side, but stumbled in her haste. In front of her stood the man in red, who had executed the Pope. Feeling powerless, she closed her eyes, waiting for her fate. However, it was Nero who came to her rescue, kicking the man in the red jacket. While the man was airborne, Nero aimed his revolver, Blue Rose, and fired 2 shots, which the man deflected effortlessly, landing on the giant statue of Sparda. Nero charged at his enemy, sword ready. When they clashed, the man in red was disarmed, his sword embedded in the statue's head. Both pointed their guns at each other, prepared to fire, when Kairi called out to Nero, urging him to get his brother and escape. She nodded but noticed the teen in the black jacket blocking her path. Confusingly, the teen stepped aside and gestured for her to leave with her brother. Though she felt uncertain, she sensed no ill intent and helped Credo to safety. Credo, regaining consciousness, assured Nero he would seek help to stall the man until then. Nero nodded and turned back to face the man, expressing skepticism about the delay. He threw his headphones aside and fired his revolver. The man dodged by jumping into the air, prompting Nero to seize the opportunity, leaping at him and putting him in a headlock while firing again. They engaged in an aerial gunfight, exchanging shots until Nero threw the man toward the Sparda statue. The man landed gracefully, causing the sword to dislodge, allowing him to arm himself once more and slash at Nero, who fell between the statue and the giant sword it held. Using his feet, Nero halted his fall and shot 2 bullets at the man in red, who dodged and landed on the hands of the giant statue. In response, Nero used his feet to separate the sword from the statue, causing it to fall. He ran up the descending sword, firing 2 bullets at the man before immediately slashing with his sword. The man dodged both attacks, and they both jumped back, creating distance. The man rested his sword on his shoulder while Nero aimed his revolver at him, expressing his frustration with the man's sense of fair play. Nero fired again, but the man evaded the shot. As Nero reloaded his gun using his quirk switch, he noticed the man had vanished, only to reappear from behind a column. Smirking, Nero kicked his sword from the ground to his hand, lodging it into the ground and revving it like a motorcycle. The man, mocking him, imitated the revving motion with his own sword. Nero charged at the man, and they engaged in a fierce sword fight, the sound of metal clashing echoing throughout the cathedral. The man in red noticed an opening while Nero fought, allowing him to gain the upper hand and disarm Nero. Seeing his target defenseless, he charged forward, moving his sword at Nero, who braced for the incoming blow by raising his arm in defense. When the sword struck his casted arm, a shockwave erupted, sending chairs flying into the air. The teen in the black jacket had to dodge the falling debris. The man in red observed Nero's arm and remarked that he had a trick up his sleeve. He then taunted Nero, suggesting that if he wanted a trick, he should try this. Nero retaliated by throwing the man near a statue. Before the man could finish his thought, Nero picked up the giant sword that the statue once held and hurled it at him. The man simply tilted his head to dodge the massive projectile. The man in red interrupted, stating he wanted to wrap things up before help arrived. He charged at Nero with his sword, but Nero blocked the attack with his newly acquired demonic arm and threw the man onto the fallen chairs, where he landed in a sitting position. The man, still seated, challenged Nero, claiming he had time to kill. Nero responded by kicking a chair at him, leading to a flurry of aerial kicks and blade clashes, both landing on opposite sides. The man smirked at Nero, acknowledging the need to take him down a couple of notches. Nero charged again, landing a punch with his demonic right hand, forcing the man to defend himself with his sword. The impact sent the man flying, but before he could hit the wall, Nero grabbed his leg and pulled him down, repeatedly striking him. Nero questioned the teen in the black jacket about his friend, who was fine, according to the teen. Nero then seized the man by the neck and hurled him toward the Sparda statue. Upon impact, Nero grabbed the man's sword and threw it back at him, pinning him to the statue. Turning to the teen, Nero picked up his sword, Red Queen, and declared it was the teen's turn. Just then, the man known as Dante pulled himself free from the statue, acknowledging that he had underestimated Nero's abilities. Nero, shocked, asked if Dante was human. Dante chuckled, pulling the sword from his chest, and remarked that they were all the same, pointing at the teen and the fallen knights. When Nero looked back, he saw that both Dante and the teen had vanished. Dante hinted that Nero carried something different from the others before leaving, and shortly after, Nero fired his revolver at them. The teen popped his head out and apologized for the earlier incident before departing. Suddenly, the door burst open as numerous holy knights entered, leaving Nero to ponder what Dante had meant. Later, Izuku asked Dante what their next move was. Dante explained that the Order had constructed 3 hellgates during their time in Fortuna and suggested they split up to handle each one before things escalated. Izuku pointed out the hordes of demons running through the streets, prompting urgency. They decided on their targets, with Izuku heading to the beach and Dante to Limestone Village. Before parting ways, Dante tossed Izuku a glowing ball, which he caught. Dante explained it was Quicksilver, a protective item he had acquired after defeating a powerful foe. Grateful, Izuku accepted it and headed to his destination. Meanwhile, Nero concealed his new demonic appendage, aware that revealing it would classify him as a devil. Credo entered the cathedral to inspect the damage caused by Dante. Nero noticed Kairi dragging his new sword and stopped her from exhausting herself. She explained that Credo had requested she bring it, and Nero thanked her as he began to assemble the sword. Kairi found a necklace she had dropped earlier and put it on. Nero, revving his sword, mentioned Fortuna Castle, to which Credo confirmed the witnesses' reports. Nero joked about visiting tourist sites, prompting Credo to remind him of the seriousness of their situation. Credo asked Nero to capture a target while pacing back and forth. Nero assured him that he would get it done. Credo warned him to be careful since he had not fully recovered. Nero turned to see Kairi wearing the gift he had bought her, which brought a small smile to his face. Credo remarked that there was no time to waste and headed to the front door, stating he was going back to HQ to report. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake, prompting all of them to go outside to investigate. They saw demons running through the streets, attacking innocent bystanders. Nero questioned if this was Dante's doing, but Credo was uncertain. Noticing Kairi's discomfort with the scene, Nero instructed Credo to get her to safety while he jumped into battle. He sliced through the horde of demons, moving swiftly and decisively. Credo suggested they evacuate the citizens while he helped fleeing civilians. Nero responded that he understood and continued fighting, stabbing an incoming demon and kicking another behind him. Kairi spotted a child crying, surrounded by 3 demons, and rushed to help. Just before the demons could attack, Nero intervened, dispatching the 3 demons threatening Kairi and the child. He gestured for her to get to safety, and she complied. Once Kairi was out of harm's way, Nero unleashed his Devilbringer, throwing one of the demons at the exit, causing a collapse that blocked any others from pursuing them. With a taunt, Nero challenged the remaining demons, who charged at him. He swiftly took care of the rest. Determined to find the source of the attack, he noticed another horde approaching from the forest and decided to investigate. Meanwhile, Izuku had just reached the beach after battling through numerous enemies. It seemed that the closer he got, the more demons appeared. Catching his breath, he stumbled onto a red beach, noticing the sky was also red. In the distance, he spotted the Hell Gate. Finally arriving, he remarked that Fortuna had some strange tourist attractions. As he approached the Hell Gate, he saw it was surrounded by dragon-like demons. There were at least 10 smaller ones and 2 larger ones, likely the leaders of the pack. Unsheathing his katana, Izuku prepared for battle as the smaller demons charged at him. With a powerful strike, his sword glowed bright red, knocking many of the smaller demons back. The 2 larger draconic demons remained standing, and Izuku charged at them. They swung their claws, but he deflected their attacks and countered with an upward slice, forcing one to step back. One of the larger demons grew a black stinger on its arm and lunged at Izuku, who jumped aside, landing on a rock. The demon's stinger struck the ground, causing red, vein-like roots to emerge. Izuku noticed the roots moving toward the rock and quickly jumped off, causing the rock to be engulfed in the roots, which then exploded in a burst of scarlet fire. The 2 demons exchanged glances, smirking as they both grew stingers and began to puncture the ground with incredible force, spreading roots toward Izuku. Tired of the situation, he dodged the roots, dashing left and right while formulating a plan. He declared that their time together was coming to an end and charged at the demons, skillfully avoiding the exploding roots. The demons, now worried, created a wall of roots for protection. When Izuku cut through it, the roots exploded, sending him flying back. The demons believed they had won until they heard Izuku's voice behind them. They turned in shock to see him appear and, with a final slice, he defeated them both. Catching his breath, he approached the Hell Gate, which suddenly opened to reveal a larger draconic demon stepping through. The demon, noticing that Izuku had taken out all its subordinates, questioned how a mere human could defeat its kind. Izuku, unfazed, replied that he wouldn't answer to a demon. Enraged, the demon lunged at him. Izuku dodged and used his sword to cut one of the dragon's tails, causing it to scream in pain. The demon then punctured the ground, causing the red roots to grow again, surrounding Izuku. As the roots exploded in a fiery display, the beach was enveloped in red dust, temporarily blinding him. The demon attacked again, moving faster this time. Izuku endured several hits but relied on his sword's ability to sense blood to anticipate the demon's movements. As the demon prepared another attack, Izuku deflected it and followed up with a downward slice, injuring the demon. The demon taunted him, insisting he would need to do better to defeat it. Izuku, determined, stated that he would stop holding back. As the red smoke dissipated, a smile appeared on his face, and his eyes glowed bright red. He rushed the demon with a flurry of punches and kicks while holding his sword in his mouth. Overwhelmed, the demon attempted to use its previous strategy, but before it could strike the ground, Izuku impaled its wrist. The demon growled in pain, blood flowing freely. It roared in defiance, declaring itself a Streiner, chief of the draconic demons, vowing not to be defeated by a human. Izuku snapped his fingers, causing the demon's right arm to begin to shrivel. The demon, shocked, questioned what was happening. Izuku felt weak as he realized the sword was draining his energy. The demon pulled the sword from its now shriveled arm and hurled it at Izuku, who caught it in one swift motion. With the sword in hand, Izuku charged at the demon, launching a series of slashes, kicks, and punches that forced the demon to its knees. Izuku taunted the demon, questioning its strength. Inside the demon's mind, it was furious. How could this child defeat the chief of the Deacon demons? It smirked, contemplating its next move. Being defeated by a mere human was humiliating, but the demon decided it was time to end this. It punctured a hole in its chest, and roots began to spread from its body, covering the beach. Izuku realized the demon's intent and rushed toward it, fearing it would destroy the entire beach. The demon's body glowed ominously, indicating an impending explosion. Just as the demon prepared to unleash its power, Izuku appeared in front of it and executed a swift slash, severing its head and stopping the explosion in its tracks. Panting, Izuku expressed relief at narrowly avoiding disaster. He turned to the hellgate and noticed multiple smaller draconic demons on the other side. His attention was drawn to an altar near the gate, where a glowing orb caught his eye. As he touched it, the orb transformed into two daggers, each resembling the demon he had just fought, with sharp red blades and jet black handles. A plan formed in his mind. Izuku threw the daggers at the massive hellgate, causing pinkish-red, vein-like roots to erupt from the doors. When he snapped his fingers, the gate exploded, obliterating it. The daggers reappeared in his hands, and he inspected them with a smirk, eager for the next challenge. Nero arrived at an abandoned village just outside of Fortuna, brushing off his clothes after battling demons. He spotted the hellgate and guessed more demons awaited him. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a gigantic centaur lion demon emerged from the gate, wielding a large fire sword. The demon surveyed the human world, remarking on its absence for centuries. It moved forward, unaware of Nero's presence until he swung his sword, creating a gust of wind that alerted the creature. The demon found Nero curious and lifted its fire sword, recalling its arrival in this world 2,000 years prior. Nero smirked and challenged the demon, provoking it. In anger, the demon struck at him, but Nero blocked the attack. Deflecting the blow, Nero prepared for a counterattack. The demon declared its name, Betrayal, and warned Nero of the wrath to come. Flames erupted from Betrayal's body as Nero smirked and fired his revolver, hitting the demon multiple times, though it seemed unfazed. Betrayal swung its massive sword, but Nero dodged and retaliated, managing to pierce the demon's flesh. The demon roared in pain, causing a powerful explosion that sent Nero back, but he landed on his feet. Betrayal charged again, but Nero dodged and slashed its tail, causing it to wince. He revved his sword, flames igniting from its engine, and charged at the demon, striking it 3 times before firing his blue rose, hitting Betrayal in the head and dazing it. However, Betrayal quickly recovered, unleashing a fiery explosion that pushed Nero back. He remarked on his vulnerability to fire, which only angered Betrayal further. The demon erupted in fury, causing flames and magma to burst from the ground. Nero narrowly dodged the fire thrown at him, mocking the demon's aim. Betrayal, enraged, unleashed a fiery roar that incinerated the abandoned village, forcing Nero to take cover behind a collapsing building. As the area burned, Nero shot Betrayal in the chest repeatedly to weaken it. Using his Devil Bringer, he grabbed Betrayal's head and slammed it into the ground multiple times before launching it into the air and slashing at it with his Red Queen. Betrayal fell, creating a large crater as it struggled to rise. Shocked, it recognized Nero's Devil Bringer and realized he was not human. Nero dismissed the comment, noting the arm's annoyance. Betrayal, reminiscing about the past, declared its intent to restore its power and transformed into fire, retreating into the Hellgate. Nero called after it in vain, sighing as he surveyed the charred village. After destroying his Hellgate, Izuku made his way to Fortuna Castle, where Dante had said he would be. Along the way, he encountered minor demons, including scarecrows seeking revenge after Astriner's defeat. As he reached the bridge separating the forest from the castle, a snowflake landed on his nose, surprising him. He looked up at the night sky, only to hear screeching. Two identical demons stood atop the pillars supporting the bridge, ready to confront him. Both were lizard-like humanoids, equipped with claws and armor made of ice, with tails sprouting from their necks. The two devils charged at Izuku, who had his Muramasa ready in its scabbard. Just as he was about to draw it, a bullet from behind grazed his cheek and struck one of the ice devils, which deflected the shot. Izuku glanced back to see Nero approaching with a smug expression, clicking his tongue. He acknowledged Nero before refocusing on the devils. Nero commented on Izuku's lack of reaction and stepped closer, standing beside him. Izuku noted that he was in the middle of something important as he drew his sword. Nero mentioned that he intended to confront Izuku later for knocking Credo out. As the two devils grew impatient, they charged at them. Izuku unleashed a wave of demonic energy, pushing the devils back. He then charged at one of the devils, swinging his sword at the large creature, which blocked the attack with its right arm, now shielded in ice. Izuku declared that such tricks would not work on him, and with a powerful strike, he shattered the Frost Devil's shield, sending it staggering back. Determined to finish the fight quickly, Izuku summoned his twin daggers and hurled them at the Frost Demon. In retaliation, the devil sent ice shards flying toward him. As the daggers and ice collided, both Izuku and the devil lunged at each other. Izuku swung his katana in rapid succession, while the devil skillfully dodged and countered. Growing bored of the exchange, Izuku summoned Astriner and stabbed the devil in its right shoulder. Glowing red veins erupted and exploded, causing the devil's arm to be blown off. The creature attempted to flee, but Izuku seized its tail and hurled it into the air before launching his daggers at its chest. Meanwhile, Nero faced an ice devil of his own. The devil unleashed multiple ice shards, which Nero swiftly deflected with his Red Queen. The ice devil leaped into the air and landed with a powerful stomp, causing massive ice spikes to erupt from the ground. Nero narrowly evaded the attack. He acknowledged the devil's trick and decided to show his own. With a swift motion, he activated his Devil Bringer, grabbing the devil and slamming it into the ground repeatedly. He then threw the devil into the air, drawing his revolver and firing 2 bullets into its body, eliciting a shriek of pain. Nero declared that he wasn't finished yet as he charged at the devil, revving his sword, flames erupting from the exhaust pipes. He swung his sword upward, cutting the devil multiple times while they soared high in the air. Before the devil could recover, Nero kicked it toward the other ice devil, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Nero noticed Izuku heading toward the castle. He called out for Izuku to stop, pointing his gun at him. Izuku raised his hands in surrender and turned around, meeting Nero's angry gaze. Nero confirmed his identity, and Izuku introduced himself. Nero informed Izuku that he wasn't leaving, especially after the incident at the temple. Izuku smirked and questioned whether Nero cared about Sanctus's death. Nero admitted he didn't, but he was concerned about Credo's injury. Izuku challenged Nero on why he was wasting time with the devils, hinting at their plans, which piqued Nero's curiosity. Before he could ask more, they both heard a yell from a scarecrow. Turning to investigate, they spotted a woman riding the devil. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Izuku activated Quicksilver to stop time and made his way to Fortuna Castle in search of Dante. A dark-skinned woman with white hair, dressed in the Order's garments, landed on the bridge while holding a scarecrow by its legs. She spotted Nero on the bridge, but before either could act, multiple scarecrow demons appeared. The white-haired woman swiftly dispatched them with her blade. She glanced at Nero, but before she could speak, a scarecrow lunged at her, only for Nero to shoot it down just in time. She expressed her gratitude, and Nero holstered his revolver. Approaching him, she extended her hand and introduced herself, winking as she said her name was Gloria. Nero recognized her as a newcomer from the Order and noted that he hadn't seen her before. Gloria hummed in response, mentioning that she had heard rumors about him, none too flattering. Nero shrugged off the comments, crossing his arms. Curious about the scarecrows, he asked where they were coming from. Gloria explained that it was strange. No matter how many they killed, more always appeared. Nero decided to leave that task to her, as he had personal matters to attend to, glancing in the direction of Izuku. Realizing Izuku was in trouble, he cursed and ran toward the castle. Gloria observed the young man closely as she headed in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered through the castle's upper floors, searching for Dante when he heard a demonic, metallic voice echoing in the hallway. He drew his katana, scanning for the source of the voice, muttering to himself. Suddenly, the temperature soared as a large, armored wolf-like devil lunged at him, grabbing him by the shoulders and crashing through the floor to the ground below. Fortunately, Izuku managed to block the attack just in time, kicking the devil away and regaining his footing. Dazed, he demanded to know what the creature was. The devil introduced itself as FR-112, but preferred to be called Effa. Izuku found the name odd and was surprised that the devil could speak. Effa declared its intent to capture the devil hunter and charged at Izuku, who prepared for battle. The two clashed fiercely, the fiery claws of the wolf meeting the sharp edges of Izuku's daggers, sending sparks flying. Izuku threw his daggers beneath the wolf's feet, causing roots of red to sprout and create a large explosion. As the smoke cleared, the devil was nowhere to be seen. Effa taunted Izuku, lunging at him with fiery claws. Izuku was caught off guard and slammed into the ground, feeling the heat of the flames. Smoke enveloped the area as the wolf devil activated its heat vision, searching for Izuku. Suddenly, something grabbed its head and slammed it into the ground repeatedly. Izuku shouted in triumph as he threw the devil through a wall. The wolf felt fear at Izuku's fury and quickly got back on its feet, fire erupting from its mouth as it directed an attack at Izuku, who had appeared behind it. Izuku struck the devil's back, channeling demonic energy to weaken it as his sword pierced through its armor. The wolf retaliated with a fiery kick, creating distance between them as it huffed, bewildered by Izuku's resilience. Effa questioned how Izuku kept performing such feats, to which Izuku replied that a hunter never reveals his tricks. The devil pondered Izuku's abilities, trying to understand how he was teleporting. Suddenly, it heard the sound of a katana being swung and managed to impale Izuku's shoulder with its claws, catching him off guard. Izuku winced, feeling sluggish and spitting out blood. Effa explained that it had an ability granted by its creator to hunt him and his companion, insisting that Izuku should not struggle, as it needed him alive for its freedom. Izuku questioned what a demon knew about freedom, prompting Fr to reflect on its past. In a flashback, a dark-skinned man with long brown hair paced around a lab, berating Fr, who was beaten and bloodied on the ground. The man demanded obedience, expressing frustration at Fr's perceived defects. Fr attempted to crawl to the exit, its claws glinting in the light as it whispered for help. Back in the present, Izuku smirked, realizing that Fr had let its guard down. He took his sword and placed it on his shoulder, declaring that Fr had never seen anything like this. In a shocking move, he cut off his own arm to free himself from the devil's grasp, leaving Fr stunned. As blood spilled from Izuku's arm, he questioned whether it mattered to Fr, his eyes glowing red as demonic energy radiated from him, summoning a massive avatar of a devil behind him, complete with horns. Meanwhile, Dante was navigating Fortuna, searching for anything related to Sparda when he felt a surge of demonic power. He briefly transformed into his devil trigger before reverting back, wondering what had just occurred. It felt familiar as Izuku looked in the direction of Fortuna Castle. All that mattered was who would win and who would fall. Izuku charged at the still-shocked devil, daggers in hand, embedding them into the creature's chest before jumping back as a red explosion erupted. Taking deep breaths, Izuku watched as the avatar of the devil faded and the horns fell away. He moved to pick up his severed arm, connecting his shoulder to the bone and healing it. He had his arm back. It had been a risky gamble, but it had worked out in the end, and he let out a deep sigh. The devil, filled with rage, charged at Izuku, who grabbed it by the throat. He urged the creature to give up, expressing that he did not want to kill it. The devil struggled to escape his grip, insisting it had to complete its directive. Flames erupted from its fangs, but Izuku, resigned, prepared to end the confrontation. Then, the devil pleaded for help, and Izuku paused, a repressed memory surfacing. He recalled a time when he had been bullied by others, held in the air while being attacked. He had cried out for assistance, but no one had come to his aid. Now, staring at the wolf devil, he felt a connection. He released the devil, which fell to the ground, too exhausted to continue. Izuku knelt, covering his eyes and letting out a loud yell, startling the creature. The devil, confused, asked why Izuku had spared its life. Izuku sighed deeply, admitting he didn't know, but it reminded him of his younger self. The devil was surprised to learn that Izuku had also been a prisoner. They shared a moment of understanding, realizing they were not so different after all, both having come from terrible backgrounds. Izuku asked what the devil would do next, and the devil replied it could not escape because it had used its last embers in their battle. Izuku pondered for a moment before suggesting the devil become his familiar. The wolf devil was intrigued by the idea of assisting him in battle. Izuku explained that his sword, Muramasa, was also his familiar, and the choice was ultimately the devil's. After considering the options, the devil decided that staying in the Forsaken cult was not appealing, and it extended its paw. Izuku shook its hand, and crimson-orange flames enveloped him, tattoos appearing across his skin. The devil requested a fitting name, and after a moment of thought, Izuku suggested, Fenrir, Wolf of the End. The devil liked the name, wagging its tail like a dog, which made Izuku chuckle. Meanwhile, Nero was searching for Izuku when he stumbled upon Agnes's study. The room was a mess, filled with books about demons. He remarked that he never took the scientist for a bookworm. As he inspected the books, a large figure in angelic armor with a lance appeared behind him. Nero noticed the figure and pointed his gun, but lowered it upon seeing the order's insignia. He resumed his examination of the books, stirring up a conversation. He asked if the knight was after Izuku or if it was there to hunt demons. The knight remained silent, which annoyed Nero. When the knight attempted to pierce him with the lance, Nero blocked it with a book, pushing the knight back. The knight swung its lance at him, but Nero dodged and countered with a kick, followed by a throw that sent the knight crashing into a table. The knight quickly recovered and charged at Nero with its lance. Nero deflected the attack with his sword, but the knight retaliated by bashing him with its shield, sending him into a bookcase. Undeterred, Nero revved his weapon and charged at the knight, using his stinger to push it back. The knight fell to the floor, lifeless, and as Nero approached to inspect it, the armor began to disappear, leaving him confused. Nero realized that a demon had possessed the Order's armor, which was not a good sign. He dusted himself off and set out to find Izuku and any other demons in the castle. Meanwhile, Credo stood before an altar where the deceased Sanctus had been placed. Suddenly, the old man's eyes flew open, filled with a demonic vigor. The room began to shake, causing Credo to worry as the old man struggled before resting once more. Credo acknowledged the awakening, and Sanctus responded by calling his name. Credo informed Sanctus that his men were pursuing Dante and the other boy, and it was only a matter of time before they located them. Sanctus revealed that he had come to them, expressing gratitude for being part of the ascension ceremony. Just then, a large man with dark skin and black hair entered, holding his signature checkboard and wearing the Order's garb. He was delighted to see Sanctus reborn, but Credo interrupted, changing his expression to one of annoyance, realizing that the man had sent Nero after them. Agnes exclaimed loudly, expressing his concern about someone discovering his research lab. Credo quickly retorted, reminding him that it was Agnes's experiment that had escaped from the lab. Before Agnes could respond, Credo interrupted him, stating that their main priority was capturing Dante, which only served to annoy Agnes further. Sanctus then instructed Credo to gather the troops, emphasizing the need to calm their minds. Credo nodded and left, leaving Agnes seething with anger. Nero, after battling a large frog demon and a new type of demon known as the Scissor Demon, which helped him close a nearby hellgate, continued his search. His journey led him to the main stairway of the castle, where a gigantic portrait of Sanctus adorned the wall. Feeling an inexplicable pull, he cut one of the chandelier's chains, destroying the portrait and revealing a hidden room. Inside the room, Nero encountered a puzzle that he needed to solve to progress. After a few minutes, he succeeded, leading him to a secret facility beneath the castle. Suddenly, his arm began to glow brighter than ever, reminiscent of the day he met Dante and Izuku. He saw a room encased in glass, holding a katana. Meanwhile, Agnes was pacing around the room, conducting tests. He turned towards Nero and acknowledged his presence, which confused Nero. Agnes introduced himself, claiming to work in secrecy, with very few aware of his existence. Nero inspected the lab and made a joke about finding an order official in a place like this, which offended Agnes, prompting him to raise his voice. Agnes reacted strongly, expressing his disdain for Nero's words and confirming the rumors about Nero's impending demise. Nero, unfazed, remarked on Agnes's harshness regarding his speech. Agnes, visibly angered, tapped his marker on the glass, causing multiple artificial demons to emerge. Nero began to deflect the flying demons as they charged at him unexpectedly. Agnes revealed that Credo had sent them after Dante, piquing Nero's interest. When Nero learned that Dante was the one who had killed Sanctus, he demanded to know what was happening. Agnes ominously declared that it wouldn't matter soon, as Nero would be dead. Nero, unfazed, showed off his devil arm, and the flying demons transformed into swords, launching themselves at him. He narrowly dodged them and retaliated with his revolver. Once the demons were down, he used his devil arm to hurl them at the glass, attempting to break through as more flying sword demons continued to swarm him. While in the air, the floor crackled with electricity, making it difficult for him to land. Using his large spirit devil arms, he threw a sword demon at high speed toward the glass, shattering it and creating an opportunity to confront Agnes. He leaped toward the scientist, raising his sword threateningly and demanding more answers. "Answer my questions. What is going on here?" he demanded as Agnes observed his arm. "How profound, it's magnificent," Agnes exclaimed, crouching and moving closer to inspect the arm. "Did you even hear me?" Nero said, swinging his sword at Agnes's neck, which he stopped with both hands. "If you want answers, then I shall give them to you," Agnes replied, freeing Nero's blade. "It has only been a few years since I began my research. We could isolate and bind demonic power," he continued, walking around the room with excitement. "It could enable us to conquer the world. And that is the wish of His Holiness," he finished, his face alight with enthusiasm. "What a crock. You might as well abandon your efforts because His Holiness is dead," Nero said, causing Agnes to snicker. "Ah, but His Holiness has been reborn as an angel, and soon shall I," Agnes said, bowing. He raised his head, a devious smile spreading across his face. Before Nero could react, an angry knight he had fought before charged at him, its lance striking his chest and sending him crashing into the wall. As if that weren't enough, two more angels appeared and pinned him against the wall. "See what a small fraction of my research has yielded. Look at these beautiful white armor stands," Agnes continued, rambling as the light in Nero's eyes began to fade. "You have no idea how many demons I had to summon," Agnes said, but Nero interrupted. "Summon? You were the one who made the hellgates?" he asked weakly, and Agnes nodded frantically. "Yes, the hellgates, merely a small reference to the original hellgate," he said as he summoned his sword. "What are you talking about?" Nero said before feeling a sharp pain in his heart, as Agnes commented on how he would be his next test subject, and the light fully left Nero's eyes. In the void, Nero found himself in a deep, dark space, floating. His life flashed before him, the important moments and Kairi becoming distant memories. He recalled a moment when Kairi was attacked by demons. "Kairi, run," he urged her. "Nero," she cried out. Nero remembered a recurring dream where he saw a man with slick white hair and a large blue coat, a figure he had never met before, staring at him with a cold gaze that held an odd gentleness. The man asked Nero if he could hear it, the cry of a soul, and inquired what Nero's dying soul wished for. Instead of answering, Nero relayed the question back, responding with a desire for power. "More power." A smile spread across his face as he declared, "I'll take that too." Back in the real world, the katana responded to the blood in his veins, his arms glowing a bright blue. Thanks to Nero's Devilbringer, the katana was repaired and flew into his hand, sending any nearby demons and Agnes crashing into the walls. The power was so intense that even Dante and Izuku could feel it. While Izuku fought Fenrir, it awakened the dormant power within him, causing Dante to transform into his devil trigger. Nero's eyes glowed blood red as an avatar of a devil appeared behind him, holding the Yamato. From that day forth, my arm changed and a voice echoed. "I want power. Give me more power," Nero declared in a demonic tone, leaving Agnes flabbergasted. "How? How did you succeed in restoring it?" "Not even I could," Agnes exclaimed in his devil form. "And if I become a demon, then so be it. I'll endure the exile. Anything to protect her," Nero vowed, swinging the Yamato and unleashing a powerful wave of energy at Agnes, which misdirected and struck the ceiling, causing it to collapse. "This is preposterous," Agnes yelled as he flew away with his bug-like wings. Nero began to calm down as the blue energy around him faded, and the Yamato disappeared back into his arm, leaving him completely powered down and falling to the floor, exhausted. Though out of breath, he began to laugh, realizing what had just happened. If what Agnes said was true, then I better get to headquarters. Credo will know more about this, Nero thought as he stood up and slowly made his way to the Order's headquarters. After leaving Fortuna Castle in search of Credo, Nero fought through hordes of demons and eventually reached the forest on the outskirts. He looked upon the jungle from a cliff. The forest. What's wrong with it? He wondered as he continued his journey. Suddenly, he heard Dante's voice behind him, exclaiming about the forest. Nero pointed his revolver at him. Dante scoffed and turned his back to Nero. "Must be the effect of the gate." "Sorry, kid, this is going to have to wait," Dante said as he fell off the cliff and into the jungle. Nero tried to catch him but was a few steps short, looking down at the forest below. How much could he really know? He pondered before continuing his journey. At headquarters, Sanctus, Credo, and Gloria were discussing recent events when Agnes rushed into the room, mumbling Nero's name. "Credo! You knew it all along," he shouted as he approached Credo. "How dare you raise your voice in the presence of His Holiness?" Credo replied, but Agnes continued. "That arrogant kid possesses demonic power." Agnes yelled. "Absurd!" Credo retorted. "Absurd? Don't take me for a fool. Is he not your subordinate? He resurrected Yamato." Agnes exclaimed, shocking everyone in the room. "It's your fault. It's your responsibility." Agnes began, but Sanctus interrupted him. "Credo, can you apprehend that boy?" Sanctus asked. "If that is your wish, but who will capture Dante?" Credo inquired, and Gloria raised her hand. "I can," she said confidently. "You can guarantee his capture?" Sanctus asked skeptically. "Absolutely," Gloria affirmed as she stood up and left the room, prompting Credo to express his concern. "Is she reliable?" he asked. "She once brought us the devil's sword, Sparda, and hastened the completion of our Savior," Sanctus explained. "But she remains a stranger," Credo said, "which will only matter when the situation arises." As for her identity, the investigation had already been conducted. Both Credo and Agnes nodded in agreement. Sanctus then instructed Credo to bring Nero and the Yamato, to which Credo complied and left while Agnes informed Sanctus about Nero and Kairi. Nero was making his way through the forest when he stumbled upon a hellgate surrounded by defeated demons. In the center stood a metallic, fire-like wolf demon that shot a quick glance at him before leaping away. Nero called out, urging the wolf to wait, but it vanished from sight. Confused, he wondered if it was indeed a demon and contemplated whether to follow it or head to find Credo. Ultimately, he chose to return to headquarters. At the order of the Sword HQ, Nero arrived at the entrance where Credo awaited him. Observing Credo's intense expression, Nero commented on the look he wore, which was typically reserved for enemies. Credo approached him, and Nero inquired about the Order's intentions and the identity of Dante. In response, Credo drew his sword and declared that Nero could not demand answers from him. He swung his sword at Nero, who narrowly dodged the attack. Credo swung again with greater force, prompting Nero to block it with his Devil Bringer, pushing Credo back. Taking a defensive stance, Nero concealed his Devil Bringer. Credo, shocked, questioned Nero about his demonic power. Nero urged Credo to back down, insisting he did not want to hurt him, especially for Kairi's sake. Credo, however, did not understand and began to emit a golden aura, transforming into a devil. Nero was taken aback, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Credo proclaimed that he had been chosen for evolution, to become something greater than human and angel. Nero retorted that Credo had merely become a demon. Credo declared that, as the captain of the Holy Knights, Nero was under arrest, as it was the wish of His Holiness. He pointed his sword at Nero and conjured a golden spear, launching it at him. Nero dodged just in time and challenged Credo to show his strength. Nero drew his Red Queen and swung at Credo, who blocked the attack with his shield arm. Credo scoffed at Nero's efforts, prompting Nero to jump back and fire his revolver. Credo blocked the bullets with his shield arm and created multiple golden spears, hurling them at Nero. Though he tried to evade all of them, some struck him, causing him to stagger and spill blood across the area. Credo mocked him, claiming he was wasting his time, and struck Nero with his shield. In a moment of quick thinking, Nero blocked the attack with Red Queen, creating a stalemate. With a fierce war cry, Nero pushed the winged demon back and charged at Credo, breaking through his defenses and landing several solid hits. He declared he was not finished yet, revving his sword, which unleashed flames from the exhaust pipes, sending multiple projectiles toward Credo and kicking him back to create distance between them. Nero pleaded with Credo to stop fighting, but Credo, gritting his teeth, insisted that Nero would not understand. As Credo charged at him, enveloped in demonic energy, Nero absorbed the energy with his Devil Bringer and threw the Holy Knight Captain aside, causing him to revert from his devil form. Credo, breathing heavily, insisted he was not finished and charged again. Nero easily blocked the attack with his Devil Bringer, deflecting Credo's sword and knocking him down. He commented on Credo's increased strength, but suddenly he heard Kairi scream behind him. Turning, he saw her shocked and in disbelief. Kairi noticed Nero's Devil Bringer and he quickly concealed it from her view. He attempted to explain the situation, but she questioned why he had done this, stepping back as he approached. Before he could clarify, Agnes appeared before them, stating that it was their intention to protect her from the truth. He pointed his sword at Nero and declared that Nero was a demon, igniting Nero's anger. Before he could retaliate, Agnes aimed his sword at Nero, halting him in his tracks, and then directed his weapon toward Kairi's throat. He assured them he had no intention of harming her. Yet, smirking deviously, Agnes commented on the bond between Nero and Kairi, suggesting it went beyond friendship. Nero shouted for Agnes to let her go, insisting she had nothing to do with this. Credo, now limping toward them, commanded Agnes to release her, declaring it was his fight and he would finish it. Agnes explained that His Holiness had predicted Nero's defeat and intended for Kairi to be utilized. Credo looked at Agnes with betrayal as Agnes transformed into his demonic form, lifting Kairi into the air and threatening them. He taunted that if they wanted her, they would have to come and get her, leaving while laughing mischievously. This left a frustrated and furious Nero and Credo behind. Credo, still in disbelief, questioned if His Holiness had used Kairi. Nero demanded to know where Agnes was taking her, shaking Credo by the shoulders. Credo assumed they were headed back to headquarters and insisted they must set aside their battle until he uncovered the truth about everything. Breaking free from Nero's grip, he limped away in the opposite direction, leaving an angry Nero to continue his way to the Order's headquarters. Meanwhile, Izuku was wandering around the castle with Dante, searching for information about the Order when he stumbled upon Agnes's lab. Entering the destroyed lab, he found numerous defeated demons and artificially created ones scattered throughout the room. Fenrir spoke in his mind, revealing that this was the lab of his creator, the head scientist of the Order of the Sword. Izuku noted the destruction, commenting that it seemed Nero had taught Agnes a lesson. Fenrir asked why they were there, and Izuku explained that something had drawn him to this part of the castle, along with a building located north of the city. He inspected the lab and stopped at a wall where Nero had been pinned, noticing a small square shape that was lighter than the surrounding paint. He reached out to touch it. This caused a small containment cell to appear where the Yamato originally was, revealing a set of black gauntlets and greaves. As Izuku approached them, he noticed their somewhat animalistic design. The gauntlets resembled a wolf's head, complete with fangs and a mane, while the greaves looked like clawed legs. Glowing veins of white light flowed through them. Izuku felt an odd attraction to the gauntlets and greaves, sensing a coldness mixed with gentleness emanating from them, as if the devil arm was calling to him. The devil's arms equipped themselves to him seamlessly. Excitedly, Izuku decided to test their power. He jumped up to the ceiling of the lab and threw a punch, unleashing purple energy from the gauntlets. The resulting explosion created a large hole in the ceiling, leading outside. Izuku looked back at the destruction and called for Fenrir, who promptly appeared. He instructed Fenrir to head to the forest outside Fortuna to defeat the demons surrounding the area. When Fenrir asked about Izuku's plans, Izuku explained that he was going to the Order's headquarters, suspecting that Dante might be there. He warned Fenrir to run if he encountered a hot-headed devil hunter like himself, as he still had unfinished business with him. Fenrir nodded and sprinted towards the forest at incredible speed. Izuku then set his sights north and began his journey to the Order's headquarters. Meanwhile, Nero was making his way to Agnes when he was confronted by many of Agnes's creations. He fought them one by one until he finally reached the headquarters, where Agnes awaited him. Entering a dark room, he saw Kairi unconscious, held in one of Agnes's cells. Agnes greeted him with a smirk. Nero demanded to know what Agnes had done with Kairi. Agnes taunted him, suggesting he check for himself while warning that he wouldn't go easy on him this time. Nero, filled with determination, declared that if he had to defeat Agnes to save Kairi, he was ready for the challenge. Both charged at each other. Nero dodged Agnes's sword swing and fired his revolver at Agnes's torso, causing some damage. Agnes snarled in response. Nero then drew his Red Queen and began swinging it with fiery intensity, landing several blows that left Agnes's hands badly damaged. Agnes let out a roar, pushing Nero back with a surge of power. He summoned multiple swords and aimed them at Nero, who managed to dodge most but still received cuts on his body. The battle continued until Agnes, growing tired of the fight, equipped a sword and began attacking Nero more aggressively. Nero, using his Devil Bringer, punched Agnes in the face with a fistful of demonic energy, sending him crashing into a wall. Agnes growled in frustration as he charged at Nero, summoning multiple swords that impaled him, causing Nero to grunt in pain. Despite the injuries, Nero removed the swords and retaliated by shooting Agnes multiple times. He declared it was time to end the fight and revved his sword, charging at Agnes with a powerful attack. Agnes attempted to block with his blade, but it shattered upon impact with Nero's Red Queen. Nero impaled the demon scientist, who let out a painful yell as Nero withdrew his sword and stepped back. Agnes flew into the air, clutching his wound to stop the bleeding. Nero taunted Agnes, suggesting it was time to end his misery. Agnes, enraged, charged at Nero again but was interrupted by multiple Angelos flying around them. Confused, Agnes searched for the one controlling them and heard a familiar voice. Sanctus, clad in white and golden armor, appeared before him, commanding Agnes to prepare for activation. Agnes bowed and left. Sanctus watched Nero fight with curiosity before glancing at the unconscious Kairi, taking her with him. Nero, still engaged in battle, noticed this and quickly dispatched the remaining Angelos, charging at Sanctus in a desperate attempt to save Kairi. He yelled for her to be released, his devil bringer glowing brightly. As he called her name, she whispered his, but he was too late. Sanctus flew away, leaving Nero with only the necklace he had gifted her the day before. Stabbed by the remaining Angelos, he crashed to the ground as Sanctus remarked on Nero's inherited power before fleeing, leaving a distraught Nero surrounded by demons. Nero's eyes glowed a demonic red as he summoned his power to blow away the demons, standing there exhausted and barely able to remain upright. He looked at Kairi's necklace, falling to his knees in despair, knowing he had failed to save her. Frustrated and heartbroken, he punched the floor, cracking it as he cried out. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived at the Order of the Sword's headquarters. As he navigated through the building, he found Dante waiting for someone. Dante greeted him, asking what had taken him so long. Izuku sighed, indicating it was a long story and suggesting they should be on the move. Dante shook his head, explaining they were waiting for Nero, who had the Yamato. He then noticed Izuku's tattoos, expressing shock and concern about how Trish and Lady would react. Izuku reassured Dante, explaining that he had made a contract with the devil. Izuku explained that he now had a familiar. Dante expressed relief but insisted that Izuku would be with him when they explained the situation. Izuku sighed and placed his hand on his forehead. As Nero approached the center of the building, he encountered Izuku and Dante, who greeted him while leaning against a pillar. Nero asked what had taken Dante so long, but quickly dismissed the question, stating he had no time for this and walked past them in haste. Izuku placed a hand on Nero's shoulder, but Nero reacted by throwing a punch, which Izuku dodged. Another punch followed and Dante caught it. Dante decided to be direct, which only fueled Nero's anger, causing his devil bringer to glow. Dante released his grip, sending Nero toward a wall. He stated he was there for the sword, prompting Nero to ask what his point was. Nero's eyes glowed blood red, and a blue aura surrounded him, creating a gust of wind that pushed against Dante and Izuku. As they witnessed Nero's devil trigger, Dante hummed thoughtfully. He mentioned that the sword originally belonged to his brother and requested its return, promising to let Nero go. Nero, feeling insulted, declared that if Dante saw him as a kid, he would be in for a surprise when he fought back. He unleashed slashes of demonic energy toward Dante, but before Dante could react, Izuku deflected the energy with Muramasa. Dante questioned Izuku's actions, to which Izuku replied that he recognized the sword, sensing it had drawn him there. Dante, confused, noticed Izuku's eyes briefly glowing red, reminiscent of someone he knew, leading to a moment of realization. He asked Izuku if he was sure about this, to which Izuku affirmed his determination and requested Dante not to interrupt. Dante stepped aside, allowing Izuku to confront Nero. Nero, exiting his devil trigger, asked if he was now the one fighting Izuku. Izuku confirmed this, and his katana glowed red. They locked eyes, both filled with fierce determination, before charging at each other. Their swords clashed, creating sparks as they exchanged blows. Izuku quickly equipped a strainer while Nero fired shots at him. Izuku used a strainer to block the incoming bullets, and when he saw an opening he threw daggers beneath Nero, causing red roots to erupt and resulting in an explosion that sent Nero crashing against the wall. Dazed, Nero gave Izuku the chance to equip his newest devil arm, Beowulf, and he punched Nero, sending him flying through the wall. Dante, observing from a distance, was shocked to see Izuku wielding Beowulf, recalling that it should have been lost years ago. Izuku taunted Nero, who in response, entered his devil trigger and summoned the Yamato. He swung it at Izuku, sending him crashing into the ceiling and leaving a large cut on his chest as Izuku fell to the floor, barely managing to catch himself. A bit dazed, Izuku lifted his katana just as Nero charged at him with incredible speed. Using his devil bringer, Nero lifted Izuku and slammed him into the ground multiple times. He then threw Izuku through the wall back into their previous location. Izuku stood up, preparing for an attack, but Nero interrupted with a punch to his ribs, breaking them. Izuku unleashed a wave of demonic energy with Muramasa, pushing Nero back and allowing him to recover. He equipped Beowulf and leaped into the air, charging black and purple lightning through his gauntlets and greaves, aiming a powerful kick at Nero. Nero anticipated the attack and effortlessly blocked the kick. He seized Izuku by the head and threw him against the wall, causing Izuku to bleed. Before he could recover, Nero impaled him with the Yamato. Dante, watching, felt compelled to refrain from intervening as Izuku began to emanate a devilish aura. In Izuku's mind, he encountered a man with white hair wearing a blue coat, his face obscured by darkness. The man asked for power, and Izuku, chuckling, agreed to take it. Back in the real world, Izuku let out a demonic roar, his energy pushing Nero and the Yamato away from him. His injuries healed rapidly, and his appearance transformed. His eyes turned black and purple, and two horns sprouted from his head as a devilish avatar formed behind him. Dante smirked, anticipating the impending clash as both Nero and Izuku charged at each other, swords drawn. They exchanged blows before discarding their weapons and engaging in a fierce fistfight, their avatars joining the fray. Izuku equipped Beowulf while Nero used his Devilbringer, and they struck each other in the face, causing both to bleed but reveling in the thrill of battle. They summoned their swords again, charging at each other with demonic energy enveloping their weapons. Just as they were about to clash, Dante, in his Devil Trigger, intervened, stopping their swords from meeting. He declared that it was enough for both of them, pinning them to the ground as they exhausted their Devil Triggers. Both teens breathed heavily as Dante emerged from his own Devil Trigger. He asked if they had cooled off yet, receiving a glare from Nero while Izuku nodded in response. Dante questioned Nero about his glare, to which Nero accused him of playing with them the entire time, stopping their fight without even trying. Dante released his grip on Izuku and Nero, resting Rebellion on his shoulder, and explained that the sword was used to seal their world from the demons. Dante expressed his concern about leaving something so powerful unguarded. Izuku and Nero stood up, with Izuku offering help, but Nero declined, prompting a light laugh from Izuku. Dante concluded that the weapon needed to stay within the family. Nero gazed at the Yamato, feeling a deep connection to it, and stated that he needed it. Dante, looking at him, simply told him to keep it, which confused Nero. Dante then encouraged him to leave, pointing toward the exit. Before departing, Nero glanced back at Izuku and Dante. Izuku, still catching his breath, asked for Nero's name. Nero introduced himself and acknowledged Izuku and Dante's names, complimenting them as he walked out. Dante returned the compliment, causing a small smile to appear on Nero's face. Izuku then questioned Dante about the wisdom of allowing Nero to keep the Yamato. Dante assured him it was the right decision and shifted the conversation to Izuku's transformation, gesturing toward his fallen horns. Izuku shrugged in response. Suddenly, Gloria entered the room, prompting Dante to become serious before bursting into laughter. He complimented her regal appearance as she transformed into Trish. She confidently stated that she dressed to impress and approached Dante, questioning whether it was wise to let Nero go. Dante expressed confidence in Nero's ability to handle the burden. Izuku joined Dante's side, while Trish rested her arm on Dante's shoulder, voicing her concerns about potential trouble. Izuku, with a smirk, declared that if Nero messed up, he would take care of it, which made Dante smile. Trish then noticed Izuku's tattoos, exclaiming in surprise just as Fenrir entered the room, looking nervous and asking if it was a bad time. Dante, hiding behind Izuku, anticipated that things could get messy as Trish began to scold them. After his confrontation with Izuku, Nero was entrusted by Dante to keep the Yamato. He made his way to the center of the Order's main base of operations, where he was taken aback by a gigantic statue resembling the Order of the Sword's god, Sparda. Shocked by the statue's immense size, he pointed his revolver at Sanctus, who stood atop the Savior's head, basking in demonic energy. Sanctus asked if it wasn't beautiful, to which Nero retorted that they had differing opinions. The old man sighed in disappointment and lifted his hand, causing the orb on the Savior's forehead to glow as Kyrie emerged from it. Nero called out to her in concern, and she glanced back at him. Sanctus preached about the beauty of merging their mortal bodies within the Savior to create its core. Nero, determined to save Kyrie, told her to trust him as she retreated back into the Savior. Sanctus declared that it was too late, and the building began to shake violently as the statue moved, lifting its fist and aiming it at Nero, who narrowly dodged the attack. Sanctus emerged once more, attacking Nero with demonic lightning. Nero evaded the strikes and fired multiple shots from Blue Rose, but Sanctus was protected by a barrier, complicating his efforts. Nero retaliated with a punch from his Devilbringer, shattering the barrier and sending Sanctus crashing to the ground. Before Sanctus could recover, Nero slashed at him repeatedly with Red Queen, disorienting him. Grabbing Sanctus by the collar, Nero declared he wasn't interested in his nonsense, delivering a series of punches that weakened the old man before sending him flying with an uppercut. As Sanctus landed on the orb atop the statue, he prepared to counterattack. However, before Nero could strike, Sanctus used the orb to release Kyrie, causing Nero to hesitate and allowing the Savior to ensnare him. Sanctus, now standing on the Savior's head, acknowledged Nero's lineage and expressed surprise at his strength, even if he wasn't on Dante's level. He explained that he had initially intended to use Dante as the vessel for the Savior but had to adapt to the situation. Nero was lifted to the statue's head as Sanctus reached out, stealing the Yamato from Nero's Devilbringer. He proclaimed that combining Nero's blood with the sword would advance their ultimate goal. Just then, Credo landed in front of Sanctus in his demon form, slashing at the old man and urging Nero to escape. Nero struggled against the Savior's grip, managing to free one hand, but Sanctus impaled Credo with the Yamato, halting Nero's progress. Sanctus questioned Credo's betrayal, and Credo, blood spilling from his mouth, expressed his anger over Sanctus's manipulation of Kyrie. As Sanctus attempted to extract the Yamato, Izuku intervened, declaring that while he would normally agree with Sanctus, in this case, Credo was right. He drew his sword and swiftly sliced off Sanctus's left arm, causing the old man to cry out in pain. Nero watched as Credo fell from the Savior's head, but before he could hit the ground, Dante caught him. Blood poured from Sanctus's wound as the Savior reacted, delivering a powerful punch that sent Izuku crashing into a wall. Seizing the moment, Nero used his Devilbringer to create a massive fist of demonic energy, grabbing Sanctus and slamming him into the Savior's head. Just before impact, Sanctus phased into the statue and appeared above Nero, stabbing him with his Devilbringer, causing him to cry out in pain. Sanctus laughed maniacally, declaring that escape was impossible and that the creation could not be stopped. Dante chuckled, finding Sanctus's melodrama amusing, and warned that if he died without returning Dante's sword, he would be quite upset. As Nero began to be absorbed into the Savior, he weakly flipped Dante off, eliciting a chuckle from him. Dante remarked on Nero's rebellious spirit as Izuku landed on his feet after freeing himself from the wall. Meanwhile, Nero awoke in a dark void alongside Kyrie. He reached out for her, but just as she was about to grab his hand, she faded from his sight, prompting him to call her name in desperation. Outside, the building shook violently as the Savior began to rise, floating into the cloudy sky with pieces of the structure. A massive golden circle formed behind it. Dante commented on the Savior's wings, while Trish remarked on its poor taste. Izuku approached them, asking where the Savior was headed and if it was complete yet. They heard Credo coughing up blood and inquired about the Savior's intentions. Credo explained that it was in his heart to save the world from chaos, beginning by driving it out. Trish added that now Sanctus had everything he needed, Yamato. Credo explained that Sparda used it to seal the Hell Gate from the demon world, and that the sword was the key to opening it. He revealed that the Real Hell Gate lay beneath the city. Dante looked at Trish and Izuku, realizing that Izuku, as the son of the Dark Knight Sparda, was the only one who could stop the Savior. Trish playfully tapped Izuku with her pistol, suggesting he had a reputation to uphold. Credo stood up, leaning on a piece of rubble, and made one last request, to save Kyrie and Nero. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, who offered to heal him with his sword's ability. Credo, however, smirked and requested a true warrior's death instead of one of pity, expressing his gratitude for having fought Izuku. As he began to fade away, Izuku caught him, promising to honor his last request. Credo smiled before disappearing completely, leaving a glowing orb of light in Izuku's hand. Dante asked how Credo knew Izuku's last name, but Izuku dismissed it, stating he wouldn't deny anyone their dying wish. He clenched his fist as the glowing orb scattered and entered him. Trish announced her intention to evacuate the city, prompting Dante to question if she was trying to offload the responsibility onto them. Trish pointed her gun at him, raising her voice, and Dante raised his hands in surrender, agreeing to stick to the plan as they parted ways. Izuku instructed Fenrir to accompany Trish, believing they would cover more ground together. Trish expressed her skepticism about pet-sitting a demon, but Izuku assured her Fenrir was just like a real dog, albeit a fierce one. With a sigh, Trish gestured for Fenrir to follow. As they prepared to separate, Izuku urged Fenrir to go, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. Meanwhile, beneath Fortuna, Agnes stood in the labyrinth where the lock to the Real Hellgate was kept, holding Yamato in his hands. He commanded the seal to break, declaring that he would destroy this world to give birth to a true utopia. As he moved Yamato into the seal, it shattered, and the true Hellgate began to open, unleashing a flood of demons into the streets. Waves of demons surged forth, attacking any humans they encountered, while Agnes's creations emerged to combat them. Not far away, the Savior floated as Sanctus preached to the terrified citizens of Fortuna, urging them to repent and rejoice, using the Savior's power to eliminate many of the demons. In a flashback, the scene shifted to a slum city alley in America, where the Devil May Cry shop was located. Dante sat in his chair, enjoying a slice of pizza, while Trish sat on the table beside him, doing the same. Izuku lounged on the couch, sorting through some letters. Dante inquired about the Order of the Sword, and Lady explained that it was a small congregation in Fortuna, known mainly to those interested in such matters. Dante joked about their intentions, while Lady expressed concern that the Order had been capturing demons and interfering with her jobs. Dante leaned in, intrigued by the idea of a demon zoo. Lately, they had also been targeting devil arms like the ones Dante possessed, Lady explained. Dante, leaning back in his chair in defeat, attempted to snatch the pizza slice back but failed. He responded with indifference, questioning the significance of a museum visit. Lady expressed concern about the potential foul intentions behind these random acts, prompting Dante to stand up. He then called out for Trish, who was nowhere to be found. Turning around, he noticed a message written in red lipstick that indicated she would meet him there. Dante asked Izuku if he wanted to join him, to which Izuku sighed and agreed, feeling bored. Lady inquired about what Izuku was doing, and he mentioned he was looking for his medical school acceptance letter while grabbing Muramasa. Lady was surprised, noting that he was only 16. Dante chimed in, revealing that Izuku had gotten in early thanks to his contacts. Lady questioned who was paying for it, reminding Dante that he still owed her from last month. Dante nervously sweated at the reminder. Izuku explained that the Italian mafia was covering his expenses, as he had done so many jobs for them that they technically owed him. Lady expressed her worry about Dante's involvement with the mafia, but Izuku reassured her that they owed him, and this was the least they could do. Dante traveled around Fortuna to destroy the hellgates that Nero had closed before confronting the Savior. He instructed Izuku to retrieve the Yamato while Trish and Fenrir helped evacuate the citizens of Fortuna. Dante ventured into the forest to confront the artificial hellgate that Fenrir had dealt with, alongside a weakened devil that was recovering. The creature resembled a dragon-like insect as it flew through the tree. It launched its eggs at Dante, who kicked them away. Suddenly, the upper half of a female devil emerged from the creature's mouth, visibly angry. Dante's deflected eggs ricocheted off the trees, hitting the devil and further inciting her fury. She demanded to know who he was, to which Dante scoffed, expressing his relief at finally getting her attention. The devil threatened him with a fate of unification and eternity, charging at him. However, Dante used his strength to pry her mouth open and escape her grasp. He brandished his sword, rebellion, and taunted her, suggesting that a fight would make life more interesting. Echidna, the devil, charged at him in anger. Dante fired his shotgun at her, causing her pain as he smirked and charged forward, swinging his sword and damaging her outer hide. In retaliation, she swung her massive tail at him, which he dodged before using Trickster to close the distance. As she attempted to evade him by flying around the forest, Dante drew his twin guns, Ebony and Ivory, and shot at her as she charged with her reptilian teeth. He dodged her attack and stabbed her with Rebellion, causing her to scream in pain. She shook the sword off and flew into the sky, unfurling like an umbrella. From her mouth, she unleashed multiple devils for Dante to fight while she regained her strength. Dante scoffed at the attempt and taunted the demons to charge at him. He quickly dispatched the remaining devils with his guns before slicing through the mouth that birthed them, causing Echidna to return to her normal form. She took to the air again, using her tails as tendrils to swing at Dante, who found her attempts amusing. Dante transformed into his devil trigger and swung his sword, enveloping it in demonic energy as he stabbed Echidna in the chest, sending her back. She cried out about her forest and children as Dante shot her in the head with Ebony, ending her reign over the forest. An orb of light landed in front of the hellgate, and as Dante approached and touched it, the orb enveloped him in light. When the light faded, he found himself equipped with a new devil arm called Gilgamesh. Dante approached the hellgate, standing just an inch away. He performed a powerful punch that shattered the hellgate and followed up with an uppercut that ignited his fist as he leaped into the air, kicking the falling pieces multiple times until they shattered. He landed, taking a deep breath and declaring that he had 2 more to go while inspecting his new devil arm as he headed toward Fortuna Castle. Upon arriving at Fortuna Castle, Dante entered the opening in the center, finding it covered in ice and mist. As he walked in, 2 beautiful spirits flew around, gesturing for him to come closer. They attempted to stalk him, but each time they reached out, Dante managed to evade them. Suddenly, a giant frog demon lunged at him, but Dante narrowly escaped. The demon yelled in frustration, questioning how he had known. Dante replied that while the demon could hide its body, it couldn't mask its smell. The demon threatened Dante, claiming it would make him suffer, but Dante encouraged it to try. The demon shot ice spikes at him, which he dodged. Equipping Gilgamesh, Dante closed the distance using Trickster and switched to Sword Master, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that damaged the demon significantly. The demon roared in anger and spun around, lashing its massive tail at Dante. However, the hunter was prepared. He leaped into the air, somersaulting over the tail and landing behind the demon. With a quick jab of his sword, Dante sliced through the demon's other leg, causing it to stumble forward as it roared in pain. Blood sprayed everywhere, but the demon quickly regained its footing and turned to face him. It raised its massive arms, summoning a barrage of ice shards that pelted the hunter relentlessly. Dante was quick, dodging and weaving through the deadly hail of ice. He grabbed Rebellion and dashed forward, closing the distance between him and the demon. Leaping into the air, he flipped over the demon's head and plunged his sword deep into its back. The demon howled in agony as Dante twisted the blade, distorting its flesh. The fight wasn't over yet. Bale flailed wildly, trying to shake Dante off. The hunter held on tightly, using his strength and agility to keep himself steady. With a final push, he twisted his sword once more, and the demon let out a deafening roar. Weakly, it warned that this was not the end, as Dante split the demon down the middle, causing it to shatter into pieces. An orb of light landed on the ground, and Dante grabbed it. The orb transformed into a gray briefcase adorned with many cracks, the first set resembling yellow circuitry and the second resembling a vein-like pattern. In the center of these cracks was a silver circle encompassing a 3-eyed skull with fangs. Dante remarked that it was like an all-you-can-eat buffet as he slung the suitcase over his back. He looked toward the hellgate, where multiple demons of Bale's species stood, intently staring at him with rage as they jumped around the area. Dante smirked as the suitcase transformed into a machine gun, and he shot at the demons trying to escape, grabbing their attention. He then transformed the suitcase into its hatred form, an over-the-shoulder triple-barrel rocket launcher, and fired multiple rockets at the group of demons. The demons went flying into the air as Dante changed the form of his devil arm once again to a tri-blade shuriken. He threw the shuriken at the demons while they were still airborne, aiming at their throats. As they fell, he transformed it into a vehicle-like form that hovered with thrusters on the back and rocket barrels surrounding him. He shot multiple rockets at the hellgate behind them, destroying it and the remaining demons, leaving nothing in the aftermath. Dante closed the briefcase and shrugged, deciding to name it Pandora as he left the castle to take care of the final hellgate. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the labyrinth where Yamato was being held, and Agnes was waiting for him. He greeted Izuku with a smirk, and Izuku, feeling a surge of anger, asked if he was the creator of Fenrir. Agnes responded with frustration, exclaiming that Fenrir was a botched experiment ruining his plans. Izuku told Agnes to step aside to avoid getting hurt, but Agnes laughed, dismissing the threat. He summoned his sword, transformed into his demon form, and charged at Izuku, who prepared for the confrontation. Agnes charged at Izuku in his demon form, and Izuku smirked as he equipped Beowulf, deflecting the sword Agnes swung at him. He jumped into the air, sending a kick of black and purple lightning at Agnes, hitting him in the chest and sending him flying toward the wall. However, Agnes used his wings to avoid the impact. Agnes acknowledged that Izuku was proving to be a bigger challenge than he anticipated, while Izuku urged him to stop talking and start fighting. He summoned a strainer into his hands and struck Agnes with the two daggers, causing an explosion of red fire as he jumped back. Agnes growled in anger, glaring at Izuku with murderous intent. He opened a portal behind him, summoning multiple flying demons resembling swords that charged at Izuku. He ran around the room, dodging their jabs. After waiting for the right moment, he pulled the trigger on his scabbard, and the flying swords were met by a flaming hot muramasa, which sliced them in half and turned them to ashes. Seeing an opportunity, Agnes quickly drew his sword and charged at Izuku, swinging it from his blind side. Izuku was sent flying into the wall, creating a crater. Dazed, he dusted himself off as the wound Agnes inflicted began to heal quickly. Izuku sighed, lamenting the damage to his favorite shirt. Agnes, shocked that Izuku survived a blow to the back, demanded to know how he could withstand such an attack. Izuku smirked and told him to guess again. Using Quicksilver, Izuku stopped time and appeared behind Agnes, holding up his muramasa. He unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes at Agnes's back. Agnes yelled in pain and summoned a large sword demon from beneath Izuku, forcing him to dodge and giving Agnes time to breathe. Quickly recovering, Agnes went on the offensive, summoning swords all around Izuku and attacking him from multiple angles. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks, Izuku used Quicksilver again to stop time and quickly dealt with the flying swords. He charged at Agnes with Beowulf, delivering a series of punches and kicks to the demonic scientist's body. Just as Izuku's fist was a mere inch away from Agnes's face, time resumed, and Agnes felt the full force of the attacks, culminating in a punch infused with demonic energy that sent him crashing into multiple chairs. Severely damaged and weakened, Agnes held his broken ribs and asked Izuku how there could be such a difference between them. Izuku replied that Agnes had given up his humanity, and when Agnes questioned why he was inferior despite not being human, Izuku chuckled and explained that Agnes assumed humans were weak. He acknowledged that while humans lacked the physical abilities of demons, many of those with quirks were not worth considering. But humans possess something that demons lack, Izuku explained as Agnes quickly grabbed a pen and notebook to record his thoughts. He pleaded for more information, eager to understand what it was that demons did not have. As Izuku turned his back, he threw a notebook into the air, which ignited in flames, scattering burning pages throughout the room. Agnes attempted to salvage what he could while Izuku continued speaking. If you're going to pursue your research in the next world. Agnes caught one of the pages and, through the hole in the center, noticed that Izuku had vanished. He then heard a voice from behind him, advising him to do his homework first. The sound of a blade being sheathed followed, and Agnes collapsed to the ground, lifeless. And the rest is silence, Izuku remarked with a smirk, bowing briefly to Agnes's body before heading down to the labyrinth below to retrieve the Yamato. He found the sword being used as a key for a peculiar lock. Grabbing the handle, he forcefully pulled the sword out, causing the hell gate to close once again, separating the demon world from the human world. Meanwhile, back at the village on the outskirts of Fortuna, Betrayal observed the savior moving about the city. He questioned the absurdity of a human posing as a god when he heard someone humming behind him. Dante was sitting on Betrayal's tail, trying to cool off. Startled, Betrayal thrashed around to dislodge him, and Dante landed a few feet away, extinguishing the flames on his coat. Dante lamented that Betrayal hadn't noticed him earlier, as his coat was now charred. Betrayal, furious, proclaimed his intent to avenge his fallen comrades with a massive sword of fire. Dante accepted the challenge, transforming his briefcase, Pandora, into a triple-barrel rocket launcher and firing multiple rockets at Betrayal, damaging his fiery exterior. Dante then transformed Pandora into its grief form, turning it into a giant golden shuriken, which he threw to distract the centaur-like demon. Quickly equipping Gilgamesh, Dante charged at Betrayal, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches and kicks that bruised the demon's body. Enough! Betrayal roared, creating a large explosion of fire that forced Dante to step back. The demon charged at him, swinging his massive sword, but Dante easily dodged the attack. Tauntingly, he asked if that was the best Betrayal could do. Betrayal retaliated by shooting fire at Dante, who leaped aside. Dante then jumped into the air, using his guns, ebony and ivory, to fire multiple shots at Betrayal, some piercing his skin and causing him to growl in pain. Utilizing Trickster, Dante closed the distance, drawing rebellion and striking Betrayal's torso with numerous cuts. Once more, Betrayal roared, unleashing a fiery explosion that sent Dante back several feet. He absorbed most of the force using Royal Guard. "This ends here and now," Betrayal proclaimed as he charged at Dante, who smirked and prepared for the confrontation. As Betrayal swung his sword, Dante used Royal Guard to absorb the impact and then released the stored energy, sending Betrayal flying back, crashing into several buildings and eventually colliding with some rocks. Displeased with his performance, Betrayal acknowledged Dante's superiority. Dante offered Betrayal a choice: stay and die or retreat through the gate. Betrayal, refusing to retreat again, transformed into a ball of flame, with only his head remaining. He charged at Dante, who shot Betrayal's head with ebony, defeating the demon. An orb of light fell before the hell gate from which Betrayal had emerged. Dante touched the orb, which enveloped him in light, granting him a new devil arm named Lucifer, taking the form of a skull-shaped backplate with wing-shaped sheaths extending outward. Elated with his new power, Dante leaped into the air, proclaiming his intent to unleash his abilities. He shot multiple swords of demonic power at the gate, piercing it from every angle. With great strength, he rammed the swords in, declaring that they would satisfy and set him free. As he landed, a rose appeared in his mouth, and the swords that had pierced the gate formed a heart, destroying everything outside. After throwing the rose, the entire hell gate was obliterated. Dante looked at the savior, raising his hand to compare sizes. He noted that the savior didn't seem so imposing from his vantage point, declaring that it was now just the two of them. Meanwhile, Izuku exited Fortuna Castle, heading toward the capital with the Yamato. Spotting the giant hell gate, he smirked at the sword, acknowledging its cultural significance but deeming it detrimental to the community. With impressive consecutive sword slashes, Izuku sheathed the blade, and after a few moments, the massive hell gate was cut in half, crashing to the ground and causing a tremendous boom felt throughout the city. Excitedly, he exclaimed how badass that was, geeking out over the sword. "One to go," Trish said from behind, startling Izuku. He asked if she had been watching, feeling a bit embarrassed as she smirked. Just then, Dante appeared around the corner, confirming that they had both been observing. Trish offered to accompany them, but Dante suggested she help the others instead. She nodded and made her way back to the city. "Where's Fenrir?" Izuku asked. As he spoke, Fenrir landed in front of him, kneeling as he had been summoned. The demon dog acknowledged him, asking if he had called. Izuku confirmed that he needed Fenrir's help for the upcoming challenge. Trish, feeling left out, argued that she should be included as well. Izuku explained that he specifically needed Fenrir, prompting Trish to sigh and head off to assist the residents of Fortuna in battling demons. Dante, patting Izuku on the back, urged them to get moving. Izuku inquired if Dante was sure he didn't want the Yamato, to which Dante replied that Izuku could handle it, hinting at a deeper meaning that left Izuku confused. He asked who Dante was referring to, but Dante dismissed the question, stating they had a world to save and took off in the direction of the savior, with Izuku following closely behind. They landed atop the tallest building in front of the savior, where Sanctus confronted them, shocked that they had destroyed the hellgate. Dante casually remarked that it had tainted the view and readied his weapon, asking if they were prepared to fight. Sanctus, filled with arrogance, proclaimed that they could never touch the power of the savior. Izuku retorted that Sanctus sounded like he was overcompensating and joked about giving him a crick in his neck from looking down at them. Sanctus demanded to know what it would take for them to alter their position, to which Dante boldly suggested death, earning a smirk from Izuku. Sanctus pointed his sword at them, and Izuku leaped into action, throwing the Yamato at the Angelo flying toward them. The blade struck true, and he used the fallen foes as platforms to reach the savior. Catching the Yamato midair, he lodged it into the savior's stone body, creating a landing platform. Izuku challenged Sanctus, asking if he was ready to eat his words. Sanctus dismissed him, turning his back, but then charged at Izuku. Izuku jumped to evade, while Dante, positioned on a floating piece of debris, shot at the Angelo armor, destroying it. Landing beside Dante, Izuku noted that the savior seemed to have a true form hidden within. Dante sighed, realizing it was up to them to deal with the threat. Izuku called for Fenrir, who emerged from his body, ready to assist. The savior shifted into a more aggressive stance, swinging its massive arm at them, but they managed to dodge. Fenrir instructed them to attack the core. As the savior swung again, Fenrir clawed at the blue oval gem on its chest, causing it to weaken. Dante equipped Lucifer, unleashing a barrage of demonic energy swords that exploded upon impact. He urged Izuku to join in, and Izuku drew the Yamato, eager to demonstrate its power. He slid the blade back into its sheath and unleashed a flurry of slashes, causing pillars of light to erupt from the savior's core. After several strikes, the savior swung its hand again, forcing them to jump back. Sanctus proclaimed the savior's power as it bowed, revealing a large ring of golden energy that began to charge. It fired a massive beam of condensed demonic energy at them, prompting Dante to question how they would dodge it. Izuku called for Fenrir, who positioned himself in front of them. The beam struck, and Sanctus believed he had defeated them. To his surprise, Fenrir absorbed the energy, glowing bright red as he drained the savior's power. With a nod from Izuku, Fenrir unleashed the absorbed energy back at the savior, pushing it back and shattering its core along with the angelos surrounding it. Fenrir, now drained, requested to rest and returned to Izuku, who felt his tattoos return. The savior, dazed from the attack, struggled to regain its composure. Dante asked how they had managed such a feat. Izuku recalled a conversation with Fenrir about his abilities, learning that Fenrir could absorb any energy that generated heat. He explained that, after their contract, he could draw energy from Izuku's body to sustain himself longer in the real world. Dante remarked on Fenrir's usefulness in their battles against demons. Izuku noted Dante's new devil arms, which Dante proudly displayed. However, they couldn't dwell on that. The savior was regaining its strength and began swinging its massive stone hands at them. Izuku suggested they finish the fight quickly, and Dante agreed. Dante transformed Pandora into its shuriken form and threw it at the savior's head, drawing its attention away from Izuku. Izuku saw his chance and threw a strainer at the core of the giant, further damaging it. He then lunged at the blue orb and drove Yamato into it. Nero charged at Sanctus with Yamato, but Sanctus blocked the attack with his force field. He retaliated by shooting lightning at Nero, who dodged just in time. Izuku, positioned behind Nero, equipped a strainer and threw 2 daggers at Sanctus's force field, causing it to shatter. Nero smirked as he fired his revolver at Sanctus, who grunted in pain. Sanctus then gave them a disdainful look before floating into the air and summoning Sparda, using its power to unleash waves of demonic lightning toward both of them. Izuku jumped into the air, stabbing the wall to stay above and avoid the lightning, while Nero, unable to react in time, was struck and fell to the ground, dazed. Sanctus charged at him with Carda, but Izuku blocked the attack with Muramasa. Izuku shouted that he was still there and launched multiple swings at Sanctus. Sanctus's barrier quickly defended him as Izuku switched to Beowulf, throwing a barrage of punches at the demonic priest. Recovering, Nero revved the handle of his Red Queen, making the exhausts on the sword spew fire and heat up. He announced his approach as he spun toward Sanctus. Izuku jumped away and used Quicksilver to stop time, appearing behind Sanctus. He sheathed Muramasa and pulled the trigger on the scabbard, sending it out at blinding speeds and engulfed in flames. When time resumed, both his and Nero's attacks made contact, breaking Sanctus's barrier and leaving him open for a multitude of strikes. Nero and Izuku swung their swords left and right, stabbing and cutting into Sanctus as he roared, sending black lightning everywhere and pushing them back. He proclaimed his power while shooting fire at them, forcing them further back and causing them pain. Sanctus, wanting them to stay down, shot beams of light at them, piercing their skin and making them fall to the ground. He landed, grabbing Sparda, and declared that not even his descendants could stop him, promising to reign in a new era. He looked at Izuku, who was slowly standing up as his injuries healed. Izuku scoffed, stating that they wouldn't let Sanctus get away with this. Sanctus raised an eyebrow, mocking their hope of outside help and claiming that his demonic energy negated their quirks. He offered one last chance to join him or face death, but Nero defiantly refused, spitting at Sanctus's feet. Sanctus responded by impaling Nero with Sparda, causing blood to splatter across the room. As blood spewed from Nero's chest and mouth, Izuku was reminded of his past life and the torment he endured. He yelled Nero's name, his eyes darkening. Nero's Devilbringer glowed a bright blue as Yamato was summoned into his hand, enveloping him in a blue demonic aura, while Izuku radiated a bright purple light. Outside, their combined power caused Dante to briefly transform into his Devil Trigger, smirking as he stopped the Savior's punch. Noticing the connection between them and Yamato, Sanctus was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend, both their eyes glowed red, unleashing a massive burst of power that pushed the demonic priest back. Nero seized the opportunity, grabbing Sanctus with his Devilbringer and slamming him to the ground multiple times. Izuku then appeared in front of Sanctus, kicking him into the air with Beowulf. Two demonic avatars emerged behind them as they attacked Sanctus with all their might. Sanctus attempted to use his force field to defend himself, but the first hit shattered the barrier. With demonic smirks, they unleashed a flurry of attacks, critically injuring him. Before Sanctus could land, Nero grabbed Yamato while a spiritual version appeared in Izuku's hand. They both smirked as the figure of the man Sanctus had encountered 19 years ago appeared between them, smirking back at him with pride. Before Sanctus could finish his sentence, the boys vanished from sight, and he saw a flurry of blue slashes in the air. Weak and bleeding, Sanctus stumbled across the floor, trying to reach Sparda, but Izuku snatched it away from him. Now calm and depowered, Izuku and Nero stared at Sanctus. Sanctus cried out for the power of Sparda, questioning his worthiness. Nero remarked that legends shouldn't be taken too literally but noted that Sparda had a heart. Izuku pointed out that Sanctus lacked the ability to love another person. Nero, undeterred, began to walk towards Sanctus and Kairi. Sanctus threatened to attack her, prompting Nero to throw Yamato at him. Taking advantage of Sanctus's distraction, Nero used his Devilbringer to slam him against the wall and then, while he was airborne, grabbed Yamato and stabbed him in the gut. Sanctus screamed in pain as Nero pulled the sword out and rescued Kairi from his grasp. Sanctus turned to ash, leaving only his horns behind. Izuku excitedly collected the two horns as the savior began to shake. He warned Nero, who was hugging Kairi tightly, that they should leave. Nero nodded, carrying Kairi in a bridal style as they made their way to the exit. Outside, Dante in his human form, stopped the savior's punch with one hand and smirked. The savior then shut down as three figures jumped out from the core of the giant, landing behind Dante as Nero set Kairi down. "How long am I going to have to wait for it?" Dante wondered. He was met with a joking response from Izuku, who asked if he wanted an apology. Just then, the savior began moving again, this time with the face of Sanctus, letting out an angry roar. Dante remarked that this guy just wouldn't let it go as he pulled out his pistols. Nero followed suit, drawing his revolver, but Izuku stopped them, placing the Sparda in their path. He insisted on handling it himself, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Dante, excited, questioned what Izuku was planning. Nero, confused, asked what was going on. Izuku, with a wild look in his eyes, urged them to watch. Izuku's arm began to glow golden as the gauntlet covered half of it. Nero asked what it was, and Izuku explained it was Credo's last request. He stated that he would stop the savior and save them both. The gauntlet glowed brighter, energy sparks emitting from it. A giant golden spear formed in his hand, leaving Dante, Kairi, and Nero in awe. Izuku threw the spear with all his might at the savior, piercing and impaling the giant statue. After a few tense seconds, the spear exploded, creating a massive blast that eradicated all the demons across the city of Fortuna. Nero positioned himself in front of Kairi, attempting to shield her, but the explosion caused no harm to him or anyone nearby. He yelled at Izuku, demanding to know what had just happened. Izuku casually explained it was Credo's last request as he walked over to Kairi. The gauntlet transformed into a bracelet, floating down to her hands. Izuku smiled warmly and told her she should have it since it belonged to her brother. Kairi, surprised, asked if this was Credo. Izuku replied that it was what remained of him, with all his hopes and dreams now resting with her. She held the bracelet tightly, smiling. Kairi expressed her gratitude, and Izuku nodded, then walked over to Dante, handing him the Sparda. Nero approached them, resting Red Queen on his shoulder. He acknowledged that he should thank Izuku, but Dante chuckled, suggesting that would be out of character and that Nero should instead throw an insult his way. Nero agreed, stating that sounded better, but he still felt indebted. Izuku waved it off, saying they had their reasons for helping. Dante patted Nero on the back, telling him to take care of himself as he walked toward the exit of the destroyed capital. Nero then held up the Yamato, asking if Dante had forgotten something. Dante turned and smiled, telling him to keep it. Confused, Nero asked if it didn't mean a lot to him. Dante replied that it was the only type of gift worth giving and that he wanted to entrust it to Nero. He added that what Nero did from there was his own decision and waved goodbye. Nero called out to Dante, asking if they would meet again, but Dante simply kept waving. Nero then turned to Izuku, inquiring if he didn't want the Yamato. Izuku shrugged, admitting it was a cool weapon but that he was fine with his katana. He called out to Fenrir, the demon wolf, who emerged from his body, surprising both Nero and Kairi. Izuku climbed onto Fenrir's back, tiredly requesting to be taken home since he hadn't slept in 2 days. Fenrir confirmed and asked where that was. Izuku pointed in Dante's direction, and Fenrir saluted, following him. Kairi approached Nero, looking at the wreckage of Fortuna, and asked if this was the end. Nero, uncertain, replied that it might be. Kairi noted the city's devastation, and they exchanged glances. Nero then asked Kairi, since he was now a demon, this was what she wanted. She took his hands, pulling him closer, and assured him that he was still himself and that he was the most human person she knew. Nero then placed the necklace Kairi had lost earlier around her neck. Just as they were about to share a kiss, he fired at a scarecrow demon attempting to attack them. Nero remarked that the demons were determined to interrupt, and he noted that their kiss would have to wait. Kairi chuckled, telling him it was all right and that she would wait, holding the necklace tightly. Nero thanked her and declared that it was time to rock as he punched into the horde of demons, fading to white. With Fortuna saved and the heroes safe, the future remained uncertain. However, one thing was clear: the true nightmare was about to begin. 2 years passed since the Fortuna incident. After multiple seismic readings were detected in the town, reporters and scientists flocked to investigate the cause. With Kairi's help, Nero managed to convince the entire city to keep the events a secret, and the reporters quickly retreated. The destruction left by the Savior and the Hellgates had devastated the city, resulting in many citizens dead and numerous children orphaned. Kairi and Nero offered aid, adopting 3 orphans of their own. Despite the challenges of food and rent, they refused assistance from the citizens they helped. Nero, now 20 years old, came up with the idea of devil hunting to make ends meet, inspired by Dante and Izuku. Hearing about this, Dante sent him a neon, devil may cry, sign to hang up for people to contact him. Izuku also assisted by providing Nero's contact information to the mafia and other organizations for devil extermination jobs. Meanwhile, Izuku completed his 2nd and final year of medical school, becoming a fully fledged doctor and one of the youngest in the US at just 17. While studying, he had to put devil hunting on hold but took jobs whenever he could. Nero and Izuku had bonded over the years by fighting demons side by side and dealing with Dante's antics. One fateful day, a girl with black hair, red glasses, and a gunsmith outfit arrived in Fortuna, seeking answers after reading an article about the town. The Order of the Sword had mysteriously vanished, and she wanted to know why. That day, one of Nero and Kairi's adopted children, Julio, brought Nico to their home after she had been asking about Nero from the townsfolk. Good parenting from Nero and Kairi had taught Julio to never talk to strangers, but he found Nico intriguing after she mentioned Nero by name. Initially, Nero believed the girl was Gloria, but he soon realized she was Nicoletta Goldstein, or Nico for short. This was a red flag since strangers were not supposed to know about their affairs. Nero disapproved of her smoking and her insensitive attitude, while Nico disliked his lecturing her like a child. Nevertheless, she directed the conversation to inquire about the location of the Order of the Sword's research, which had been lost in the chaos. Although Nero sensed she meant no harm, he was cautious and denied her request. Nico then posed a surprising question about what had happened to Agnes. Nero bluntly replied that he was dead, prompting a scoff from Nico. When asked how she knew him, she revealed that she was his daughter, leaving Nero in shock. Despite the weight of that revelation, she quickly shifted the topic to Nero's Red Queen, which he had been struggling to repair. As a skilled gunsmith trained by one of the world's best, Nico quickly identified the problem and fixed it. Feeling indebted to her, Nero agreed to help Nico find Agnes's research. They ventured to Fortuna Castle, where Agnes's old lab was located, and found everything they needed. Despite his uncertainty about Nico, he intended to keep a close eye on her, ready to act if she ever intended to use the documents for malicious purposes. However, that opportunity never arose. Instead, their conversation turned to guns, and Nico examined Blue Rose, discussing her grandmother Nell's work, which Nero found only mildly interesting. It was only when Ebony and Ivory were mentioned that he made the connection between her and Dante, which reminded him of Izuku. Izuku was a close friend of Nero's, and he fully supported what Izuku had done that day. Agnes had been a terrible person who kidnapped Kairi and experimented on the townsfolk, putting Nero in a difficult position. Yet, at the same time, he understood Nico's feelings about her father. He explained this situation to her, but she remained indifferent, still harboring resentment toward Agnes. From that point on, their relationship evolved into a friendship, albeit a rocky one, filled with frustration toward each other. Nero and Kairi welcomed Nico to stay with them as she studied Agnes's research. To contribute, she became business partners with Nero, crafting weapons for his Devil May Cry branch. Meanwhile, Dante had paid a visit to the island of Ida Marley, the setting from the second game. 10 years after defeating Argosax, he was once again called upon by Metige to help defeat a powerful demon known as Balrog. Balrog had served as Argosax's right-hand man, and as Dante and Lucia fought their way to the demon, Dante demonstrated his capability in battle. Upon confronting Balrog, he noticed a shard of the Yamato embedded in the demon's chest, revealing how it had crossed into the human realm. Dante utilized his Cerberus to counteract Balrog's flames, but to his surprise, the devil arm broke. As the battle raged on, Balrog recognized Dante and realized he stood no chance against him. The fight came to an abrupt end when Balrog transformed into a devil arm, hoping to one day grow strong enough to challenge Dante again. Dante left the island as quickly as he had arrived, acting oblivious to Lucia's advances, vowing to return if more demons were spotted. A year passed since Nico began living with Nero and Kairi. Demons had been appearing in Fortuna less frequently, prompting Nero and Kairi to consider going mobile. If they could hunt demons elsewhere, they could provide for their family. After finishing medical school, Izuku visited Nero and Kairi more often to help out, and he soon met Nico. Nero thought he and Izuku could bond over how rude and insensitive Nico was, but to his surprise, Izuku and Nico connected over their love for video games and their shared disdain for their fathers. Izuku also took an interest in her quirk, which allowed her to fuse metals and materials together. He became an uncle figure to Nero and Kairi's adopted children, playing with them whenever he had the chance. One day, Izuku decided to drive up to their garage in a large white van, which Nero and Kairi appreciated, as it meant they wouldn't have to buy an old one from the junkyard. As he parked it in the garage, Fenrir waited in the back to surprise Nero when he opened the doors, which worked perfectly, giving him quite the scare. Nero was about to curse when he noticed Kairi watching him, causing him to laugh nervously. This routine of Fenrir jump-scaring Nero became a regular occurrence after Izuku played horror games with his familiar. Fenrir's scares didn't work on Dante or anyone else, so he focused on Nero. Izuku told Fenrir to stop, but Fenrir insisted it was fun. Nero threatened to rip out Fenrir's tongue, to which Fenrir replied, confused, that he didn't have one. Nico entered the room just in time to ask if Fenrir had scared Nero again, to which he nodded. Nico whistled at the sight of the van and asked how Izuku had acquired it. Fenrir pointed to himself, while Izuku shook his head, implying he had connections. Nero regained his composure and asked Nico how long it would take to get the van ready for a test drive. She estimated about a week, needing to set up her equipment and possibly add a shower and a jukebox. Nero questioned the necessity of all that, but Izuku argued that it would add character. With a sigh, Nero agreed, and Izuku tossed him the keys. Izuku then went into the house, informing Nero that he would stay until the van was finished. Nero and Kairi had no objections to this, but they asked why as Izuku coughed. He mentioned that it was not appropriate in front of the kids, as Fenrir was playing with the 3 orphans. They moved upstairs, and Izuku began to explain. He asked if they remembered Patty, the girl Dante had taken care of for a while. Izuku nodded, sharing that he and Dante were hiding from her, as well as from the Italian mafia. Nero was shocked and demanded to know why. Izuku explained that it was her birthday, and neither of them wanted to go, not because they were lazy, but because the mafia was after him. Kairi was startled by this revelation. Izuku continued, revealing that their top hitman wanted him for a job he did not want to do. When Kairi asked why he didn't like working for them, Izuku explained that while the Vangala paid well, it was in Japan, a place he despised. Nero recalled the stories Izuku had shared about his past life and asked if he had explained this to the hitman. Izuku expressed his fear that the reborn individual did not take no for an answer. Kairi, confused, innocently asked what that meant, but Nero reassured her not to worry. He then confirmed that Izuku could stay, as he had left misleading clues behind. Izuku laughed, suggesting that Dante might think he was dead. A few days later, Nero, Nico, and Izuku were busy installing a water system and extra wiring for the new lights and equipment. Outside, a tall man in a dirty hooded robe approached the house slowly. Nero's Devilbringer began to glow, but the man did not notice. Nico, Izuku, and Nero were working on the van, with Nero upgrading the engine, Nico under the car working on the brakes, and Izuku inside installing seats. Nico joked about feeling like a pet mechanic, while Izuku reminded her that she still owed him for the order documents he had shown her. Kairi called from the kitchen that dinner was ready, and Izuku responded that he would be right there. Nero suggested that both of them go ahead while he finished up. Nico playfully said she would try to save him some food, and Izuku mentioned he would be with them shortly. Nero then asked about Izuku's love life, prompting Izuku to stop his work in surprise. He admitted that he had met a girl in Italy who had tried to kill him, which he felt did not count as a relationship. When Nero inquired if she was a demon, Izuku clarified that she was just an assassin, quirkless but superhuman, with guns on her legs. Nero was confused and asked why she had been trying to kill him. Izuku shrugged, attributing it to mafia issues and mentioning that she was part of the Varia. He then shifted the topic, asking how things were going with Kairi, noting their closeness lately. Nero seemed embarrassed and said he needed help with something, but they were interrupted by a man in rags standing in front of their garage door. Nero sighed and asked the man if he needed something, but the man remained silent, breathing heavily. Izuku, trying to lighten the mood, offered food, but as he turned away, he felt a chill. The man approached Nero, and as Nero stood up to confront him, his devil-bringer glowed a bright blue. Izuku rushed to inspect the situation, questioning if the man was a demon. Kairi called out that the food was getting cold, but Nero warned her to get back inside. Just then, the man grabbed Nero's arm and threw him toward Izuku, causing them both to crash into a shelf. Izuku quickly recovered and equipped. Beowulf, feeling relieved to have it with him. He charged at the man, but the man stopped his punch with one hand, twisting Izuku's arm and causing him sharp pain before everything went dark. Both Nero and Izuku struggled to confront the man as he took the devil arm Izuku had brought with him, claiming he was taking them back. As Beowulf transformed into an orb of light and entered the man, Nero looked at his right arm in shock, realizing it was missing and blood was pooling on the garage floor. Meanwhile, Izuku, unable to see, waved his hands around in search of the man but found nothing. His eyes were heavily bleeding as he lost consciousness from the blood loss. The man who had taken Nero's arm and Izuku's Beowulf staggered, blood spilling from his mouth as he expressed his urgency. He was running out of time. Nero, weak and struggling, called out to him just as the man opened a portal with the Yamato and vanished, never to be seen again. In the other room, Nico, Kairi, and Fenrir heard the commotion and rushed to the scene. Kairi ran over to her boyfriend, horrified, while Nico expressed his worry for both of them. Fenrir rushed to Izuku's side. Nero fought to stay conscious but ultimately fell to the floor, powerless. 2 days later, Dante was resting in his office, a magazine covering his face, as the power had gone out a few hours earlier. The door to Devil May Cry opened, and Dante remarked that Morrison could have at least knocked. Morrison waved his hat to deter the smell as he looked around the room. He had good news and bad news and asked Dante which he wanted to hear first. Dante, tired, simply urged him to speak. Morrison chose the bad news first, explaining that Lady Patty was upset because she wanted to invite Dante and Izuku to her birthday party, but Dante's phone was disconnected. Dante groaned, joking about Morrison being smart enough to notice the power outage. Morrison then shared the good news. He had a gig with cash up front, which immediately caught Dante's attention. Dante noted the need to turn on the water and flush the toilets. Morrison questioned where Izuku was, and Dante explained that he was hiding from the mafia and had covered his tracks well. An assassin had come to see Dante for answers, but he had none to provide. Morrison stood up and pulled out an envelope, indicating that the bills for water, gas, and power were coming out of Dante's share. He remarked that Dante was running a real agency now. Just then the power returned, and Dante's phone began to ring. He answered, and Patty's excited voice filled the line, expressing her frustration at not being able to reach him and announcing her birthday party. Dante pulled the phone away from his ear, overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. He then pulled the cord to ensure she couldn't call again. Dante decided to take Morrison up on the gig but only if he could avoid the birthday party. Morrison chuckled, confirming that Dante's RSVP would be declined. As he left the room, a pale, frail man with tattoos and dark hair leaned against the wall. Dante planned to find Lady and Trish to bring them in on the job. He questioned Morrison's doubt in his abilities, but Morrison insisted it was a big job. After a moment of silence, Dante asked the man leaning against the wall for his name. The man replied that he had no name as he was only 2 days old. Before jokingly introducing himself as V, Dante leaned back in his chair, intrigued, and asked V to explain the job. V revealed that a powerful demon was about to resurrect and that they needed Dante's help. Dante laughed, recalling how many times he had heard that exact phrase before. V insisted that this demon was special and was Dante's reason for fighting. Dante's interest piqued, and he asked for the demon's name, which V revealed as the scene faded to black. 2 weeks later, in Redgrave City, a massive demonic tree had grown in the middle of the street. Police formed barricades to keep citizens away as heroes patrolled the area, ensuring no one could enter. People watched in awe, and news reporters swarmed the scene. Dante, Lady, Trish, and V entered the Clifth tree. The moment V stepped inside, he felt immense pressure and demonic power emanating from the tree, a sensation of fear. Lady remarked on the foul smell inside, holding her rocket launcher, while Dante commented that it smelled like hot garbage. V expressed his concern that the situation was worse than he had anticipated. As his familiar, Griffin, flew around, Dante suggested that it was okay to turn back, acknowledging that the situation might be too much for V. V agreed, deciding to leave the rest to Dante and walking back toward the entrance. Griffin was baffled by V's decision to retreat after coming so far. V humorously noted the importance of having an insurance policy as he exited the tree. Lady scoffed at V's retreat, questioning who he was. Dante dismissed V as no one special and urged the others to clean up the mess. Trish ran ahead, excitedly claiming first dibs on the target, while Lady followed closely behind. Dante sighed, preparing to witness the chaos with his own eyes. If it really is you, he thought, following the two women. Meanwhile, the tree began to release its pollen, which cancelled the quirks of anyone in close proximity. Heroes with flying quirks fell to the ground, only to be caught by their peers below before their abilities were nullified. V emerged from the tree, greeted by Morrison and the helicopter that he and the others had arrived in. He asked Morrison, who was waiting to take V to Fortuna, why they were doing this. Morrison responded with a sigh, agreeing to take V and Griffin to Fortuna. In half an hour, they arrived. V jumped out of the helicopter, surprising Morrison. He grabbed onto Griffin's leg, using the bird demon as a float to descend to the hospital where Nero and Izuku were admitted. Upon entering their room, both Nero and Isuku reacted immediately, waking up at the same time. Even though Izuku was blind, he was on guard as Fenrir emerged and stood in front of him, ready to protect. V reassured them that if he intended any harm, he would have acted before they woke up. However, his words did not convince them. He looked at Nero and then at Izuku, slightly shocked, before realizing they were short on time and cut right to the chase. He revealed that he knew the demon that had taken Izuku's arm and sight, capturing both of their attention. Izuku was shocked, while V explained that Dante and his two companions were fighting the demon, but he feared. Dante could not defeat it alone. Both Nero and Izuku exchanged glances, struggling to believe this news. Nero expressed disbelief, while Fenrir growled at V, who appeared uninterested. Losing his patience, V decided to provoke both of them. He told Nero that he lacked confidence without his Devilbringer and Yamato, and mocked Izuku, suggesting he couldn't fight or protect anyone while blind. Both took great offense, but V successfully recruited them for his mission. The three returned to Nero's garage, grabbing their weapons while ensuring not to wake anyone. Nero knew Kairi would object to this mission, but he was determined to seek revenge and reclaim the Yamato, feeling he had failed Dante by losing it. Meanwhile, Izuku rode on Fenrir's back, unable to see, as he grabbed Muramasa. Suddenly, everything turned red, and he could see the faint outlines of Nero and V, along with Fenrir. Testing his newfound ability, he let go of the blade, and darkness returned. All three boarded the helicopter, making their way to Redgrave City. Izuku, Nero, V, and Fenrir entered the giant demonic tree. Flashes of light and the sounds of swords clashing could be heard in the center. Nero questioned why they were wasting time, watching Dante fight Urizen from afar. Dante moved rapidly, dodging the Demon King's tendrils, lasers, and fireballs. Seeing Dante struggle urged Nero and V to stay and fight. V warned them not to underestimate the demon, reminding them that it was the one who had taken Nero's right arm. Izuku, sensing the demons ahead, joined in, acknowledging that the demon had gained power from its actions. V's shadow flared up as he declared he was leaving and suggested they not fall behind. Fenrir followed him, while Nero, feeling the absence of his arm, resolved to settle the score. As they moved ahead, Nero encountered a large demon with angelic wings, an Impusa, which he swiftly defeated. Despite his missing arm, he remained a capable fighter. Izuku dismounted Fenrir, sensing the demons ready to attack. He swung his sword, cutting through them, but a flying Impusa charged at him. Fenrir intervened, eliminating the threat before it could reach Izuku. Izuku expressed gratitude to Fenrir, who noted that Izuku could not sense flying enemies. Izuku explained that the projections in his mind were blurry, making it difficult to see clearly. He tapped his sword on the ground, using it as a cane. Turning back to V, who was with Griffin, Izuku questioned why the bird had a New Yorker accent. Nero shrugged, suggesting it might just be Griffin's personality. They continued to battle through more Impusa until they reached the lair of the beast, the demon that had taken Nero's arm and Izuku's sight. Fenrir sensed the demon's power, instinctively wanting to flee. Fenrir expressed his concerns, but Izuku insisted they would never know unless they tried. They entered the lair to find a beaten and weak lady and Trish. Dante was thrown at the door, landing defeated in front of them. Urizen sent one of his tendrils at Dante, but Nero shot it, destroying the fleshy extension. Izuku drew his sword, feeling that this mission might not be a total waste of time after all. Nero joked at the demon, questioning its upbringing. As they prepared to confront the demon, they steeled themselves for the battle ahead. Nero revved his sword, determined to take down their opponent. Fenrir heated up his claws as the three of them charged at Urizen. Multiple tendrils shot toward them, which they barely dodged. Nero leaped into the air and fired at Urizen with Blue Rose, but the shot was blocked by a crystal. Nero questioned the nature of the crystal as Fenrir unleashed fire attacks against it, but the damage was minimal. Izuku lunged at the crystal with his sword, only to find it ineffective. Before he could express his frustration, Urizen raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of light and lasers that struck them down. Despite being knocked to the ground, they refused to give up and charged at the Demon King one last time, hoping to destroy the crystal, but their efforts were in vain. Urizen retaliated by throwing a ball of energy to the ground, slowing time in the area and ensnaring all three of them. He then launched a massive fireball that they couldn't evade, sending them crashing into the walls of the Clifth. The three devil hunters fell to the floor, struggling to rise. Fenrir, weakened, retreated into Izuku as he and Nero fought to get back on their feet. V and Griffin arrived at the scene, finding Izuku and Nero defeated. V lamented their situation, feeling hopeless as Urizen prepared to finish them off with tendrils. Suddenly, bullets tore through the tendrils, signaling Dante's return. Dante, breathing heavily, declared it was time for round 2. He transformed into his devil trigger, wielding rebellion as he charged at Urizen. The clash of their forces created shockwaves, and Dante urged V to get Nero and Izuku to safety, realizing the gravity of their situation. Nero protested, insisting he could still fight, but Dante insisted he was a liability, while V held back an angry Nero and Izuku. The Clifth trembled as debris fell from the battle above, trapping V, Nero, and Izuku. V urged them to leave, emphasizing that Urizen was far stronger than they had anticipated. Nero, frustrated by being called dead weight, was pushed against the wall by Izuku, who urged him to focus on becoming stronger instead. V explained that if Dante fell, they would be the only ones left to defeat Urizen. Meanwhile, Dante and Urizen continued their fierce battle. Dante grunted, pouring more power into his sword, using his wings to break through Urizen's force field. Urizen absorbed the energy, retaliating with a punch that shattered Rebellion into countless pieces, marking a devastating moment for Dante. Outside, Morrison watched the tree with concern, wondering why Dante, Trish, and Lady were taking so long. V, with his white hair, broke through the outer layer of the tree, creating an exit for the three demon hunters as they landed on the ground. A pro-hero confronted them, but Izuku's fierce glare made him back off. Morrison, worried, asked about Dante's whereabouts. V informed him that Dante was buying time, but the situation looked dire. Tendrils with spikes emerged from the ground, impaling anything in their path, shocking Morrison with the realization that Dante had lost. Nero felt the urge to charge back in, but V stopped him, insisting there was nothing they could do. Frustrated, Nero walked past Morrison and Izuku, urged them to leave, grabbing Morrison by the shoulders. Morrison was taken aback by Izuku's eyes, which had changed dramatically. V explained that they had 1 month until the tree reached full maturity, And during that time, Nero and Izuku needed to grow stronger. Without Dante, they were humanity's last hope. Nero considered returning to Fortuna to gain more power, while V planned to remain in Red Grave City to gather information about the Clifth tree. They promised to reunite in 1 month. Back in Fortuna, despite suffering a significant loss, Nero was grateful to return to his family alive. His encounter with Urizen made him realize he needed to be at his best. Although he had grown accustomed to fighting one-handed, he recognized that he needed both hands against an opponent like Urizen. He approached Nico, asking her to create a prosthetic arm, something she had already been considering since the incident at the garage. However, she would need 6 months to complete it, which was time they didn't have. A few days later, Nero learned of a blitz demon in the forest. He swiftly dealt with it, bringing Nico along to give her a first-hand look at the challenges he faced. During their encounter, Nico discovered that some demons possessed unique magical traits. If she could study the demon's parts, she wouldn't need to start from scratch for the arm. Instead, she could design it based on the magical properties of the materials. Nero collected parts from the blitz demon, allowing Nico to study how it harnessed electricity as she began working on a new arm for him. Meanwhile, Izuku and Morrison returned to Devil May Cry, where Izuku recounted everything that had transpired in Fortuna. With Dante gone, Izuku was now the new owner of the business, with Morrison advising him, of course. However, he wasn't in fighting shape, having been out for 2 weeks without food and now being blind. He began working with Fenrir to overcome this weakness. At first, it was challenging to adapt to Muramace's blood sensibility since he couldn't visualize things clearly, but over time, his senses evolved to compensate for his disability, becoming heightened to the maximum. Moreover, Muramace's blood sensibility evolved to accommodate his newfound senses. Whenever Izuku used it like a walking cane, it would utilize sounds to visualize a path for him, similar to echolocation. During the month, a certain assassin planned to visit him to take him to Japan, but knowing Izuku's current condition, he postponed the trip, threatening to kill Izuku if he didn't contact him immediately after finishing his job, to which Izuku agreed. Meanwhile, the situation worldwide was dire. The appearance of the tree in Red Grave City was declared a world-ending event. The pollen from the tree spread to cities and towns around Red Grave, affecting other states and canceling the abilities of Quirk users in the area, leaving half of America quirkless. Demons from the portal to the Underworld attacked any military vehicles or heroes trying to push through to the Clifth, as neither the heroes nor the military could penetrate their defenses. 1 month later, on June 15th, the streets of Red Grave City were lined with empty homes and abandoned cars, remnants of those who once lived there. No one dared to travel to such a place, except for our protagonists. Nero and Nico rode through the empty streets of Red Grave City in their van, listening to the radio. The broadcast reported that Red Grave and its surrounding cities had ceased to function due to the tree that had mysteriously attacked a month ago. Governments and heroes from all countries had attempted to attack the tree, but to no avail. Nico changed the station, listening to a man rambling about demons, claiming he had seen them with his own eyes and that Red Grave was completely taken over. Frustrated, Nero turned off the radio and went to the back to turn on the jukebox they had. He remarked on the repetitive nature of the news while Nico asked him what he wanted to know. Nero inquired about how it felt to be rescuing the guy raised by her grandmother. Nico joked about the personal nature of the question but expressed her excitement about meeting him, especially since he had her grandmother's life's work with him. As she pulled out a cigarette, Nero commented on the significance of seeing the work of the world's best gunsmith. As the smoke from her cigar filled the van, Nero opened a window for fresh air, complaining about the smell. Nico playfully retorted, and in the distance, Nero spotted Impuzza in the streets, smirking as he called out to Nico. She assured him she saw them and sped up, bumping into the bug-like demons. Nero complained about her driving as she chuckled. Nero took out his revolver and began shooting at the demons from a distance. An Impuzza almost crawled into the van, but Nico pressed the hot end of her cigar against its face, causing it to retreat. They spotted a group of Impuzza waiting for them in front of a pile of flaming cars. Nero smirked at Nico, who nodded. She turned the wheel, flipping the van into the air as Nero crawled out of the window, taking out the demons in a flashy manner. He managed to get back into the van just in time before it landed, having cleared the wreckage and continued their way to Red Grave City. Nero grabbed the lighter from the floor and lit Nico's cigar as they proceeded toward the Clifth tree. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, a heavily armored vehicle carrying 2 people entered the city and stopped at a heavily barricaded checkpoint. The door opened, and a man in a black jumpsuit, combat boots, and a scarf with long hair stepped out, followed by a short bipedal rodent. Aizawa expressed his confusion about being there, while Nizu explained that the pollen from the tree had quirk-canceling properties, making it necessary for Aizawa's erasure quirk to be present instead of All Might's. They approached the captain in charge of the troops and requested entry into the city, which was denied. Nizu presented documents indicating they had special access granted by the government to gather information about the tree. The captain explained that they were the 4th group of heroes with erasure quirks to attempt entry, and the others had not returned for weeks. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Before Nizu could respond, a loud bang echoed against the barricade, drawing everyone's attention to the large metal wall as it was torn down by a massive insect-like demon. It roared at them, and smaller Impuza charged at the soldiers and the 2 heroes. The soldiers immediately began firing at the horde of demons, but their efforts did little to deter them. The Impuza quickly dealt with the soldiers as they turned their attention to the heroes. Aizawa, gripping his scarf in a hurry, asked Nizu what these creatures were. Nizu, assuming a fighting stance, admitted he didn't know either. The large Queen Impuza stayed back, allowing her children to engage Aizawa and Nizu. Aizawa kicked the nearest demon, sending it flying into the others and momentarily dazing them. Before they could recover, he leaped into the air, wrapping his scarf around the group of Impuza. Meanwhile, Nizu picked up a gun from a fallen soldier and fired at the demons at close range. It took an entire magazine just to pierce their skin. The queen roared in anger at the sight of her subordinates being defeated and jumped into the air, startling the 2 heroes. Aizawa, shocked, exclaimed about its ability to jump just as it landed, swinging its claws at them. They barely managed to dodge the attack, but Aizawa felt a sharp pain as the giant demon's incisors grazed his arm. He asked Nizu if there were any weaknesses while dodging the queen's relentless strikes. Nizu emptied another magazine, but the bullets seemed ineffective against the demon. With urgency, Nizu shouted that he had no answers at the moment and began to retreat. The queen lunged at them with blinding speed, catching the heroes off guard and causing them to sustain injuries from her slashing attacks. They slowly backed away from the advancing Impuza queen, which loomed closer. Aizawa, resigned, remarked that this might be the end for them. Nizu let out a small laugh, expressing a wish to see Izuku again, prompting Aizawa to remember his nephew. He closed his eyes, bracing for the final blow. Suddenly, Aizawa opened his eyes to find the Impuza frozen in place, and a moment later it was split in half. Ahead of them stood a young man, tapping his sword on the ground. Aizawa, regaining his focus, asked what the newcomer was doing there. The teen, with long white hair tied in a ponytail and his eyes covered by a black blndfld, wore a short black jacket over a purple shirt. He repeated his question, pointing his sword at them. Nizu, noting the boy's silence, explained that they had been sent by the government to investigate the giant tree. The teen sighed and sheathed his sword, warning them to leave before things got worse as he walked toward Redgrave City. Aizawa, concerned, urged the blind boy not to enter the city. The teen recognized Aizawa's voice, and as he glowed red, a giant demon wolf emerged from his back, pushing Aizawa to the ground. The teen waved goodbye, signaling Fenrir to destroy the bridge behind them to prevent pursuit. Fenrir began to glow, and the area suddenly became engulfed in flames. Nizu quickly grabbed Aizawa's hand, and they ran to the other side of the bridge just as a massive explosion erupted, destroying it and sending them both tumbling back. When the smoke cleared, neither the boy nor the wolf was in sight. Aizawa, bewildered, asked what had just happened. Nizu, equally confused, had no answers. Meanwhile, Izuku and Fenrir made their way to the cathedral where he, Nero, and V had agreed to meet after the month ended. Izuku instructed Fenrir to patrol the city outskirts and stop anyone trying to enter. Fenrir nodded, asking what Izuku planned to do. Izuku declared he was going to end this, separating from Fenrir, who admired his determination before departing with a firm salute. On the other side of Redgrave City, soldiers fought against a horde of demons, struggling against their overwhelming force. One soldier, leaning against a piece of rubble and breathing heavily, was about to be attacked by an Impusa when it was struck by a van. Nero emerged from the vehicle, walking past the soldier and casually remarking that he looked like he could use a hug, but he wouldn't be getting one from him. He continued toward the horde of demons. The soldier yelled at Nero, warning him he would get himself killed. Nico, standing next to the soldier, reassured him that Nero was skilled at taking down demons and should be allowed to do his thing. The soldier, still worried, shouted at Nero, insisting he would die. Nero smirked and turned back, encouraging the soldier to cheer up. His right arm began to glow as a prosthetic arm replaced his missing one. He asked if the soldier was taking notes before launching a punch at an Impusa, sending it flying back along with others. From above, another Impusa attempted to catch Nero off guard, but he leaped into the air, grabbing its head and smashing it onto the road, lightning surging from his new arm. He surveyed the remaining demons with an excited smile, ready to engage. As the Impusa roared at him, they charged, and Nero jumped into the air, using a wire in his hand to ensnare multiple demons. He landed on the back of one Impusa, using it to pull the others around like a whip, taking them down one by one. The wounded soldier watched in awe as Nico knelt beside him, commenting on Nero's impressive skills and how she had built him a well-functioning arm to tackle demons. Nero continued to fight, unleashing powerful punches infused with lightning until his prosthetic broke, causing Nico to express her frustration. "Watch the merchandise," she yelled at him. Nero told Nico to stop complaining and take cover as he quickly replaced his broken arm with a new one. Turning back to face the insect-like demons, he smirked and cracked his neck, feeling the thrill of the fight. This was going to be fun as he charged at the swarm of demons. After some time, Nero reached the damaged parts of the bridge, where he saw fallen soldiers scattered among demonic plant roots. He sighed and pushed through the debris until he encountered a massive sack of blood-skin plant roots. He remarked on the peculiar plant, which shot a tendril at him. Nero dodged and landed on top of it, driving his red queen sword into the plant and revving the handle. The sword heated up, and the plant reacted violently, flinging him off as he severed the tendril. Nero realized the plant's weakness and plunged his sword into the ground. He joked about bringing marshmallows as he activated the Exceed mode of Red Queen. Charging at the mass of demonic roots, he aimed for the large blood sac at its center. Sharp vines swung at him from all directions, but he jumped back and shot at them, causing some damage. With a moment of reprieve, he sliced into the blood sac, causing the plant to thrash in pain. He taunted the plant, declaring he was bringing the heat as he punched it with his enhanced arm, sending a surge of electricity through it. The prosthetic arm glowed, and he smirked, charging at the plant once more. The roots lashed out to stop him, but he skillfully avoided them, plunging his arm into the blood sac before backflipping away just in time to avoid a strike. He landed and pointed his gun at the plant, smirking as he fired, causing an explosion that destroyed its power source and led to the demise of the Clifth roots connected to the city. Nico arrived in her van, stopping beside him. She informed him that while the explosion would hold them off for a while, it wouldn't last long. She explained that the soldier had warned her about the city being overrun by the Underworld, not just in their location but everywhere. Nero recalled the events from a month ago, realizing Yamato was responsible for the chaos. Eventually, the van came to a halt at a large crack in the road, marked with police tape. Nico stated that they couldn't drive any further, prompting Nero to get out and prepare to walk. She called his attention to a letter from Morrison, which she believed contained important information. Nero took the letter and sat down to read it, discovering details about Dante's past and Izuku's progress over the past month. After finishing the letters, Nero set them aside and asked if they were ready to move. Nico replied that she was waiting on him and was busy making more devil breakers, including a new one named Gerbera, which could create shockwaves to send enemies flying and allow for more aerial movement. Nero exited the van and headed to the city center, which was overrun by Clifth roots and empusa that had laid their eggs in the area. As he entered the plaza, the demons sensed his presence and roared, charging at him from above. He easily dodged their attacks, grabbing one of the empusa that crashed to the ground and using Gerbera to eliminate it. Excited to test his new weapon, Nero charged at the group of demons, creating a shockwave beneath him that launched him into the air. He drew his revolver and shot the flying empusa, taking them out swiftly. He landed behind another group of empusa on the ground, using Gerbera to send them flying back before drawing Red Queen and defeating them with a swift strike. Feeling satisfied with his performance, Nero changed his arm and continued toward the cathedral. He faced retaliation from both demons and the Clifth roots, which eventually impeded his progress. To overcome this obstacle, he needed to collect Nidhogg hatchlings to destroy the roots. Reaching the center of the hotel, he spotted V fighting demons with his familiars. He observed the battle, noting that he might reach his destination before V. After battling through numerous hordes of demons and breaking several of his mechanical arms, he finally reached an opening on the other side of the hotel, where he saw a Clifth root spreading its pollen. Realizing this was the source of the disruption, he attempted to use his switch ability. Continuing on, he came across a phone booth that looked surprisingly intact. He entered and dialed Nico's number. She answered, expressing her frustration at his delay and reminding him of the third ring rule. He hung up just as the van dropped down from a cliff, with Nico managing to stop it just in time. Nero commented on her lack of grace, and she told him to get in, asking how many of her devil breakers he had broken. He replenished his supply of mechanical arms before stepping out of the van and making his way to the roof of the cathedral, searching for any signs of Izuku or V. Just then, an ambulance was thrown at him, and he found himself in the perfect position to leap inside. The van crashed into the wall, and Nero emerged from it unharmed, dusting himself off. He looked around and asked if someone could call a doctor as a giant demon loomed over him. The demon, surprised to see a human survivor, jumped down onto the ambulance and Nero. He casually sat on a piece of rubble above the crushed vehicle and inquired if the demon had seen two specific individuals he was supposed to meet. He joked about whether the demon had snacked on them, which only intensified the growling from the creature. Before him stood a large demon with glowing horns, multiple eyes across its torso, and a mouth on its stomach. The demon declared that Nero's blood was a special sacrifice, stating it would do him no good to eat him. It proclaimed its desire to have every last drop to rule the underworld as king. Nero, unfazed, mocked the demon, suggesting it seemed more like a nuisance than a king, which only fueled Goliath's anger. The demon roared, threatening to show Nero the wrath of the mighty Goliath. It kicked the wall beneath Nero, who evaded just in time and landed behind the massive creature. Goliath opened its mouth and consumed some rubble, which disgusted Nero. The demon then shot a fireball at him, but he dodged it, a smirk forming on his face as he complimented the demon's trick, further enraging it. Goliath charged at him, swinging its claws. Nero used the wire in his prosthetic arm to propel himself toward Goliath, making shallow cuts across its torso with his sword. He taunted the demon, stating he was about to defeat it as he stabbed into its gut. Goliath retaliated, swinging at him, but Nero switched his arm to Gerbera, using a shockwave to evade the attack just in time. The ground shook as Goliath slammed it, causing Nero to lose his balance. The demon attempted to punch him, striking him and sending him flying against a wall. Nero managed to stop himself from hitting it with a shockwave and remarked that he let Goliath have that one. Goliath smirked, charging at him again. Nero jumped into the air and shot at Goliath's eyes, temporarily blinding it. Seizing the opportunity, he swung at Goliath's arm, damaging it significantly. The demon grunted in pain, but its eyes eventually healed. Goliath leaped into the air, smashing the roof above them, causing them to fall into the cathedral below. Goliath boasted about its might, grabbing one of the cathedral's pillars and swinging it around, making it difficult for Nero to maneuver. In the process, Goliath broke Gerbera, forcing Nero to switch to overtune. He got behind the giant demon, grabbed its tail, and sent electricity through it, stunning Goliath. Nero revved his sword, using flames from the Exceed to sever Goliath's tail. prompting a cry of pain from the demon. He declared it was Goliath's grave and jumped back to avoid a punch from the monster. Before Goliath could react, Nero was right in front of it, attaching his prosthetic arm to its nose. He jumped back and shot, creating a large explosion that sent Goliath back and temporarily blinded it. As Nero switched to Gerbera, preparing for the finishing blow, the mouth on Goliath's stomach opened, creating a vortex of fire that threatened to pull everything in its vicinity. Nero managed to hold on by digging his feet in and anchoring his sword into the ground. Just when he thought he was safe, Goliath shot fireballs at him, complicating his approach. Frustrated, Nero fired multiple shots at the beast with blue rose before Goliath jumped out of the church, and Nero followed. Chunks of earth and rubble flew everywhere as Goliath approached him, taunting him. The demon swung its arms wildly, trying to hit Nero, who skillfully maneuvered in the air thanks to his prosthetic arm. Goliath slammed the ground, sending debris flying, which provided Nero with an opening for an attack. Nero used Gerbera to create a shockwave, launching himself down with full force. He dug his sword into Goliath's back, causing the demon to fall to the ground. Despite its injuries, Goliath continued to fight, sending out a vortex to consume rubble and hopefully Nero while firing fireballs at him. Nero dodged them with ease. Finally, he declared that it was time to end the fight as Gerbera began glowing blue. He bid farewell to Goliath, remarking on its unpleasantness. The Devil Breaker opened up in a flower pattern, sending a large laser beam at the demon, burning its flesh and sending it flying back into the cathedral, where it fell to the ground, weak and defeated. Goliath, still defiant, insisted it could not be defeated in a place like this, claiming the fruit was still his. "I will rule the underworld," it said weakly, barely able to get up. Nero was about to shoot its head when suddenly Goliath's legs were severed by a white blur as Izuku appeared next to it. The demon fell to the ground, and a bird with demonic features began to distract the now legless Goliath, who was trying to reach Nero. V, spinning his cane, read a poem from his book. He then turned his gaze to Goliath, pointing his cane at him. He commanded the demon to perish as a black jaguar with red eyes charged from his shadow, transforming into a saw blade that struck Goliath's face repeatedly. V approached the demon, lifting his cane. Before Goliath could utter another word, V struck him down. "Hie thee home," he said as he delivered the final blow. Nero and Izuku walked up to him. Nero remarked that he thought he would have to pull V out of Goliath's remains. V smirked and explained that he had been catching up on some light reading, showing Nero his book. Nero commented on the book's intriguing nature, and V turned to Izuku, noting his progress in overcoming his weaknesses. Izuku acknowledged this, jokingly expressing relief that they were all present. Nero questioned if that was a joke, but V ignored the inquiry. V closed his eyes for a moment, looking saddened. He expressed regret, saying it was a shame and that he would take it back if he could, leaving both Nero and Izuku confused. The root in front of them collapsed as the pollen in the area ceased to spread. Nero glanced at the Clifth tree and asked if they thought Dante was still inside. V speculated that if Urizen had defeated him, Dante was likely no more than Clifth pollen by now. Nero inquired about the Clifth, and V explained that it was a tree that thrived on human blood, pointing to a root-like structure that resembled a human form. He warned that those from whom the tree took blood did not fare well. Izuku then asked about the pollen, mentioning that it was keeping heroes and the military away from the city. V considered this, noting that demons were naturally resistant to quirks, which might explain why the tree was also resistant. He expressed surprise that they had not sent a nuclear weapon to the city. Izuku explained that they had attempted to do so, but it had fallen into the underworld. Even the number one hero, Stars and Stripes, had been unable to handle the city, as her rules were negated by the pollen. He admitted he had little faith in her to begin with. V noted Izuku's apparent disdain for heroes, but he stopped himself from elaborating, coughing and leaving Izuku even more perplexed. Nero shifted the conversation, stating that they needed to find out if Dante was alive and that if he was not, they would move on. V halted Nero's approach to the tree, insisting they first exterminate some Clifth roots. Nero sighed in response. As V's familiars returned to him, Nero asked what V truly was. V smirked at the question just as a vehicle approached them. It stopped in front of them, and the window rolled down. Nico, appearing flustered, explained that she was late due to traffic. Nero and Izuku sighed in response. Izuku greeted Nico, and she acknowledged V, pointing out Goliath's finger near his feet. She kicked it toward her hand and sniffed it. Nero expressed disgust, asking if she knew where it had been. Nico jokingly replied that it had been up his backside, to which Izuku added that it wasn't far off. Nero yelled at him for that comment. V, Nero, and Izuku discussed their next steps, with V suggesting they take care of some Clifth roots before confronting Urizen to slow the tree's growth. He proposed splitting into 3 groups to cover more ground, which Nero agreed was a good idea. Izuku lamented that it was going to be a long day, and Nero sighed deeply in agreement. Nico finished crafting a new devil breaker from Goliath's finger, using its magic to create a rocket arm. She proudly presented her creation, but when Nero reached for it, she pulled it back, demanding payment first. Nero questioned if the materials he had gathered for her projects counted for anything, but Nico insisted her work was worth every dime. Nero retorted about her quality control, and Nico suggested he should avoid getting hit by demons. Ignoring her, he exited the van. Nico continued to marvel at her creation, while the demonic bird on the fridge mocked her artistic claims. Nico confidently asserted her skills, and as she rambled about her grandmother's prowess as a gunsmith, she joked about cooking the griffin, causing it to tense up. Meanwhile, Izuku attempted to pet the bird, which was initially reluctant but eventually relented after. The cooking comment. V smirked at their interactions as he stood up and prepared to leave, stating that if he did not see them on the way, he would meet them at the bottom of the Clifth. Nero asked Izuku what he planned to do next. Izuku mentioned he would head west, sensing powerful demons in that direction. Nico inquired about Izuku's service dog, to which he replied that Fenrir was occupied at the moment. With Fenrir, it had been 4 hours since his master had left. He had gone to face the demon king Urizen by himself, while she was stuck dealing with the heroes. In his mind, he expressed frustration at the 2 pro-heroes from Japan and 1 from America who were yelling at him for destroying the bridge. Ryaku shouted at him, demanding a response, but he remained silent. Another hero, wearing a blue coat with blue flames instead of fur at the collar and a white mask hiding his face, pointed out that Ryaku had been yelling for 2 hours without getting a reply. His hands bore burns and stitches, a testament to his battles. Ryaku insisted that D help her instead of being sarcastic. D explained that their quirks didn't work past that point, glancing at Fenrir, who had not moved from his position. Ryaku suggested that D could just shoot fire at Fenrir, but D reminded her that it wouldn't work. D created a blue fireball and threw it at Fenrir, who absorbed it without flinching. Frustrated, Ryaku yelled insults, while D attempted to calm her down. Fenrir urged his master to hurry before Ryaku lost her temper again. Meanwhile, Izuku walked east toward a large Clifth route, sensing the presence of 3 powerful demons as he navigated the destroyed streets. He swiftly dealt with some hellgates and impusa that were drawn to him because of his blood. After a few minutes, he arrived at a large clearing surrounded by wrecked cars and buildings. Suddenly, a demon resembling a ghost with scissors charged at him from above. Before he could pull the trigger on the Muramasa, a flaming bullet struck the mask of the scissor demon, taking it down. Another bullet whizzed past him, and he narrowly dodged it, turning to see the outline of a woman on a rooftop. With a deep sigh, he noticed the woman had stopped shooting at him. He called out to Kafka, who put away her guns and appeared in front of him in an instant. She frowned at his face, which was covered in bloody bandages. She commented on the rumors being true, that he was indeed blind. Izuku expressed annoyance at her shooting a blind person, and she chuckled, putting her hands behind her back. She remarked that they both knew he was more than an average human. Curious about her presence, Izuku asked what she was doing there, wondering if she should be with the Varia. Kafka tilted her head, questioning his hostility. Izuku reminded her that she had just tried to kill him and pointed his sword at her. She asked about the significance of the jacket she wore, but he dismissed it, sighing as he moved forward. When she asked where he was going, he replied that he was going to kill some demons. Kafka asked if she could join him, and after considering it, he nodded, allowing her to follow with a smile. Excited, she asked where they were headed, and he pointed at the large Clifth route in the air. She teased him about stealing his jacket, and he confirmed his annoyance, which made her chuckle. She found him cute when he was mad, leaning closer to him, but he suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of her. Surprised, she asked how he managed that, to which he replied it was none of her business, causing her to pout. Kafka explained that she was there because she heard rumors and Vangala Nino wanted to check on him. Izuku raised an eyebrow, questioning why Nino would send her after Reborn had already reported. She stuttered, unable to finish her thought as they heard the shifting of water ahead. Izuku warned her to get ready for a real fight, raising his katana. She armed herself with her guns, adding 2 more from her legs. A roar echoed as a being made of fire charged at them. They easily dodged the attack, which struck a building. Suddenly, beams of ice and lightning shot at them from both sides, putting them in a tight spot. Kafka activated Witch Time, freezing everything around her. She intended to move Izuku, but he surprised her by starting to move as well. He acknowledged that his suspicions were correct as a gray aura surrounded him. They dodged an incoming attack, colliding and creating a large explosion. When the smoke cleared, Izuku and Kafka found themselves facing 3 demons with sinister grins. One of the demons declared that it was them, sparks crackling across its body, illuminating the surroundings with an eerie glow. Its wingspan was vast, allowing it to soar through stormy skies with grace and agility. A demon resembling an eldritch horror raised its tentacles, claiming its interest in the woman. The being of fire that attacked them retaliated, punching the ice devil, its mane blazing with fiery hues and its body radiating scorching heat. Its piercing eyes flickered with an infernal glow, reflecting the untamed power within as they all stared down at Izuku and Kafka, eyeing them like prey. Kafka asked Izuku how they should handle the situation. Izuku noted that since there was only one Clifth root present, it meant these demons weren't strong enough on their own to maintain it. The fire demon growled, questioning Izuku's implication that they were weak. Izuku smirked, confirming that they were indeed weak on their own, which only fueled their anger. The fire demon roared, charging at Izuku and sending slashes of demonic energy his way, which penetrated its outer hide. Meanwhile, the lightning devil charged at Izuku, sending him crashing through a building. Kafka called out to her friend, worried for his safety. Suddenly, shards of ice and water were hurled at her by Abyss, the water and ice devil, which she deftly dodged. Abyss instructed her to focus on her own fight, creating water whips and thrashing around, trying to hit Kafka and destroying buildings in the process. Kafka evaded the attacks with grace, almost as if she were dancing, and warned Abyss that it had messed with the wrong witch. A magic circle appeared in front of her, and she declared her intent to unleash her power. Abyss was taken aback, questioning what was happening. Kafka's hair unfurled, transforming into a giant hand that punched Abyss, sending it flying through a building. Meanwhile, Izuku faced the lightning devil, who had stabbed him with Muramasa, absorbing its blood and weakening it. The lightning devil grunted in pain, and Izuku's eyes glowed red as he warned it that it shouldn't have attacked him. He kicked the lightning devil with such force that it was sent flying into the fire demon, causing both to crash into each other, dazed. Izuku then pointed his hands in the air, summoning a guitar, and asked Lady Nevin if she was ready to join him in battle. She acknowledged his teacher Dante's good looks but assured him he was no slouch either, prompting Izuku to smirk as he struck a chord, unleashing lightning. The fire demon and the lightning devil were shocked to recognize Lady Nevin. They charged up their elemental beams and fired at Izuku, but the collision created a cloud of smoke. To their surprise, a wall of bats emerged, protecting Izuku. He began to play a guitar riff, summoning bloodthirsty bats that charged at the 2 demons, draining their power bit by bit. Izuku charged at them while still playing, and when he was right beneath them, he stopped, creating a shockwave of demonic energy that distorted the space around him and damaged his enemies, causing them to grunt in pain. The fire demon questioned how they were losing, while Izuku told them to pay attention. Nevin transformed into a sickle, and Izuku slashed at the fire demon, creating a large gash that caused it to stagger. The lightning devil ascended into the air, preparing an all-out attack against Izuku. Meanwhile, Kafka shot at the water demon, which acted a water barrier to defend itself. It retaliated by sending 2 large beams of water at her, but she used the giant hand she had summoned earlier to deflect them. With a fierce kick, she struck Abyss, sending it back as it roared in pain. Kafka prepared for the main event, instilling fear in the water demon. She appeared in front of Abyss, pinching it and shooting at it as she charged up her magic. With a swift move of her gun, she closed the distance and slashed into her opponent with incredible speed. Abyss, now heavily wounded, thought it had endured the worst, but Kafka stomped the ground, summoning a giant portal above the water demon, which looked at her in horror before being crushed. Meanwhile, the lightning devil glowed ominously as a storm began to form above. It roared at Izuku, unleashing multiple lightning bolts and a massive beam. Izuku smirked as he took out Nevin, beginning to play Thunderstruck by AC/DC, generating a large amount of lightning. He jumped into the air, transforming Nevin into her sickle form. The clash of lightning redirected energy everywhere as the storm demon roared, trying to overpower Izuku. However, Izuku, with a devilish grin, managed to cancel out the attack and redirect the remaining lightning back at the lightning devil, who fell faster than a strike of lightning. Breathing heavily, Izuku realized he had exerted more demonic power than ever before. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed Nevin looked damaged. He lamented that he had gone overboard and worried about Dante's reaction. As he contemplated how Nico might fix Nevin, Kafka ran up to him and surprised him with a hug, expressing her relief that he was okay. Confused, Izuku questioned her actions, but Kafka quickly regained her composure, a hint of red on her face. "I see that you took care of the 2 demons," she noted, as if nothing had happened. Izuku acknowledged her observation, noticing a hint of red on his face as he remarked on her defeat of the water demon. Suddenly, the area became scorching hot as the fire demon, Tyrant, was still alive. It charged at Kafka, who had her back turned. Before she could dodge or deflect it, the demon clawed her arm. Izuku swiftly intervened, cutting down the demon and ensuring it was defeated for good as the Clifth root disintegrated. He expressed his concern for Kafka, asking if she was okay. She reassured him that it was just a scratch, despite grunting in pain. Izuku insisted on seeing the wound, but she shook her head, insisting she was fine and that it would heal quickly. However, he remained worried, reminding her that he was a doctor. With a sigh, Kafka finally showed him the injury, and a first aid kit appeared in Izuku's hands. Surprised, Kafka asked if he had that with him. Izuku confirmed that he always carried it, given his profession, prompting a chuckle from her. After some time, Izuku patched up her injury and stood up, stating that it should prevent a scar from forming. Grateful, Kafka accepted his help as he offered her a hand. They both turned to look at the Clifth tree, and Kafka inquired about their next steps. Izuku stated he would head to the tree while she should go home. Kafka objected, firmly stating she wouldn't leave him alone in a demon-infested city. He reminded her that this was her first encounter with demons of this scale and urged her to return to Italy and relax, assuring her he could handle it. Kafka followed him, and Izuku let out a deep sigh, realizing she would stick by him regardless. She playfully remarked about needing to protect his cute face, which only served to annoy him further. He thought to himself that every time he met her, she always had to tease him, especially since others already did enough of that. The scene shifted to Nero, who was heading towards the nearest Clifth roots. He navigated through fallen buildings, battling flying demons and devils alike. Eventually, he made his way to the basement of the Redgrave City Library, where he encountered a strange painting depicting a cloaked figure with a white mask and large scissors. Suddenly, the painting distorted, and a demon emerged, nearly catching Nero off guard as he ducked just in time. The demon attacked again, but Nero dodged, following it through the wall. He reached the upper floors, filled with shelves of books, where 2 scissor demons awaited him. With a smirk, he remarked on the unfairness of 2 against 1 as the demons lunged at him. He jumped out of the way, landing behind them, and took out his blue rose, shooting the back of their heads to stun them momentarily. With a confident grin, he declared the fight was for them. The demons roared in response, and without warning, they lunged at him from opposite ends of the library, their sides slicing through the air. Nero's eyes widened as he swiftly dodged the first attack, feeling the rush of wind as the blades narrowly missed him. Reacting quickly, he transformed his Devil Breaker arm into a powerful rocket fist and unleashed a thunderous punch at the first demon, sending it crashing into a bookshelf, causing books to rain down. Before he could catch his breath, the second demon closed in, its scythe aimed at his head. Instinctively, Nero raised his rocket arm, which pulsed with energy, and punched the demon, sending it into the air before it exploded, showering the library with dark energy. Nero regained his footing, determination burning in his eyes as he unsheathed his red queen sword, its blade crackling with energy. With a powerful leap, he launched himself at the second demon, his sword arcing toward its neck. The demon sensed the danger and swung its scythe to parry the strike. The clash of metal echoed through the library, sparks flying as their weapons met. Nero's strength surged, surrounded by energy as he pushed the demon back. Seizing the moment, he delivered a decisive blow, driving his sword through the demon's chest. Dark energy crackled along the blade, disintegrating the demon's body as it let out a defeated shriek, dissipating into mist. Nero moved forward, entering a hallway. Before he could proceed, a sonic boom shattered the windows, scattering glass across the floor. He quickened his pace, reaching a room that opened to a large clearing outside where the Clifth route was located. Spotting a phone booth, he dialed Nico's number, announcing that she was up. Out of nowhere, her van crashed through the roof and landed beside him, prompting a sigh from Nero. She playfully remarked that she had him covered, and he smiled as he put the phone away and headed to the van to gather more supplies. After thanking Nico, Nero entered what was once an observatory, surveying the decaying building. Suddenly, he sensed a demonic presence behind him. Grabbing his red queen, he turned to face an angelic-looking demon with scaly skin, resembling a mermaid with a humanoid upper body and a piscine lower half. It had 6 wing-like limbs, each adorned with glowing purple eyes. 2 wings were held over its head, 2 were stretched out to the side, and the last 2 covered its body. The devil observed Nero from a distance. When it sensed his hostility, it spread its wings and shot laser projectiles at him. Nero dodged swiftly, drawing his revolver and firing at the devil. After the first shot, the creature flew around the room with intense speed, unleashing lasers at the devil hunter as he reloaded. Nero leaped aside, running along the walls and evading the projectiles before landing in the middle, pointing blue rose at the creature. With a smirk, he remarked on the lack of conversation, shifting to a serious demeanor. Without hesitation, Artemis launched a barrage of attacks, firing deadly projectiles from its appendages. Fueled by determination, Nero leaped into action, deftly dodging the incoming onslaught with acrobatic flips and rolls. He swung his Devil Breaker, Gerbera, using the shockwave to maneuver in the air. As he positioned himself above the demon, he stabbed Artemis in its head, causing it to scream in pain. The creature thrashed violently, flying around the observatory and colliding with the walls and columns, forcing Nero off its head. Gerbera pulsed with a blue color, sparks flying from it as Nero smirked. He shouted as the front of Gerbera opened up into a flower pattern, firing a large beam of energy at Artemis. The demon couldn't evade in time and was forced to take the hit. The laser beam collided with its body, leaving a significant burn and creating a shockwave that temporarily halted its assault as it fell to the ground, weakened. Seizing the momentary respite, Nero sprinted forward, his trusty sword, the Red Queen, ready. With a powerful swing, he cleaved through one of Artemis' appendages, causing it to writhe in pain. The demon quickly regained its composure, flying around the area and shooting an increased number of laser projectiles at the devil hunter. Nero found it increasingly difficult to dodge the attacks. Artemis charged at him, catching him off guard and sending him flying through some columns, creating a crater in the wall. More lasers shot at him, but Nero narrowly avoided the projectiles before they could make contact. The demon then ascended into the air, floating in the middle of the observatory while singing, which bewildered the devil hunter. Seeing the unexpected opportunity, Nero used the hook on his arm to grapple towards the creature, flipping his arm to attach the devil breaker to its face. He jumped off and fired, causing a large explosion that stunned the creature. With a smirk, he sprinted towards the demon, not allowing it time to recover. Running along the walls to reach the height at which the demon floated, Nero lunged forward, delivering a powerful slash down its torso to its tail, cutting it open. To his surprise, a NDE lady fell from the demon, covered in a blue sludge-like substance. Nero caught her before she could hit the ground. Still bewildered, he recognized her as one of the women who had been with Dante during the Fortuna incident. It was Lady, and Nico approached, shocked at the sight. She remarked on her recognition from her old gunsmith days. As she looked at Nero holding the lady, she cringed at the situation, teasing him about it. Nero realized the awkwardness of the moment and sighed deeply while Nico collected the remaining parts of Artemis. Nico joked about the situation, prompting Nero to express his annoyance. She walked back to the van, leaving him to reflect on the encounter. Meanwhile, V, after dealing with the demon near the Clifth route, was attacked by a walking Clifth route named Gilgamesh as he fell into the sewers. He looked around, noting the abundance of Clifth routes. Griffin, emerging from V, commented on their underground location. V acknowledged the need to clear the area and grabbed his cane, moving forward. They navigated through the sewers, encountering multiple demons along the way until they found a path leading to an abandoned warehouse filled with demonic bugs. There, they faced a swarm of Impusa demons and their queen. V stood in the dark warehouse, his book of poetry held tightly in one hand, while his loyal familiars, Shadow and Griffin, materialized before him, ready for the impending battle. Griffin, with his witty demeanor, announced their company and suggested entertaining them with poetry. V smirked, agreeing that it was time to weave words as deadly as their actions. As the Impusa demons lunged forward, V and his familiars sprang into action. Shadow darted between the Impusas, slashing at their legs, while Griffin unleashed devastating shockwaves that sent the demons staggering backward. Griffin taunted the Impusa queen, drawing her attention away from the battle. The lesser demons glowed red as Griffin reminded V that they couldn't defeat the demons alone. V nodded and swiftly appeared before them, stabbing his cane through the demons, reducing them to ashes. The Impusa queen, now focused on V, attacked with rage, swiping left and right as he barely dodged thanks to Shadow's assistance. Her fury intensified, but V and his familiars remained unfazed, their teamwork seamless. With each blow they struck, they chipped away at the queen's power, her once majestic form crumbling under the relentless assault. Griffin understood the urgency as he flew around the Impusa queen, hurling insults to distract her. The queen's fury intensified as he taunted her, urging him to hurry while his wings grew weary. He opened his book of poetry, its pages whispering ancient verses. He declared that her reign of darkness would end, wishing for her nightmares to be consumed by the void. Closing the book, he snapped his fingers, summoning a nightmare that crashed into the Impusa queen, creating a massive explosion that vanquished the insect for good. His hair returned to black as Shadow and Nightmare merged back into him, and Griffin perched on V's arm. They needed to leave before the situation worsened, and V agreed. As they stepped onto the streets, they encountered two powerful demons in conversation. Griffin instinctively hid behind a pillar, recognizing one of them. Malphas, a large female demon with a bird-like body and 3 humanoid heads, was a source of concern. He noted the demonic knight on horseback, unfamiliar to him. V, however, used his cane to discreetly move Griffin away, shushing him to maintain silence. Malphas ordered the knight to search for the devil sword Sparda, expressing her fears about any blood descendant of Sparda. She commanded the knight to find and destroy it before disappearing through a portal. Moments later, V stepped into the clearing, tapping his cane to get the knight's attention. The knight's horse reared up, roaring as the knight raised its sword, lightning crackling around it. V smirked, sensing the demon's power, and assured the knight he would be gentle. As the voltaic Black Knight charged forward, V extended his hand, channeling his arcane powers. Shadow sprang into action, weaving through the chaos with grace, lunging at Giriant's legs to disrupt its balance. Griffin took to the skies, circling above, ready to strike. Bolts of lightning surrounded the Black Knight, creating an impenetrable barrier. V focused, searching for a weakness amidst the electric storm. Griffin taunted the knight, claiming its dazzling armor wouldn't save it from their dark verse. The knight's anger intensified, and Girion surged forward, lightning trailing behind. V and his familiars dodged, narrowly avoiding the deadly strikes. V channeled his dark energy, reciting ancient poems to counter the overwhelming electricity. He commanded Shadow to attack, and the panther transformed into a saw blade, charging at the steed and leaving cuts on its demonic flesh. The horse huffed, steam escaping its nostrils. Suddenly, V noticed their movements slowing as a blue field of energy enveloped the area. The knight charged at V, sword crackling with lightning. Just before the sword struck, Griffin swooped in from above, blinding the horse and disrupting the knight's attack, dispersing the energy field. As the knight struggled to regain control of his steed, V devised a plan. Shadow moved with uncanny speed, striking at Girion's exposed flanks, while Griffin's lightning feathers aimed for the knight's vulnerable spots. The Black Knight retaliated with swift strikes of his electrified sword, but V and his familiars danced through the chaos, their movements synchronized. Enraged, the Black Knight unleashed a torrential storm of lightning, engulfing the battlefield. V and his familiars were momentarily blinded but refused to yield. With a powerful swing, the knight released a cataclysm of lightning, engulfing Shadow and Griffin in a storm that left them vulnerable. V felt his plans falter as he searched for another solution, glancing at his book. Realizing he still had a card to play, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. From the shadows of Girion, a massive golem of black sludge emerged, its eye glowing fiercely. The golem hurled its mace-like fists at the horse, sending it crashing back and causing significant damage. It then shot a laser from its eye, resulting in an explosion that left the knight and the horse dazed. As Shadow and Griffin recovered, they saw Nightmare fighting alongside V. Griffin remarked on their reunion, while V urged them to hurry, knowing time was of the essence. "Restrain them while you can," V commanded, and all three familiars sprang into action. Shadow weaved its body through the cracks in the floor, causing numerous spikes to rise from underground, holding Girion and the knight in place. Meanwhile, Griffin soared into the air and unleashed a ball of pure lightning at the demons, stunning and disorienting them further as Nightmare prepared for the finishing move, holding the horse's head in place. Without wasting any time, V ran across the golem's back and struck the horse, ending the fight as it disintegrated into ashes. V's hair returned to black as his familiars gathered around him. The weakened demonic knight, seeing V's current state, seized the opportunity to escape. V attempted to pursue but fell to his knees, exhausted from expending too much power. Griffin expressed concern for V, asking if he was all right. V reassured him, insisting he needed to chase the knight. He believed that if the Devil Sword Sparda still existed, it might be their only chance to defeat Urizen. Griffin cautioned V to think carefully about what he would do if he found it, pointing out that one needed to be strong in mind and body to wield the Sparda, and V was neither. V countered that while it might be too much for him, it could be different for Nero and Izuku. Griffin fell silent as V picked up a part of the now-defeated Girion, thinking it might be useful for Nero in the upcoming battle. V stated that once they were near the Sparda, he should be able to sense its presence before walking away. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kafka were heading toward the van when they spotted a large Clifth root, resembling an insect with 4 legs and an elongated body similar to a cockroach. The creature was causing destruction, attacking anything in its path. Kafka asked Izuku what it was, but he was too far to sense the vibrations. As the giant root approached, Izuku felt the impact of its feet hitting the ground and was able to visualize it clearly. Realizing it was too dangerous to leave alone, he told Kafka to stay alert as he prepared to confront it. Kafka, looking at him incredulously, questioned his sanity. Izuku assured her that while it might be new and scary for her, it was just another day for him. He then teleported to the Titan's location, prompting Kafka to curse his name before following. Izuku perched atop a building, observing the route wreaking havoc in the shipping yard, destroying cargo ships and tossing containers. He felt Nero attacking the creature and smirked, leaping at the giant demon to target a blood sac on its back. He equipped Nevin, transforming it into its broken scythe mode, crackling with lightning. He declared that it had one last shot before breaking completely and decided to use it for an easy win as he sliced into the demon's back. Nero, witnessing Izuku's boldness, laughed and urged him to leave some for him. He used the grappling hook on his arm to soar into the air, taking out Red Queen and revving its handle, causing flames to burst forth. With a smirk, he sliced down into the blood sac, digging his blade into the creature's back as he revved it again, igniting it. Suddenly, one of the demon's legs crashed through the floor of the shipping yard, throwing it off balance and providing Izuku and Nero with the perfect opportunity to take it down. Izuku, with a crazed smile, asked if Nero was ready. Nero enthusiastically agreed. As Nero revved his sword, an explosion erupted, while Izuku charged up more demonic power. A bolt of lightning struck the devil from above, and their combined attacks caused the blood sac to burst, defeating the Clifth root and halting its rampage as it collapsed to the ground. Izuku expressed his enjoyment of the fight as he removed Nevin from the root's back. Nero agreed, and they exchanged a high five before walking away from the fallen creature. As they continued, they came across the hole where the demon's leg had fallen through and spotted V and Griffin underground. Nero knelt down, resting his sword on his shoulder, and asked what they were doing down there. Griffin, in a mocking tone, laughed and suggested they didn't think they had done it all by themselves. Nero jokingly remarked that he bet Griffin tasted like chicken, prompting Izuku to nudge him for being rude. Griffin grumbled that at least one of them had manners as he landed on V's arm. V instructed them to move forward, suggesting they meet at the subway entrance, and Izuku nodded in agreement. Kafka watched from a distance, shocked by what she had just witnessed. Two ordinary humans had taken down a massive titan in mere seconds. She questioned what kind of people they were. Nico, arriving in her van, commented that they were just a bunch of troublemakers. As Nero and Izuku approached the van, Nero looked at Kafka, confused about who she was. Izuku shrugged in response. Kafka, frustrated, punched Izuku on the shoulder for lying about something. Izuku protested, claiming it was just a joke, leading to a playful argument between them. Nero and Nico observed their banter, amused yet puzzled, and Nero asked if Nico had any ideas on how to make them stop. Nico cleared her throat and called out to Izuku, getting his attention. She was there, and confusion filled the air. Nero explained that she had been used as a battery for a demon. Kafka demanded answers, questioning who they were. Izuku introduced himself and his friends, while Nico explained that she and Nero were part of the team behind Devil May Cry Mobile. Kafka felt a bit out of place but introduced herself nonetheless. Nico asked Kafka to pick up a food can, but Kafka instead grabbed a piece of rubbish. Nico pointed out the other can, and Kafka, slightly annoyed, picked up a part of a demon. With a sarcastic tone, Nico acknowledged it, and Nero walked past, hinting that things were about to get worse. Kafka sighed deeply as she entered the van with Nero and Izuku. Inside the van, Nero and Izuku asked Lady questions about Dante and Trish. Lady recalled that Trish had been captured, but she was uncertain about Dante's fate. Izuku expressed his hope that Dante was still alive. Lady then inquired about Izuku's eyes, prompting Nero to point out his own prosthetic as a comparison. Suddenly, V entered the van, holding a piece of the Jiren. He informed them that traveling by car was not an option. Izuku confirmed they were waiting for him, while Nero rummaged through his devil breakers in the back of the van. V exchanged a familiar glance with Lady, which puzzled her. He offered Nico some demon parts he had found, and she eagerly accepted them, excited about the possibilities. Izuku also contributed by pulling out 3 parts from elemental devils, which Nico quickly took. Her excitement was palpable as she envisioned creating something amazing with the materials. She then went to the back to start her work, while Izuku tossed her a broken Nevin, suggesting it needed some fine-tuning. V noticed a new face in the van and asked Kafka for her identity. She introduced herself as Kafka of the Vangala's secret squad, Varia. Lady recognized the name and asked if Kafka was the one who had taken Izuku's jacket, to which he confirmed. Lady insisted that Kafka return it, but Kafka refused until she received an explanation. Izuku firmly stated he would never tell her. In V's mind, Griffin commented on the chemistry he sensed between Izuku and Kafka, which made V smile. V decided it was time to leave and headed for the subway tunnel. Lady questioned whether they could trust V, but Nero admitted he wasn't sure, although V might prove useful. Nico then introduced two new devil breakers, naming them Ragtime and Rawhide, impressing Kafka with her speed. Nico returned with Izuku's guitar, now transformed into a futuristic version. She proudly named it Forger, and Izuku was amazed by the upgrade. Kafka teased him about being blind, but Izuku defended his ability to appreciate good craftsmanship. Nico demonstrated the guitar's ability to change forms based on elemental needs, which thrilled Izuku. As they prepared to leave, Kafka followed Izuku, leaving Lady and Nico behind. Nico playfully urged Lady to wake up and start digging, but Lady expressed her desire for rest. Eventually, she complied, hoping Nico had appropriate clothes for the task. Nero, V, Izuku, and Kafka positioned themselves before the subway tunnels, ready to face the challenges ahead. Nero casually suggested that he and V would take the tunnels while the others would go above ground. Izuku agreed, and they split up, each taking their own path. In the subway, Nero and V encountered a horde of lizard-like demons. Nero swung his Red Queen, skillfully slicing through the enemies, while V relied on his familiars to weaken the demons, taking them down one by one. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kafka faced flying demons, using their skills to dispatch them swiftly. Izuku's heightened senses alerted him to the approaching threats, and Kafka shot down a demon targeting him, clearing the way. With a confident grin, Kafka and Izuku locked eyes, their rivalry fueling their determination. Together, they unleashed their abilities, taking down the swarm of demons that challenged them. Izuku deftly wielded his Muramasa, severing demon heads with precision while evading and maneuvering past their attacks. A crimson flame ignited from one of the rings on Kafka's hand, casting an eerie glow as a cunning smile played across her face. Swiftly, she darted ahead of Izuku, gracefully leaping into a horde of demons. Drawing her two guns, she unleashed their power, triggering which time to halt the flow of time itself. With deadly precision, she fired flaming bullets, obliterating every single demon in her vicinity. When she snapped her fingers, time resumed, and the demons she had shot erupted in a burst of fiery red flames. In the distance, Izuku smirked as he swiftly dispatched a demon, sending it crashing into a group of its companions. With a surge of energy, he charged at the horde of demons and devils he was facing, summoning his elemental guitar, Forger. Strumming the strings, bolts of lightning erupted from the instrument, pushing back the devils and delivering electric shocks. As the song echoed through the air, a magnificent dragon composed of fire and lightning emerged from the guitar, charging towards the group of demons. It unleashed a torrent of mixed fire and lightning breath, engulfing the demons in a blazing and electrifying inferno. Their cries filled the air as the dragon then descended into the midst of the group, culminating in a spectacular explosion. A spectacle of crimson fire and crackling yellow lightning illuminated the surroundings, leaving a lasting impression for any witnesses fortunate enough to behold the display. Izuku, breathless and glistening with perspiration, expressed his excitement about the display. Kafka, raising an eyebrow, remarked on the impressive performance but questioned how he managed to play the guitar without seeing the chords. Izuku simply replied with muscle memory, leaving Kafka slightly puzzled. She decided to let the question rest for the moment, knowing that Izuku's abilities often defied conventional understanding. Prompted by Izuku, they continued on their way, and Kafka's curiosity got the better of her. She asked about his relationship with Nero, intrigued by Izuku's personal life. He explained that Nero was probably the closest thing he had to a best friend. Kafka observed that it was kind of crazy how they acted like two peas in a pod, noting their uncanny synchronicity in battle. Izuku smiled at the unexpected but oddly fitting comparison, cherishing the bond he shared with Nero. Later, Izuku and Kafka rendezvoused with Nero and V at the end of the subway, making their way towards the theater house. The room was surrounded by numerous torches, their blue flames flickering to life, casting an eerie glow that put everyone on guard. Suddenly, a towering figure descended from above, a tall, humanoid demon clad in vibrant armor adorned with pulsating red lines. A flowing purple cape draped from its back, while a massive broadsword was held in its grasp. As the demon knight rose to its feet, its attention fixated on the heroes. Behind the demonic knight, a squadron of smaller knights materialized, readying themselves for battle. Nero let out a light chuckle, breaking the tension, and quipped about getting the band back together, his mind briefly flashing with memories of a dark night. Kafka turned to Izuku, concern etched on her face, asking if he was okay. Shaking off the discomfort, Izuku assured her that he was fine. Surprisingly, V mirrored Izuku's reaction, his gaze filled with anger as he pointed his cane at the approaching demon knights, declaring his intent to destroy the evil that lurked before them. Nero smirked as he drew his weapon, and the demon hunters readied themselves, poised to confront the oncoming demonic knights with unwavering determination. Without warning, the structure trembled violently, causing the room they occupied to break away from the main building. It teetered precariously, sliding along the ground towards the edge of the cliff below. The ground quaked beneath their feet as panic and urgency filled the air. As the demonic knights advanced with malicious intent, the demon hunters sprang into action, their weapons and abilities ready to clash against the unholy forces before them. Izuku swiftly unsheathed his red sword, Muramasa, its blade gleaming with an otherworldly energy. He lunged forward, engaging one of the smaller demonic knights with a flurry of swift and precise strikes. The blade absorbed the life essence, empowering Izuku's every move. With each swing, kinetic energy surged forth, delivering devastating blows that shattered the knight's defenses. Kafka unleashed a barrage of shots from her guns, their bullets infused with power as they pierced through demonic flesh. She displayed her acrobatic prowess, seamlessly blending graceful movements and deadly marksmanship. Her confidence fueled her rivalry with Izuku, each trying to outshine the other in combat. Launching her opponent into the air, Kafka swiftly anticipated an attack from behind. Just as one of the other Angelo demons poised to strike, Izuku reacted with remarkable speed, hurling his demonic daggers, a strainer, intercepting the demon in a timely fashion. The demon erupted in a fiery explosion, consumed by a burst of crimson flames. Kafka, leaping into the air, bombarded the Angelo with a barrage of magic bullets, determined to prove her prowess. As she landed a powerful kick, the force cracked the ground beneath them, unleashing a potent shockwave. Izuku smirked as he sliced through the demon with his sword, severing its existence. V, relying on his demonic familiars, commanded Griffin to swoop down upon the Dark Knight. The lightning-covered, razor-sharp talons tore through armor with ease, delivering a jolt of electricity. Shadow lurked in V's shadow, striking at the demonic minions with its ethereal claws as it charged at him. Griffin, V's loyal familiar, soared through the air, unleashing scathing insults at the demonic knights while crackling bolts of lightning emanated from its feathers. The electrical discharges struck the knights with precision, eliciting growls of frustration. Griffin taunted, claiming to have seen moldy bread with more fight in it, his voice filled with arrogance. Amidst the electrifying display, the demonic knights seethed with anger, their focus shifting towards the audacious familiar. The taunting words seemed to fuel their determination to eradicate the pesky bird and its allies. Nero jested about the potential consequences of Griffin's taunts, causing Izuku to laugh. Griffin scowled in annoyance, unfazed by the banter as Nero swiftly switched his Devil Breaker to Helter Skelter. Utilizing the incredible drilling power of the Devil Breaker, Nero unleashed a devastating assault, pulverizing the unfortunate Squadro Angelo, reducing it to nothingness. The destruction only served to further enrage the larger Prototo Angelo, which now fixated its attention on Nero. Taunting the furious demon, Nero goaded it to attack, his confidence unyielding. Switching to Overture, He combined sheer strength and agility to unleash a powerful electric attack on the large demon. His sword danced with precision, striking with unparalleled speed and force. With his trusty firearms in hand, he broke the guard of the large demon, giving everyone a chance to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Nero's bold move spurred the others into action. With unwavering determination, they launched a relentless assault on the demonic knight, unleashing a flurry of attacks from all directions. V directed Griffin to rain down bolts of lightning, while Kafka tapped into her magic, conjuring a colossal demonic hand made of hair that delivered a powerful punch, propelling the knight towards Izuku and Nero. Reacting swiftly, Izuku and Nero synchronized their movements, their blades glinting as they executed a perfectly timed and graceful sword slash. The combined force of their strikes proved overwhelming, and in an instant, the demonic knight met its end. The sliding room veered perilously close to the edge of the cliff, prompting them all to make a daring leap to safety just in the nick of time. Nero remarked on their delay in reaching their destination, his gaze fixed upon the imposing Clifth tree before them. Izuku jested about the situation, receiving a playful punch to the shoulder from Kafka, who laughed nervously as he rubbed his sore arm. Curiosity piqued, V inquired about the giant hand Kafka had unleashed against the Angelo, noting it was unlike any demon he had encountered before. Kafka replied with an air of mystery, asserting that it was her secret. V acknowledged her ability to keep secrets, a warm smile playing on his lips as he cast a glance around their surroundings. His eyes settled on a familiar house perched upon a distant hill. V shared a memory of the town being attacked once before, his gaze fixated on the house on the faraway hill, a glimmer of sadness reflected in his eyes. Approaching a nearby seesaw, he recounted his recollections, his voice tinged with nostalgia as he pointed towards the house on the hill. He announced that it was time for them to part ways, surprising everyone with his decision. Nero attempted to persuade him to stay, but V shrugged it off, declaring his intent to seek out the devil sword Sparda. Izuku warned him against it, concern etched on his face as V approached him. V explained that to win the fight, they would need all the help they could get, patting Izuku's shoulder before walking past him. Izuku commanded Kafka to accompany V, leaving her puzzled and reluctant. She protested, not eager to accompany a stranger, but Izuku implored her, expressing his concern for V's safety. Kafka gazed into his eyes, seeing a rare glimmer of worry, and she sighed in reluctant agreement. She demanded that afterward, Izuku tell her why the jacket was so important to him, to which he sighed and nodded. Relinquishing her hand, he watched as she followed V while the devil hunters went their own ways. Nero remarked on Izuku's unusual request, and Izuku acknowledged that he had anticipated the same question from Nero. Determined, Izuku declared that they would go kill their adversary, and Nero nodded in agreement as the two devil hunters set off to confront Urizen while V and Kafka went to retrieve the devil sword Sparda. Nero and Izuku ventured deeper into the heart of the Clifth tree, the entrance behind them sealing shut, leaving them with no choice but to press forward. Frustrated by the closing pathway, they exchanged annoyed glances before resuming their determined march. Nero muttered that there was no turning back now, to which Izuku replied that it hadn't been an option to begin with. Curiosity piqued, Nero questioned Izuku about his decision to send Kafka with V, expressing his belief that having her by their side would have made their mission easier. Izuku took a moment to contemplate before he let out a sigh, revealing his underlying worries about keeping her away from the impending battle. Nero empathized with Izuku's protectiveness and offered his condolences. He then inquired about Kafka's significance in the Mafia, prompting Izuku to affirm her high-ranking status. Izuku planned to reclaim his prized possession, reminding himself to retrieve his jacket from her later. Curiosity getting the better of him, Nero prodded further, speculating that Kafka's actions might be a sign of affection. He suggested that maybe she liked Izuku, nudging him playfully. Izuku met Nero's gaze with an incredulous expression and dismissed the notion. Nero persisted, claiming the signs were evident. Izuku sighed, growing more exasperated, and inquired about the signs he was referring to. Nero explained that when girls in kindergarten steal things from boys and never give them back, it's usually because they like them, sharing his own experience with Kairi. Izuku questioned why Kairi would steal something from Nero and not give it back, confusion etching his face. Nero chuckled nervously, avoiding a direct answer and declaring it a conversation for another time. He shifted their focus back to the imminent battle, stating they had a king to dethrone. Izuku nodded, unsheathing his sword as a horde of demons loomed ahead, ready to test their mettle. Izuku and Nero faced the daunting horde of demons blocking their path, their determination unwavering. The air crackled with anticipation as they prepared to unleash their abilities and ascend the treacherous Clifth. With a flick of his wrist, Nero summoned his devil breakers, infusing them with demonic power. His right arm transformed into the powerful Buster arm, ready to deliver devastating blows, while his left arm sprouted the overture, crackling with electric energy. Izuku, fueled by his resolve, tapped into the immense power within him. His red sword, Muramasa, absorbed the surrounding energy, pulsating with kinetic force. He also called upon his guitar, strumming its strings to unleash elemental attacks of fire, ice, and lightning. The battle commenced as demons lunged at them, teeth gnashing and claws slashing through the air. Nero leaped into action, his acrobatic movements accompanied by lightning-fast strikes from his Buster arm. Each blow landed with tremendous force, reducing demons to mere smoldering ashes. Izuku, relying on his enhanced senses, dodged and weaved through the chaos, seamlessly switching between his sword and guitar. He sliced through the horde with expert precision, the Muramasa cleaving demons apart, while the elemental attacks from his guitar scorched and froze their adversaries. As they carved their path forward, the demon horde grew more relentless. Yet, Izuku and Nero maintained their composure, their synergy evident in their synchronized attacks. Nero's electrifying overture discharged bolts of lightning, arcing through multiple enemies, while Izuku's fiery and icy guitar notes engulfed demons in a tempest of flames and frost. They ascended the Clifth, maneuvering their way up its twisted branches and gnarled vines. With every demon they defeated, their determination grew stronger, and their movements became more fluid and precise. The demon horde gradually thinned out as their adversaries fell beneath the might of their combined powers. Finally, after a grueling battle, Izuku and Nero emerged triumphant at the peak of the Clifth. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the towering demon tree pulsated with dark energy. They stood side by side, catching their breath, their gazes fixed on the formidable challenge that awaited them at the summit. Nero expressed their progress with determination, stating they had come this far and needed to finish this. Izuku nodded, his eyes burning with resolve, affirming that together they would bring an end to the nightmare. With renewed vigor, they stepped forward, ready to face the ultimate test that awaited them atop the Clifth. Their bond as demon hunters would guide them through the darkness as they prepared to confront the true source of their trials and reclaim their world from the clutches of evil. As they made their way through the twisted pathways of the Clifth tree, fragments of memories started resurfacing in Izuku's mind, visions that had haunted his dreams since he was an infant. In these dreams, he witnessed a fierce clash between red and blue forces. The blue figure, desperate for more power, cried out in agony, while a black figure with 3 eyes ominously observed the torment. Strangely, Izuku felt a peculiar connection, as if the blue figure could peer into his very soul, seeing him for who he truly was. It was as though he was seeing the world through Izuku, even at that moment. These memories and dreams puzzled Izuku, leaving him with a sense of unease and an ever-growing curiosity about their meaning and significance. The duo stumbled upon a phone booth, its frame entangled in demonic vines. Nero took charge, swiftly slicing through the obstructing vines with his sword, clearing a path to the booth. He dialed Nico's number, hopeful that she would come to their aid in this treacherous realm of the Clifth. As they waited, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if Nico would actually make it to their location. The uncertainty lingered in the air, but before Nero could offer his response, a sudden commotion interrupted their thoughts. A van tore through the outer layers of the Clifth, bursting onto their fleshy platform with a display of both skill and chaos. Nico exclaimed her arrival, swinging open the van's door with flair. Izuku greeted her as he got in, while Nero sighed tiredly before going in to refill his devil breakers. After taking some rest at Nico's van, Izuku and Nero braced themselves and made their way toward the lair of the demon king, Urizen. With a shared nod of understanding, they entered the lair, their eyes focused on the formidable figure seated upon the throne. Izuku taunted Urizen, but the demon king remained silent, his presence unyielding. As the two devil hunters explored the lair, searching for any trace of Dante, confusion clouded Nero's mind. He questioned the absence of his fellow hunter, wondering where Dante was. Surprisingly, Urizen spoke, his voice chilling and filled with an unsettling familiarity, asking if they had come here to die. Nero was taken aback by the Demon King's vocalization and jeered at him, commenting on his name. Urizen proclaimed himself as power absolute. Izuku retorted, drawing his sword alongside Nero, and Urizen growled, launching a barrage of spikes toward the devil hunters, setting the stage for an intense battle. Nero muttered about showing Urizen dead weight as he revved the handle on his sword, flames bursting from its pipes. The dynamic duo launched themselves into a fierce assault against the formidable demon king, Urizen. Nero swiftly utilized his gun to counter and shoot down the incoming spikes hurled at them, while Izuku hurled his demonic daggers towards Urizen. However, their attack was met with resistance as the daggers were deflected by a floating red crystal shield that protected Urizen. Urizen retaliated with a barrage of demonic energy beams from all directions, forcing Nero and Izuku to evade with nimble agility. With quick reflexes, Izuku brandished his Muramasa sword, skillfully deflecting the onslaught of Clifth roots thrown at them by Urizen, creating an opening for Nero to strike. Nero swiftly switched his arm to the overture form, charging its power before attaching it to Urizen's crystal. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of sword strokes against the tyrannical foe, aiming to weaken his defenses. Meanwhile, Izuku summoned his sky-forged guitar, skillfully strumming the chords to conjure a swarm of lightning-infused bats that streaked towards Urizen. As Nero's Devil Breaker reached full charge, he swiftly affixed it to the crystal, leaping back and launching a powerful shot that triggered a massive explosion, causing fragments of the crystal to shatter. Simultaneously, Izuku's lightning bats swooped in, relentlessly attacking the crystal and further destabilizing Urizen's weakening barrier. Their combined efforts had taken their toll on Urizen's defenses, leaving his barrier teetering on the brink of collapse. Victory seemed within their grasp as they pressed forward, determined to bring down the formidable demon king once and for all. As Urizen's barrier weakened and cracks began to spread across the remnants of the crystal shield, the demon king's true power surged forth with unrestrained intensity. Izuku and Nero found themselves in a daunting battle, struggling to contend with the overwhelming force that Urizen now unleashed. Urizen's attacks grew fiercer and more devastating, shaking the very foundations of the Clifth tree. Waves of dark energy surged towards Izuku and Nero, threatening to consume them. The ground quaked beneath their feet as demonic tendrils lashed out, seeking to ensnare and crush them. Izuku relied on his swift reflexes and mastery of his demonic abilities, using his agility to evade the onslaught and his Muramasa sword to parry the incoming strikes. Nero unleashed a flurry of precise and powerful sword strikes, aiming to chip away at Urizen's defenses, but found himself constantly pushed back by the overwhelming force of the Demon King's attacks. Their determination remained unyielding as they fought on, drawing upon their own inner strength and the bond forged through their shared battles. They exchanged glances, silently conveying their resolve to overcome this seemingly insurmountable challenge. But Urizen's power seemed boundless, and his relentless assault threatened to overwhelm them. The air crackled with dark energy, and the once proud devil hunters found themselves pushed to their limits. Bruised and battered, they refused to yield, their will to protect the world from the tyranny of Urizen driving them forward. In the face of adversity, Izuku and Nero tapped into their innermost reserves of strength. Their eyes ablaze with determination, despite their battered and bruised bodies, they summoned the last vestiges of their strength. With unwavering resolve, they surged forward, their blades raised high. In a synchronized motion, Izuku and Nero unleashed a final, powerful strike, severing Urizen's arm in a blaze of crimson. Their victory, however, was short-lived as Urizen retaliated with a devastating force. The sheer power of his counterattack sent them hurtling through the air, crashing into the nearby wall with bone-shaking impact. The force of the impact left a deep crater in the wall, a testament to the immense strength of the Demon King. Bruised and disoriented, they struggled to regain their footing, pain coursing through their weary bodies. Yet, their spirits remained unbroken. Gritting their teeth and pushing through the agony, they rose to their feet, refusing to let this setback dampen their resolve. Nero slowly rose to his feet, acknowledging the moment. Izuku followed suit, his determination shining through the marks of their battle. As Nero wiped the blood from his face, Izuku removed the bandages that covered his scarred eyes, ensuring that his wounds were clean to prevent infection. The duo exchanged a knowing glance, their resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming power before them. Urizen's anger intensified as he rose from his throne, his arm regenerating instantaneously. The ground beneath him trembled as a pool of blood erupted like a violent volcano. He roared in rage, demanding to know how they dared to strike him. Izuku felt confusion cloud his mind as he realized that Urizen remained unfazed by their previous attacks. Urizen's voice took on a demonic timbre as he proclaimed that they would regret being born, calling them useless and quirkless. With a surge of overwhelming power, Urizen launched a relentless assault on Nero and Izuku. Their bodies were tossed around the chamber like ragdolls, crashing into walls and pillars with bone-jarring impacts. Despite the agony coursing through their veins, Nero and Izuku refused to yield. They gathered every ounce of their remaining strength, pushing themselves to fight back. With gritted teeth and determined gazes, they unleashed their final attacks, pouring their remaining energy into the assault. Nero swung his sword with furious determination, his devil breaker sparking with residual power. Izuku channeled his quirk and unleashed devastating waves of kinetic energy, combining them with his lightning-infused strikes. But their efforts were met with an indomitable force, as Urizen deflected and countered their every move with terrifying ease. The Demon King's power overwhelmed them, and their bodies could no longer withstand the onslaught. Despite their tenacity, they were sent hurtling through the chamber, crashing against the walls once more. Struggling to rise, their bodies screamed in protest as blood dripped from their wounds, mingling with their sweat-soaked brows. They exchanged a brief glance, a silent acknowledgement of their unyielding spirit. But even their unwavering determination couldn't defy the cruel reality. With one final devastating blow, Urizen sent them flying back, their forms arcing through the air before crashing to the ground. Darkness began to close in on their vision as their bodies succumbed to the depths of pain and exhaustion. The Clifth roots snaked around Izuku and Nero, lifting them into the air. With each passing moment, the grip of the roots tightened, causing excruciating pain. Urizen, in his cruel arrogance, couldn't resist mocking the two devil hunters, declaring them nothing but feeble humans. Pitiful creatures cursed from the moment they entered this world. Urizen sneered, a hint of sadness mingling with his contemptuous words. As the roots constricted further, the unbearable pain pushed Izuku and Nero to their limits. Just when it seemed hopeless, a powerful figure descended from above. This demonic entity possessed 4 majestic horns, 4 imposing wings, and wielded a massive broadsword. With a single swing, the entity shattered the roots, freeing Izuku and Nero, who collapsed to the ground, drained and weakened. Urizen demanded to know who dared to interfere, his gaze fixed upon the interloper. In response, a surge of crimson energy emanated from the demonic figure, defying Urizen's assault. The king, astonished and bewildered, unleashed a barrage of spikes, only to witness them effortlessly destroyed by the defiant entity. Urizen exclaimed in shock and disbelief, questioning the creature that dared to defy a king. In a dazed state, Nero remarked on the sight of the demon as his vision blurred and darkness overtook him, causing him to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Izuku, with his senses still intact, felt the powerful aura of the demon. A small smile crossed his lips, knowing they were safe in the presence of this unknown being, before he succumbed to overwhelming fatigue and slipped into unconsciousness. Griffin glided through the destroyed city, searching for the devil sword Sparda. However, his flight was interrupted by an unexpected sight: demons with multiple arms dancing above him. Perplexed and slightly unnerved, he returned to V and Kafka, hovering next to them. V inquired if Griffin had found anything. Griffin shook his head, unsure of what he had seen but mentioning the dancing demons. Kafka, also puzzled, found the idea bizarre. V decided they should keep moving, stating that the Devil Sword Sparda was nearby. Kafka and Griffin followed closely behind. V turned to Kafka, asking why she was accompanying them. Kafka replied that Izuku wanted her to keep V safe, surprising him. V questioned why Izuku would ask that of her, and Kafka shrugged, unsure of the reason. V sighed, accepting the mysterious turn of events. As they navigated through the ruins of the once thriving city, determined to retrieve the Devil Sword Sparda, they followed the trail of Clifth roots, pushing through fallen buildings and battling countless hordes of demons. Eventually, they reached a clearing, but their relief was short-lived. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently, putting them on high alert. Suddenly, a colossal demon resembling a crocodile burst through the nearby buildings, abruptly halting after crashing its head into a wall. They observed the creature, a two-legged crocodile-like being with an oversized head, covered in a mishmash of chains and metal plates, particularly around its jaws, which were connected to a large wooden device on its tail. Kafka exclaimed in shock, covering her nose to block out the foul stench emanating from the creature. Griffin retreated into V, expressing his discomfort. V took out his book of poems, baffling Kafka, who looked at him with confusion and amusement. He invited them to join the fight, and Kafka nodded, summoning her guns, ready to face the formidable foe. V and Kafka sprang into action, facing the monstrous behemoth. V summoned his familiars to aid them in the fight. Griffin, the lightning demon bird, circled above, ready to strike with bolts of electricity. Shadow, the dark panther, slinked through the shadows, preparing to attack with deadly spikes. Kafka pointed her guns at the behemoth, firing a barrage of bullets infused with her magic. The bullets tore through the air, hitting the creature's hide and leaving marks on its tough skin. The behemoth roared in anger, lashing out with its massive claws. V commanded Griffin to unleash a powerful lightning attack, but the behemoth deftly dodged the electrical assault. Meanwhile, Shadow emerged from the shadows beneath the behemoth, launching spikes towards its legs. The spikes struck true, causing the creature to stumble and roar in pain. The behemoth turned its attention to Shadow, trying to strike the elusive panther, but Shadow moved with unnatural speed, always one step ahead. V recited an incantation from his book, channeling dark energy into a spell. The behemoth felt a powerful force tugging at it from all sides as Shadow used its dark magic to restrain the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Kafka continued her relentless assault, firing bullet after bullet at the behemoth's weak spots. Enraged and in pain, the behemoth let out a deafening roar that shook the surrounding area. It swung its tail, trying to knock away the relentless panther. Shadow managed to dodge the attack, but the force of the blow sent it flying towards Kafka. Reacting quickly, Kafka used her magic to create a shield to protect herself and Shadow. The shield absorbed the impact, allowing them to avoid serious harm. But the behemoth lunged at them with its jaws wide open, trying to crush them with its powerful bite. V acted swiftly, commanding Griffin to launch a series of lightning strikes directly at the behemoth's tongue. The lightning hit its mark, stunning the creature for a moment. Kafka took advantage of the opening and fired a concentrated blast of her magic directly into the behemoth's mouth. The magic-infused blast exploded within the creature's throat, causing it to roar in agony. Seizing the opportunity, V directed Griffin to deliver the final blow. The lightning demon bird dove from the sky, driving its electrified talons into the behemoth's heart. With a final screech, the behemoth collapsed to the ground, lifeless and defeated. V and Kafka took a moment to catch their breath, their teamwork and skills having prevailed against the formidable foe. Kafka panted, acknowledging how close the battle had been. V nodded, a smile playing on his lips, stating it was just a stone in their path. As they celebrated their victory, they knew their journey to retrieve the Devil Sword Sparda was far from over. Later, as they made their way toward the location of the Devil Sword Sparda, Griffin emerged from V, flying right beside Kafka, much to V's confusion. Griffin playfully inquired about her relationship with Izuku, raising an eyebrow and flashing a teasing smile. V interjected, irritated by Griffin's intrusion, reminding him they had a mission to focus on. Griffin retorted playfully, while Kafka tried to dodge the question, leaving the air filled with curiosity. Kafka pointed out that V was not his father, causing him to flinch slightly at the mention of the word. However, Kafka remained unaware of his reaction, while Griffin struggled to contain his laughter. Griffin claimed he was merely trying to get to know the people they were traveling with. Kafka responded defensively, stating there wasn't much to know since they were just colleagues. Griffin smirked knowingly, making V feel more uncomfortable. He teased that there was always more to people than meets the eye, especially regarding matters of the heart, questioning why Kafka had taken V's most prized possession. Kafka rolled her eyes, dismissing his comments. V attempted to redirect the conversation back to their mission, emphasizing the need to focus on retrieving the Devil Sword Sparda. Griffin chuckled, agreeing but insisting he wouldn't let the matter go, teasingly keeping an eye on Kafka as he flew ahead. Kafka advised V to keep Griffin in check, to which V agreed, acknowledging that Griffin could be quite vexing at times. Curious, Kafka asked if V knew why the jacket held such significance for Izuku, clutching it closely. V paused, a subtle smile crossing his lips as he shook his head, admitting he was not fully aware of its significance but suspected it might be related to Izuku's birthday. They eventually reached the hill's peak, where an unsettling scene awaited them. 3 demonic entities with multiple limbs wore eerie masks and danced around the Devil Sword, which was firmly embedded in the stone above them. The demons swayed rhythmically in pools of blood, lost in their ritualistic trance. Kafka's face contorted with disgust as she beheld the demons, while V remained unfazed, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he focused on the legendary Devil Sword Sparda. Griffin flew alongside him, unable to resist taunting the oblivious demons. Griffin mocked the demons, commenting on their dance party with the Sparda. The demons finally turned their heads, acknowledging the trio's presence. Kafka warned them to be careful on the dance floor as she drew her guns with determination. V announced his intention to take back the sword, pointing his cane towards Sparda with unwavering confidence. He taunted the demons, suggesting their constant worship wouldn't make Sparda any happier. Kafka added that he couldn't be happy if he didn't exist, surprising both Griffin and V with her response. Griffin exclaimed that Kafka had much to learn as they prepared for the impending battle against the 3 powerful demons. With unwavering resolve, they engaged the demonic entities, ready to reclaim the legendary Devil Sword and put an end to the twisted ritual surrounding it. The clash of dark forces and echoes of their taunting laughter filled the night air, marking the beginning of a fierce confrontation at the hill's pinnacle. The 3 demons loomed menacingly before Kafka, V, and his familiars, their grotesque limbs twitching with anticipation. Kafka's amber eyes glowed with power as she unleashed her Umbro Witch abilities, stopping time in its tracks. In this frozen moment, she danced around the demons, creating portals to summon giant demonic limbs to strike at their foes. Meanwhile, V smirked, and Griffin took to the skies, crackling with electric energy. He summoned bolts of lightning to rain down upon the demons. Kafka moved with deadly precision, using her time-stopping abilities to avoid the demons' attacks while conjuring her portals to summon massive demonic limbs that emerged from the void, striking with ferocious power. As time resumed, the demons found themselves momentarily stunned, their attention divided between the swift and elusive Kafka and the relentless assault of V's other familiar, Shadow. The panther-like creature darted between the demons, striking with deadly precision and summoning spikes from the shadows to impale their twisted forms. V watched the battle unfold, his body crackling with power, encouraging his allies to keep the demons on the defense for a performance they wouldn't forget. Kafka winked playfully, confident in their abilities. With a wave of her hand, she stopped time again, assessing the battlefield. She conjured a portal beneath one of the demons, causing a giant limb to erupt from the ground and crush it instantly. The demon's cries were silenced as its twisted form was obliterated. As time resumed, V seized his chance to strike, channeling his power as his devil trigger was unleashed. His hair turned white as his third familiar, Nightmare, manifested as a massive golem, firing lasers that pierced through two of the remaining demons. Griffin cackled with glee, circling the battlefield and mocking the demons as they struggled to counter the onslaught. Kafka, with her time-stopping prowess, fired dark magic bullets with pinpoint accuracy, finishing off the last demon that had managed to survive Nightmare's devastating lasers. As the dust settled, V's devil trigger subsided, and his hair returned to its natural color. Kafka admired their teamwork, remarking on the graceful dance of their combined efforts. Griffin landed on V's shoulder, cautioning him to watch over Kafka, as the limbs she conjured belonged to a high-ranking devil. V acknowledged the warning with a nod. Kafka expected a compliment in return for her earlier praise, pouting when V ignored her. He proceeded toward the Clifth root, striking it decisively with his cane, causing the stone building housing the Sparda to crumble as the massive root fell atop it. The legendary sword, Sparda, tumbled to the ground before V, emitting a radiant aura of demonic power. Kafka warned V with concern, taking a step back as she sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from the blade. Ignoring her plea, V dropped his cane and approached the sword. He reached for its hilt, attempting to lift it, but the immense power within Sparda proved too much for him. Struggling, he ultimately let go of the sword after a brief attempt. V admitted that the sword was still too strong for him, a grin forming on his face as he wiped sweat from his forehead. Kafka, astonished, kept a safe distance from the blade and asked if he had held it before. V confirmed that he had, as Griffin flew over to join them. Griffin playfully mocked V, saying he had a lot of heart but was lacking in strength, earning a glare from his master. Griffin nervously laughed, trying to ease the tension, while V proudly declared that Nero and Izuku had the strength. Kafka inquired about his statement, but before V could answer, Shadow raised its head, catching everyone's attention. The panther was looking down a hole where the Clifth root resided. Griffin teased that it spoke, and the trio went to investigate what Shadow was roaring about, only to be stunned by what they discovered. Shocked and puzzled by the sight, Kafka began to ask who it was, but V swiftly cut her off, smiling as he recognized Dante. Dante lay unconscious in the arms of a stone angel statue, his body covered in his own blood. Griffin flew over to Dante, while V dragged the Sparda to where he lay, and Kafka followed, still trying to make sense of the situation. After carefully removing Dante from the statue's grasp, they gently laid him on the ground. Griffin landed beside Dante's unconscious body, exclaiming with excitement about his survival. Kafka, still trying to make sense of everything, eyed Dante with uncertainty as Griffin nodded in confirmation. Griffin celebrated the discovery, saying Dante was alive. V proceeded to drag the Sparda towards Dante, explaining that the devil sword Sparda had concealed Dante's presence, which amazed Griffin. He marveled at how one person could have so much luck, playfully tapping Dante's face with his bird feet. Suddenly, V dropped his cane, surprising both Shadow and Kafka. He continued to drag the sword towards Dante, his grip tightening, causing concern among his companions. Kafka tried to ease the tension, urging V to get a grip on himself, but he seemed lost in thought, speaking to Dante as if he could hear him. V muttered about defeating Urizen, his grip on the sword tightening further. Griffin urged him to get a hold of himself, alarmed by his behavior. V stood above Dante's head, his intentions unclear, and suddenly yelled, raising the Sparda as if to strike Dante. Kafka and Griffin yelled at him to stop, their voices filled with panic, but just before the sword made contact with Dante's head, his eyes opened, shocking everyone present. In the midst of a raging inferno, Dante found himself trapped inside a burning house. His mother, Eva, hurriedly picked him up as he stumbled, desperately trying to follow her. With urgency in her voice, she clasped his hand tightly and led him to seek a safe refuge. Eva gently placed him inside a sturdy dresser, urging him to hide and promising she would return. She held his face, wiping away his tears and offering comfort, telling him he needed to be brave. With tears welling in her eyes, she instructed him to run if she didn't return, to change his name, forget his past, and start anew. With a heavy heart, she closed the dresser doors to shield him from harm and ran through the burning building, calling out for Virgil. The last thing Dante heard were her anguished screams echoing through the flames. In an instant, Dante's eyes snapped open, finding V standing over him, the Sparda mere inches from his face. Rising to his feet, Dante watched as V fell to the ground, exhausted, dropping the sword. Dante remarked that for a second, he thought he was going to be harmed. V explained that he knew how stubborn Dante could be and thought it might be the only way to wake him, while Kafka observed Dante intently, analyzing his every move. Dante shifted his attention to the unfamiliar girl, inquiring about her identity. Griffin interjected, causing Kafka to sigh in exasperation. Dante gave the girl a daunting glare, freezing her in place, before turning to ask V what day it was. V answered that it was the 15th of June, shocking Kafka further, who pondered how a human could endure this long without sustenance. Dante quipped about feeling stiff after a month, getting back on his feet and stretching. Griffin urged Dante to hurry, explaining that Nero and Izuku were making their way to Urizen. Dante began shadowboxing, preparing himself for the impending battle. Before Griffin could finish his sentence, Dante grabbed him by the neck and tossed him aside, declaring that he would handle the situation and leave the kids out of it. V chuckled as he retrieved his cane, acknowledging that if Dante could defeat Urizen, he would have never dreamed of using the children. Is much stronger than they could have imagined, V thought, and Dante recalled the daunting foe they had faced a month ago. Dante, along with V, Lady, and Trish, ventured into the Clifth through the entrance they had created. V sensed Urizen's power as they emerged, with Griffin seizing the opportunity to mock him. Lady expressed her confusion about the mysterious figure they had encountered earlier, while Dante, ready to confront whatever awaited them, dismissed the figure as unimportant. Trish playfully nudged Dante, suggesting they race to see who could reach Urizen's lair first. Dante followed them, filled with hope as he anticipated the confrontation. As they journeyed through the Clifth tree, Dante engaged in numerous battles, defeating hordes of demons along the way. After a grueling journey, he arrived at the lair of the Demon King, where Urizen sat upon his throne. Inside the lair, Dante was taken aback as Lady and Trish were sent flying across the room. Undeterred, he smirked at Urizen and began to taunt him, expressing his amusement at confronting such a powerful demon. Urizen remained silent, which only fueled Dante's confidence. With a sudden burst of energy, Dante drew the Rebellion, his legendary sword, and charged at the Demon King, ready for a fierce battle. Despite his fierce efforts, Dante found himself sent crashing into the wall, struggling to regain his footing. Just when things seemed dire, Nero and Izuku entered the lair, their determination evident as they prepared to face the formidable foe. Presently, V looked down at the ground, burdened by regret, while Dante leaned against the Clifth roots, catching his breath. Kafka contemplated their situation, expressing her frustration at V's words about Nero and Izuku. She defended her friends passionately, insisting that their efforts had not been in vain. V attempted to explain himself, but Kafka interrupted, refusing to accept his regret. Dante intervened, redirecting their attention and asserting that he would handle the situation. He addressed Kafka, acknowledging her loyalty to Izuku and encouraging her to return something to him next time they met. Surprised by Dante's insight, Kafka began to respond, but he gestured for her to stop, claiming it was just a hunch before walking away. As V fell to the ground, Dante expressed concern for his friend's condition, noting the worrying signs of V's deterioration. He acknowledged Kafka's help, promising to remember it as he continued down his path with Griffin following closely behind. Armed with the mighty Sparda, Dante embarked on his journey through the desolate city, determined to find something of great importance. His path was fraught with challenges, encountering numerous hellgates and a new formidable demon known as a lich, capable of summoning other demons to its aid. However, Dante's skillful use of the Sparda, combined with the blazing power of Balrog, allowed him to slice and pummel the demons with unmatched precision and force. The demonic foes fell swiftly, their attempts to stop Dante proving futile. With each strike, Dante carved a path through the destruction and chaos, leaving a trail of defeated enemies behind him. The Sparda's ancient blade cut through the dark energies of the hellgates, while Balrog's fiery punches tore through the summoned demons conjured by the cunning lich. Amidst the chaos, Dante's determination burned bright, and he moved with unparalleled grace and power, executing his stylish and deadly attacks flawlessly. The city trembled under the weight of his prowess, and his foes had no choice but to yield to his might. As Dante pressed on, his eyes set firmly on his objective, he knew that with the Sparda in his grasp, no demon could stand against him. Later, he finally reached the highway, a crucial route to his destination. As he advanced along the ruined highway, he suddenly found himself under attack. A motorcycle hurtled toward him from behind, but with a swift and precise strike, Dante effortlessly sliced it in half. Turning to face his assailant, he encountered the voltaic Black Knight, a formidable demon with a burning rage in its eyes. Dante couldn't resist taunting the menacing figure, teasing it about its appearance. The Black Knight roared in response, its sword crackling with electricity as it prepared for battle. Dante continued to mock the demon, playing with its emotions as it tightened its grip on the electrified sword. Unfazed, Dante readied himself for a fierce fight, confident in his abilities as he prepared to engage the formidable demon. The highway echoed with the sound of lightning crackling and blades clashing as the confrontation began. With the Sparda in his hands and his wit ever at the ready, Dante was poised to face whatever challenges the voltaic Black Knight would throw at him. He relished the thrill of battle, confident in his abilities to overcome any foe that dared to cross his path on the highway of destruction. As Dante faced the voltaic Black Knight, the air crackled with the energy of its lightning manipulation. Undeterred, Dante gripped the Sparda firmly, ready to take on the formidable foe. Balrog's fire gauntlets and greaves adorned his hands and feet, adding a fiery essence to his attacks. The voltaic Black Knight struck first, summoning a powerful bolt of lightning aimed at Dante. With quick reflexes, Dante rolled to the side, avoiding the electrifying blast. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of fiery punches and kicks with Balrog, each strike searing through the air. The Black Knight retaliated, creating an electrified barrier around itself. Dante recognized the challenge and activated his devil trigger. He transformed into a demon as his power surged, and his attacks became even more ferocious and explosive. With newfound strength, Dante launched himself into the air, his wings of power unfurling. As he descended upon the Black Knight, Dante swung the Sparda, channeling the devil trigger's energy into the blade. A torrent of white-hot flames enveloped the sword, transforming it into an infernal weapon. The voltaic Black Knight attempted to counter with a surge of lightning, but Dante's devil trigger-enhanced Sparda sliced through the electrified attack, closing the gap between them. With a swift maneuver, Dante unleashed a powerful uppercut, sending the demons soaring through the air. Not one to relent, the voltaic Black Knight channeled its lightning power once more, summoning a storm of electrified projectiles. Dante responded by switching to Royal Guard, blocking the lightning projectiles and absorbing their power. Dante switched to Sword Master, and with every strike, he and the Sparda surged with energy. He attacked relentlessly, his movements a dance of fire and lightning, each blow resonating with the power of his devil trigger. The Black Knight struggled to keep up, finding it increasingly difficult to counter Dante's relentless onslaught. With swift precision, Dante severed the face of the knight, sending it flying across the road, where it collided with a broken motorcycle. In the distance, a new devil arm began to take shape. Maintaining his trademark smirk, Dante unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes from the Sparda upon the body of the Black Knight. To his surprise, the demon's torso opened up, revealing Trish inside. Reacting quickly, Dante reached into the Black Knight's torso and pulled Trish out, securing her in his new devil arm, Cavalier. Concern evident in his demeanor, Dante asked if she was okay. Trish admitted she had been better, her strength waning. Dante carefully placed her on the ground and covered her with a blanket. As Trish attempted to warn him about the demon, Dante urged her to rest, knowing the gravity of her revelation. Before Dante hopped onto Cavalier, V called out to him. Dante glanced back to see Kafka assisting V, helping him walk. He instructed Kafka to take care of Trish before revving up Cavalier's engine. V called out again, but Dante's smirk remained as he looked back one last time and then sped off into the distance on his trusty new devil arm. As Dante rode into the unknown, the weight of his encounters and the truth he had discovered fueled his determination. Some time had passed since Dante had departed, leaving Trish in the care of V and Kafka. Eventually, Trish regained consciousness and glanced around, realizing Dante was nowhere to be found. V replied solemnly, casting a shadow of doubt over their chances. Trish's surprise and shock were evident as she absorbed V's words. In the background, Kafka greeted her with a friendly wave and a smile. Trish's curiosity ignited as she questioned V about the demon and its origins, expressing her certainty that Urizen was not a demon. Kafka was stunned, and V closed his book, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Trish's gaze fixed on V as she pressed for answers. Kafka, feeling the tension, exclaimed in disbelief, questioning V's nature. V reassured them that he was one of the good ones, and acknowledged Trish's connection to Izuku. With a piercing stare, Trish demanded to know more about V. He admitted that it didn't matter, revealing that he was a shadow of his former self, someone who had lost everything. V declared his intention to share the story of his birth, a sly smile curving his lips as he captured both Trish's and Kafka's attention. They listened intently, ready to unravel the mysteries surrounding V's existence. A few weeks ago, V narrated the tale of a man enduring defeat after defeat, his body reaching its limit and breaking down. The scene shifted to a time when the hooded man, responsible for severing Nero's arm and blinding Izuku, limped toward an old, scorched, and deserted house, clutching the Yamato in his right hand. Yet he couldn't die yet. The man had a job that must be done, to defeat his twin brother. The hooded figure entered the desolate house, and the moon's gentle rays filtered through the window, casting an ethereal glow upon him as he stood before a sizable portrait depicting a family of 4, mother, father, and 2 brothers. With a purposeful motion, the man withdrew the Yamato from its sheath. He raised the sword, severing the connection to its sheath, and poised it in the air. His back faced the portrait, and with a resolute motion he impaled himself with the Yamato, reciting a haunting poem with a mixture of desperation and determination. In order to defeat his twin brother, he could only do one thing with the crumbling flesh and feelings. V explained as he manifested from within the hooded figure, collapsing onto the floor. The hooded man, now weakened by loss of blood, knelt beside him. He needed to separate man from devil with the strength of the Yamato. And eventually, the man became a true devil, V continued as the man's form began to radiate a crimson hue. Abruptly, he underwent a transformation, metamorphosing into a demon. As the flashback faded, the scene returned to the present. V confessed that he had tried to hold his crumbling flesh with what little demonic power he had left, but he was reaching his limit. He shared with Trish that in separating from his demonic side and regaining his human soul, he realized the gravity of the crime he had committed and how important everything he had thrown away in his pursuit of power. Trish inquired if that was why he left to search for Dante, and V nodded in agreement. He admitted, somewhat foolishly, that he believed Dante could help him fix his mistakes. Rising to his feet, his determination was evident as he posed a question to Trish, seeking a truth he yearned to understand. Trish stood up, her towel vanishing to be replaced instantly by her clothes. She affirmed that he needed to see this through, her words imbued with strength and wisdom. Suddenly, V was met with a powerful blow to his face, Kafka's fist connecting with undeniable force. Staring at Kafka, V confronted her question. Kafka interrogated him, asking if he was the one who had blinded Izuku and his friend while stealing their belongings. V nodded in a mixture of remorse and acceptance. Kafka declared her intention to strike his other half as well, her demeanor cloaked in an intimidating aura. Trish smirked, amused, and offered her hand to help V rise from the floor. She proposed they proceed, stating that the sooner they located Dante, the better, as the trio made their way toward the nearest telephone booth, ready to take on the next challenge on their path. Meanwhile, Dante cruised on Cavalier, his demonic vehicle of choice, taking on a horde of demons, shredding them apart and sending them flying. After this intense battle, he finally reached the crypt leading to his old homestead. Despite the toll taken by the blaze and Urizen's involvement, the structure still stood, albeit damaged. Griffin, looking utterly exhausted, finally caught up to Dante, flapping his wings laboriously while panting heavily. Griffin inquired what Dante was doing, trying to seize his attention. Lost in thought, Dante began to muse aloud about the demonic power activated within him when Virgil had stabbed him. He wondered why his father had given him the rebellion, prompting Griffin's curious interruption. Dante reflected on the many times he had been stabbed and jabbed, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. With a determined glance at the rebellion, Dante gritted his teeth and moved the shattered blade into his chest, causing blood to flow from the wound. Griffin protested, worried for Dante's safety, insisting that there was a demon to destroy first. Undeterred, Dante pressed on with his thoughts, contemplating the power of the Yamato and what it could mean for the rebellion. As he drove the sword deeper, flames ignited on the blade, crimson veins crawling across his form. The rebellion merged with him, followed by the same fusion occurring with the Sparda strapped to his back. His demonic energy skyrocketed, producing sparks that crackled from his body, stunning the demonic bird. Griffin exclaimed in awe as Dante absorbed the Sparda, momentarily silenced by the sheer pressure of the transformation. This was not his typical devil trigger, it was an all-new, eerier form. 2 pairs of wings sprouted, horns atop his head elongated, and his body was enveloped in demonic flames, with solid parts blending metal and obsidian stone. Exposed areas were now covered in square scales, an epitome of diabolical power. With astonishing speed, Dante rocketed off toward the Clifth, leaving Griffin behind to ponder his destination. Meanwhile, Nero and Izuku struggled to regain their footing after the demon had rescued them from Urizen's clutches. A smile cracked across Nero's lips as he beheld the unexpected savior. He weakly acknowledged Dante, his energy drained. Izuku joined him, their strength waning, and both soon fell into unconsciousness. Griffin darted in through the opening Dante had carved, quickly snatching Nero with careful movement, his mind racing to extricate Izuku as well. Suddenly, Fenrir emerged, sensing its master's peril. A wordless exchange passed between Fenrir and Griffin, and then the loyal familiar grabbed Izuku and vanished from the lair, leaving Dante and Urizen to the imminent clash that would mark an epic showdown. Dante conjured forth his newly forged legendary sword, a fusion of the rebellion and the Sparda. The blade's center section unfurled, revealing a searing interior. He expertly spun it around his transformed demonic body, summoning a host of mirage swords that encircled him in a dazzling display. Across the battlefield, Urizen readied himself for the impending clash, summoning his crystal with determination in his eyes. With tense gazes locked, these 2 formidable forces stood poised for what promised to be the battle of the century. Amidst the chaos of the Clifth's heart, Dante and Urizen faced off, their resolve palpable. Dante's new form radiated power, his devilish wings unfurled, and his eyes ablaze with determination. Urizen, a vision of imposing might, summoned meteors from the heavens, dark energy crackling around him. Dante wasted no time, fireballs erupted from his fingertips, Exterminating toward Urizen. The Demon King deflected them with a wave of his hand, countering by hurling a barrage of meteors toward Dante. Dante nimbly evaded, spiraling around the falling fireballs, and with a burst of speed, closed the distance. He swung his mighty sword, a fusion of rebellion and Sparda, cutting through the air with incredible force. Urizen summoned Clifth roots to shield himself, and the sword crashed against the roots, creating a shockwave of energy. Not one to relent, Dante spun and twisted, launching into a dangerous combo. Each strike reverberated with power, and the final blow sent Urizen crashing through the air, slamming into a nearby column. The Clifth roots quivered from the impact. However, Urizen recovered quickly, stretching his arms out as Clifth roots lashed out like whips. Dante deflected them with his sword, the clashing energies sending shockwaves in all directions. Dante's eyes glowed with an intense fire as he activated his Sin Devil trigger. Flames surged around him, augmenting his strength and speed. He charged at Urizen, mirage swords trailing his movement. Urizen retaliated by hurling a massive meteor towards Dante. With an agile somersault, Dante evaded the meteor and closed the gap in an instant. He unleashed a relentless assault, his sword striking with the force of a thunderbolt. Urizen attempted to summon more Clifth roots, but Dante's furious blows disrupted his concentration. Dante's combo climaxed with a devastating strike that sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, causing fissures to spread. Urizen staggered, finally showing signs of vulnerability. Dante saw his chance and unleashed his most potent attack as a demonic sigil appeared beneath him. His sword ignited with flames as multiple swords surrounded him. Dante performed a dance of sword strikes and weaves, each attack pushing Urizen back and weakening him. The fiery sword struck Urizen with relentless force, explosions of heat and energy engulfing him. The Demon King roared in agony as the inferno raged around him, his strength faltering. He was pushed back to his throne, standing precariously at the edge of a pool of blood. Dante reverted to his human form, advancing towards Urizen with a deliberate pace and a sardonic smile. The sword materialized in his grip, its gleam matching the fire in his eyes. He taunted Urizen, expressing disbelief that the demons still did not understand the situation. Yet, his stride came to a halt as the ground beneath them trembled violently. Urizen, rising from his previous fall, wore a sinister smirk, declaring that it was Dante who did not understand and that it had begun. Beyond the confines of the Clifth, the entire nation shook under the merciless assault of an unimaginable earthquake. Heroes on the outskirts of Redgrave City struggled to maintain their foothold, their efforts barely stemming the chaos. Above, the Clifth itself began its ascent, distorting the skies with its looming presence. Urizen, unwavering, spoke of the unfolding spectacle, revealing the Clifth in its entirety. He dismissed the situation as an inconvenience, transforming his crystal into the Yamato, a portal yawning behind him. The pool of blood at his feet surged like a geyser, erupting with malevolent energy. Seizing the moment, Dante chased the retreating Demon King towards the surging abyss. Yet, in an instant, Urizen slipped through his grasp, leaving Dante to confront only the swirling aftermath of the pool's eruption. Dante emerged from the Demon King's lair after Urizen had ascended to the top of the tree. He landed on a lower floor where he spotted Nico's van parked along with Lady waiting for him. She let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed. She mentioned that she would double-check on everyone as she walked past Dante. Trish, V, and Kafka also entered the floor. Dante inquired about Urizen's whereabouts and what he was after. V took a seat on a root, breathing heavily before responding that Urizen was at the top of the Clifth. Dante glanced up at the towering tree, but Trish pointed down, explaining that they were at the lowest level of the Clifth's upper echelon. She elaborated that human blood was the source of demons' power, and the fruit born through the Clifth was even denser than the blood that created it, possessing unparalleled power. Dante nodded, absorbing the information. Trish added that V had told her everything, shooting a glare at him. Dante eased the tension, stating that as long as they knew how to fight Urizen, that was what mattered. He was halted by Nico, who wore a wide smile, clearly excited to meet him. She enthusiastically introduced herself as Nicoletta Goldstein and extended her hand to shake his. Dante showed surprise, realizing her grandmother was Nell Goldstein, the gunsmith who made his weapons. Nico expressed pride in her late grandmother's work as Dante took out his guns, ebony and ivory. Nico then produced a white fedora, presenting it as a gift in honor of their meeting. While Nico chatted away with Dante, both Izuku and Nero had managed to regain consciousness, despite their recent defeat at the hands of the Demon King. Izuku, even though blind, had honed his senses to perceive Dante's and Trish's presence in the room. Alongside them, Fenrir, who had returned to aid his master, was also sensed. Izuku inquired about Fenrir's presence, who expressed concern for his master's well-being. Izuku reassured Fenrir and asked what had happened. Fenrir explained that after seeing the Clifth ascending into the sky, He realized the tree was about to bear the fruit of darkness and felt it was necessary to aid Izuku. This drew a smile from Izuku, who praised Fenrir and ruffled his ethereal fur. Izuku then moved over to Nero, who was watching Dante converse with Nico. He noticed that she was bestowing a new devil arm upon Dante. The fedora in her hand began to shake with an almost whimsical energy before suddenly leaping onto Dante's head. As if on cue, a scarf made of demonic energy materialized around Dante's neck. Out of nowhere, a spotlight seemed to shine down on him, emphasizing his newfound adornments. Out of the blue, music erupted, seemingly from thin air, and Dante launched into an unexpected dance performance, showcasing moves reminiscent of Michael Jackson, including a flawless moonwalk. The Clifth tree responded to his rhythm, shifting colors in sync with his dance, and the ambient lights around the area sparkled with his steps. As he concluded his impromptu dance, sparks burst from the surroundings, eliciting cheers from Nico. Yet, Trish and Kafka appeared entirely unimpressed, while Izuku and Nero wore expressions of bewildered confusion. Nero turned to Izuku, inquiring what they had just witnessed. Izuku chuckled, admitting he had no idea. Realizing Izuku's blindness, Nero caught himself and asked where the lights had come from. Izuku suggested they save questions for another time. After Dante ended his dance routine, he stored his hat for later use and nodded appreciatively at Nico. Nero asserted his determination to join Dante, with Izuku echoing his sentiment. Dante sighed and suggested they sit this one out, which only escalated Nero's frustration. He showcased his robotic arm, insisting he had all the power he needed. Dante's sigh deepened as he explained his intentions, but Izuku interrupted, asking what he meant. V's arrival brought a resolution to the debate, as he urged Dante to let them go, emphasizing that time was a luxury they could no longer afford. Dante quizzed V about his involvement, to which V nodded, declaring his duty to see this through despite his visibly deteriorating body. Dante quipped that V's words were all he needed to hear before turning away, suggesting they each go their own way for the sake of the cause. As he waved his farewell and departed, Kafka called out to Izuku, preventing him from following the others. Izuku, slightly annoyed, asked what was wrong as Kafka pulled him closer, her grip firm. She mentioned the jacket, prompting Izuku to raise his hands in surrender, conceding that a promise is a promise. Kafka released him, and Izuku suggested they walk away from the inquisitive gazes of Trish and Nico. Trish mused aloud about whether they were dating, while Nico shrugged, noting that they seemed to bicker more than anything. Trish found herself reminiscing about Dante's dynamic with Lady, smiling fondly. Later, Izuku pondered where to start, stroking his chin as he delved into a memory from long ago. The scene shifted to a 14-year-old Izuku, accompanied by Lady after completing a devil hunting job together. Back then, Izuku was still reticent, his wounds from his previous family's maltreatment healing slowly. He was cautiously beginning to open up to others, though the process was gradual. It was June, with leaves strewn across the streets, and conversations humming with discussions of summer trends. Lady gently tapped Izuku's shoulder, diverting his attention and asking if everything was okay. As they walked past a family, Izuku's gaze lingered on them for a moment. He shared that he had no pleasant memories of birthdays, recalling how he was shoved outside and mistreated by his old family. Lady's eyes widened in shock as she probed further, incredulous that he had never received a single present. Izuku nodded solemnly, and Lady confided about her own troubled past, expressing her inclination to confront her family. Izuku mentioned he had heard about her father from Dante, and Lady asked what he would want if he could have anything right now. He shook his head, stating he wanted to earn what he desired himself, not wanting anyone to spend money on him. Lady playfully rapped his head, encouraging him to embrace positivity and reminding him that everyone deserves a gift, including him. As they reached Devil May Cry, Lady proposed that he open the door. Inside, they were greeted by a surprise party, complete with Dante, Trish, and Morrison, each wearing a festive hat. Their collective exclamation of, "Happy Birthday," filled the room, leaving Izuku momentarily stunned. Dante, holding a pizza box, excitedly declared it was Izuku's big day, while Trish invited him in with a warm smile. Izuku and Lady entered the festive atmosphere, where Trish and Dante each offered a present. As Dante opened the gifts, he revealed a jet-black jacket crafted from Italian silk, adorned with a stylish spiderweb pattern on the back. Emotions bubbled inside him, a mix of joy and disbelief, and a tear escaped his eye, which did not go unnoticed by Trish and Lady. They shot Dante disapproving glances, chastising him for making Izuku cry. Dante, genuinely perplexed, questioned why they were glaring at him, prompting Trish to assert that this was why she didn't want him to choose the gift. Dante countered that it was Trish who suggested getting him a jacket like his. Izuku interjected, expressing his love for the gift, tears still moistening his eyes, which brought smiles to everyone's faces. Morrison explained that the jacket was custom-made, fireproof, bulletproof, and tear-resistant, noting they figured he could use some drip. Izuku cradled the jacket in his hands, overwhelmed by the gesture. Lady chided Morrison for his words, but he brushed off her remark. Dante urged Izuku to put the jacket on, holding up a camera to capture the moment. The jacket was a tad large for Izuku, but Dante assured him he would grow into it. Trish encouraged him, ruffling his hair affectionately. Dante proclaimed it was time to eat some cake, and they shared slices, the evening spiraling into a lively party filled with music, laughter, and delectable food. This birthday celebration marked a significant turning point for Izuku, replacing past neglect with cherished memories. And a flashback. Izuku recounted his life journey, from his challenging childhood to the fateful moment he crossed paths with Dante and all the subsequent events. He finished his story with a sigh of relief, having shared his experiences with Kafka. Kafka absorbed the weight of his words, acknowledging the depth of his past. Izuku explained that his old family was a mess and that the jacket was his first real gift, something he held onto like a shield, protecting him from everything. Kafka carefully removed the jacket and handed it back to Izuku, who appeared baffled. He questioned her, puzzled, and Kafka nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Concerned, Izuku inquired if she was crying. Despite their friction, they shared a bond as friends. Kafka retorted, insisting not to make a big deal out of it, wiping her tears away with a chuckle. With gratitude, Izuku accepted the jacket from her, a gesture that spoke volumes about their connection. He expressed his appreciation, and a hug ensued, surprising onlookers Trish and Lady, who were observing from a distance. After a moment, Kafka regained her composure, her tears subsiding. She urged Izuku to go out there and show his strength, her determination evident. With a determined nod, he fist-bumped her. Their camaraderie affirmed before he set off to catch up with Dante and the rest. Kafka exclaimed to herself, her face turning crimson as she covered it with her hands. Meanwhile, Lady and Trish celebrated the warmth of the moment. The quartet of devil hunters went their separate ways, each descending into the chambers of the Clifth tree. Their paths diverged as they leaped down to lower levels, Izuku riding on Fenrir's back. Izuku's journey led him to a lower floor that was heavily guarded by numerous demons. He and Fenrir skillfully dispatched these foes, their combined efforts a choreography of elemental attacks and blazing flames reducing demons to nothing. With each step deeper into the tree, the demons grew in both power and number. The challenge escalated as Urizen's forces seemed intent on thwarting their progress. Izuku mused aloud about Urizen's efforts to block their path, sharing his thoughts with Fenrir. Fenrir responded, acknowledging the dire nature of their situation. In another part of the Clifth, Nero was a whirlwind of action, his slashes cutting through demons with the finesse of a practiced warrior. He goaded the demons to attack, his defiance drawing them closer. Nero seamlessly switched his Devil Breaker to ragtime, freezing time itself before launching into an explosive onslaught with Jerba. The demons, caught in his calculated tempo, were sent reeling by the impact. Meanwhile, V maneuvered through the chaos with his familiars at his side. Griffin's electric fury shocked demons into SBMson, Shadow's transformation into deadly spikes skewered his adversaries, and Nightmare's fiery laser engulfed them in searing agony. Dante, true to his exuberant nature, engaged in a spectacular display of combat. His new devil arm, Dr. Faust, unleashed torrents of red orbs, and his agile movements transformed into a mesmerizing breakdance. With an audacious flourish, he hurled his hat at a group of lizard-like demons, affixing a similar hat to one of them, weakening its resistance. Swiftly, Dante transitioned to Cavalier, utilizing its chainsaw mode to tear through demons with finality. They converged in a lower chamber, each arriving through separate entrances hidden beneath the blood-filled sacks that sustained the tree. A collective glance and shared nods communicated their unity, all eyes focused on the path ahead. Dante observed that they had a long way to go, drawing nods of agreement from the others. Advancing onward, their progress was abruptly halted by violent tremors that shook the Clifth tree. As the ground quaked, ominous fissures materialized beneath them. The floor splintered and gave way, plunging them into a chaotic descent into the depths below. V found refuge in Griffin's wings as the familiar bird seized him, its talons clutching him tightly. Despite Griffin's struggle to maintain his flight, V's energy was dwindling fast. Griffin's desperate voice cracked as he reluctantly released his grip on V, sending both of them plummeting towards the ground below. V grunted, trying to rise as Griffin reconnected with his ethereal form. But V's body was disintegrating rapidly, making each step agonizing. His movements were slow, almost futile. Griffin's worried voice echoed, expressing concern for V's struggle. Undeterred, V pushed forward, finally reaching a space enclosed by large stones, each etched with a mysterious spiral pattern. As he entered, the stones emitted an eerie purple glow. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, only to be halted by an excruciating surge of pain coursing through his body. The agony was unbearable, and V's cries filled the air as his three familiars were forcibly wrenched from him, casting him to the ground. As his hair reverted to its natural white color, he saw Malphas, the three-headed witch demon, cackling triumphantly, a mocking sight that was the last thing he perceived before darkness overcame him. Later, V's eyes fluttered open, and he found himself in a boundless expanse, darkness stretching as far as his sight could reach. Four imposing gates loomed before him, three adorned with the emblems of past adversaries he had faced, while the fourth displayed four enigmatic figures. He was baffled, unsure of how he had arrived in this surreal place. Noticing his own body, he realized his familiar tattoos were conspicuously absent. With caution, he approached the first gate, which bore the emblem of the voltaic Black Knight, the demon he had recently encountered. Curious, he murmured that it was as if this place was restoring his strength as he pushed open the massive door and ventured into the mysterious domain beyond. Inside, he encountered a chamber dominated by a statue of the Black Knight. Three orbs of shadowy energy encircled him, each bearing the insignia of one of his lost familiars. Extending his hand, he touched the orb signifying Griffin, and in an instant, he was transported to an ethereal realm, blanketed in white emptiness. Before him stood a distorted, but unmistakable, incarnation of the voltaic Black Knight. Griffin's jubilant voice echoed, expressing his excitement at being chosen first, his form now restored to its previous glory as he soared through the luminous void. V responded, reminding Griffin not to get ahead of himself, as Griffin acknowledged the looming adversary. The confrontation commenced, a showdown between the voltaic Black Knight and V, aided only by his single familiar, Griffin. Both sides clashed amidst the ethereal expanse, their powers intertwining in an enigmatic dance of light and shadow. In the blinding expanse of the white void, V and Griffin faced off against the transformed voltaic Black Knight. The air crackled with electricity as the Black Knight's powerful aura clashed with V's determination. Griffin, his wings aglow with electrified energy, swooped down with lightning speed, attempting to catch their adversary off guard. Bolts of electricity shot from his wings, aiming to strike the Black Knight's form. However, the Black Knight summoned a barrier of crackling energy that absorbed Griffin's assault. With a calculated sweep of his sword, the Black Knight unleashed a surge of electricity toward V and Griffin. V raised his cane, concentrating his energy into a protective barrier that deflected the oncoming electrical barrage. He remained unfazed, his resolve unwavering as he observed the Black Knight's movements. Griffin circled above, planning his next attack. Seeing an opportunity, Griffin dove once more, unleashing a torrent of lightning bolts from his wings, surrounding the Black Knight. The dazzling display of electricity obscured the enemy's sight, and V seized this moment. Channeling his arcane abilities, he summoned dark tendrils from the ground, which snaked their way toward the Black Knight. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the Black Knight struggled against the dark tendrils that ensnared his legs. With his mobility hampered, he became vulnerable to Griffin's next move. Griffin descended, his electrified beak aiming directly at the Black Knight's chest. A surge of energy erupted on impact, forcing the Black Knight to roar in frustration. V, his eyes ablaze with intensity, took the chance to amplify his power. Focusing his energy into his cane, he aimed it at the immobilized Black Knight. He struck with precision, and the Black Knight convulsed, overwhelmed by the combined assault of V's dark magic and Griffin's electrifying abilities. V declared that the knight would wither to dust and never return, for he had grown past him, as the knight disappeared into nothing. In a sequence of determined battles, V freed his other familiars, Shadow and Nightmare, from their respective doors. Each fight tested V's skills and the combined power of his familiars, orchestrated by the unique abilities of each demon. With Shadow at his side, V faced off against Artemis, the airborne demon. Griffin's lightning and Shadow's darkness intertwined in a mesmerizing dance of destruction, overwhelming Artemis with relentless attacks. The airborne demon, unable to escape the coordinated assault, was brought down from the skies by a powerful blast of energy, ending its threat. Next, V and his newly liberated Nightmare squared off against the colossal behemoth. The demon proved to be a formidable opponent, but V's mastery over his demonic powers allowed Nightmare to grow in size, matching Behemoth's bulk. The two giants clashed, their colossal blows shaking the void. With a combination of Nightmare's brute strength, Griffin's lightning, and Shadow's cunning, Behemoth was gradually worn down. Seizing the perfect moment, V directed Nightmare to strike a decisive blow to Behemoth's head, finishing the fight just as he had before. After the string of battles, the massive gateway that should have led back to the real world remained stubbornly closed. In contrast, the untouched fourth door beckoned mysteriously, its enigmatic figures almost inviting a challenge. Griffin, perched thoughtfully on a rock, pondered aloud about their previous encounters. V, still carrying his cane, gestured toward the unopened door, his curiosity piqued. Considering the possibility, Griffin mused that cracking that one might be the key to exiting this place. With a sigh that carried a sense of urgency, V acknowledged the situation, realizing they didn't have much choice as time was pressing. Resolutely, he made his way toward the unexplored entrance, the final door adorned with its cryptic depictions of four entities. The unknown awaited them, and V was determined to uncover its secrets. Entering through the fourth and final door, V found himself abruptly transported to a vibrant playground. The scorching summer sun kissed his skin as he gazed at the expanse of blue sky above. In this idyllic scene, a scrawny black-haired boy caught his attention, enduring the torment inflicted by four other kids. A girl with verdant hair, resembling the black-haired boy, along with two children with blonde locks and another pair with red and white hair, all wore twisted grins. With sinister intent, they wielded their abilities relentlessly against the defenseless boy, evoking even V's sympathy. Perplexed, V wondered what was happening. The scene then shifted to when the boy was a bit older, standing before a bird-headed boy, who urged him to flee. The same quintet of tormentors confronted the now black and white-haired youth. The bird-headed boy shouted for him to run while escaping. The green-haired girl admonished him for his actions, propelling a trash can toward the boy with formidable force, sending him crashing against a wall. Another child proclaimed that he should cease his futile heroism, conjuring an explosion that engulfed the boy's face. V murmured for them to stop, transfixed by the unfolding scene, as the battered youth struggled to escape. The scene transitioned to the boy in his older years, his hair fully turned white. Emerging from his school building, an ice spike abruptly pierced his hand. A red and white-haired boy taunted him, causing the white-haired youth to writhe in pain, collapsing and clutching his injured hand. The cycle of torment continued, leaving V to ponder the boy's fate. The green-haired girl sneered, dismissing him as nothing. V's expression darkened as he witnessed the cruelty, anger coursing through him. The blonde boy added to the mockery, launching an explosive attack aimed at the older boy's back. The blonde girl's voice dripped with malice, calling him useless, while the girl with red and white hair jeered, labeling him powerless. V's pent-up fury reached its breaking point, and he shouted for them to stop. His voice thundered, and with a powerful punch, he sent the mocking girl sprawling, causing the others to fade into nothingness. Watching the boy crawl into an imagined grave resonated deeply with V, reminding him of his own distant memories, where he had reached out for help from his mother, only to find indifference from bystanders and unresponsive heroes. V pondered the boy's plea for assistance, questioning why anyone would seek help. He realized the bitter truth: no one helps unless you fight for power. He addressed the boy's plea, stating that seeking assistance was futile. The boy's response lingered in the air, questioning what was wrong with asking for help. V recognized the boy's voice, and the scene shifted to another white-haired boy, besieged by bullies, who had ultimately triumphed with the aid of a friend. V recalled the place, remarking on his memories. The older boy with long brown hair encouraged the white-haired youth, extending a hand. Confronted by the two white-haired boys again, they gazed at him with empathy, repeating the question about the validity of seeking help. In that moment of realization, V felt a connection. They offered their hands, inviting him to join them. He admitted with a wry smile that he too was in need of help. Taking their hands, everything was consumed by white light, and he flashed back to his suffering in the underworld. V reflected on how the two had preserved his sanity in hell and continued to do so in the earthly realm. Observing their growth filled him with pride. All he had ever sought was protection and affection, but he wondered what would have happened even if she had been there. He chuckled, questioning the significance of the past. He affirmed his presence in the here and now, armed with newfound resolve. V proclaimed his gratitude, even if it cost him his life, rising to his feet and pressing forward. Meanwhile, Izuku summoned Fenrir to propel him, launching himself toward the wall and running along its vertical surface until he safely reached the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief, commenting on the close call as he gazed at the hole he had just traversed. Fenrir agreed, landing gracefully beside him. Izuku noted that they had further to descend, his attention drawn to the complex maze below. He navigated the expansive tree's intricate interior, encountering various demons along the way. He deftly dispatched them, his crimson blade slicing through their forms with ease. However, a surprise attack came from behind as a couple more demons lunged at him. Quickly, Izuku transitioned to his devil arm, a strainer, using its daggers to strike at the Kainos. An explosive burst of crimson flames sent the demons flying back. Fenrir absorbed the fiery explosion and released a concentrated beam of fire, reducing the remaining demons to ashes. After minor setbacks, the duo finally arrived at a spacious chamber deep within the tree's core. Suddenly, a sense of malevolence enveloped Izuku, as if a sinister gaze was fixed upon him from above. He looked up to find a colossal eye gaping open on the ceiling. A gigantic devil, adorned with white fur and crimson skin, descended, its claws resembling swords and its teeth larger than a forearm. 3 formidable tails cascaded behind it. The creature's gaze locked onto Izuku, its mouth salivating in anticipation of the demonic blood coursing through him. Its eyes gleamed with a vicious blend of malice and hunger, scrutinizing his every move. Yet, neither Izuku nor the monstrous being made any sudden motions. Izuku mentally inquired if Fenrir knew anything about the demon. Fenrir responded that Agnes's research had touched upon this demon, but he only had its name. When Izuku pressed for the name, Fenrir revealed it to be Azeroth, the embodiment of destruction and guardian of the Clifth's lower stratum. A slight grin formed on Izuku's face as he muttered about the tough opponents he always faced. Fenrir offered assistance for the fight, but Izuku shook his head, determined to handle it himself. He sensed that Nero was likely dealing with something similar and refused to let him outshine him. Meanwhile, Nero entered a chamber dominated by eerie, glowing violet rocks. There, he encountered a bizarre demon with 3 heads atop a human-like torso fused with a demonic bird's lower half. As Malphas approached V's hiding spot, The creature seemed ready to pounce. Nero swiftly shot at the demon, redirecting its focus, before unexpectedly sneezing, wondering if someone was talking about him as Malphas locked eyes with him. Back with Izuku, he and the formidable demon locked eyes, an unspoken challenge passing between them. The devil's claws poised to strike, mirroring Izuku's readiness as his sword emanated a vivid red glow. With a burst of malevolent energy, the demon lunged at Izuku, dark magic encasing its fist with the intent to rend him asunder. Izuku sidestepped the assault with fluid grace, propelling himself to the wall behind him. With agile precision, he pushed off the wall, hurtling toward Azeroth. A crimson trail marked his path as he zipped past the demon, grazing its face with his blade, leaving behind a superficial cut that elicited a twisted smirk from the colossal adversary. However, this maneuver left Izuku vulnerable, and Azeroth seized the opportunity. Clifth roots sprang forth, aiming to ensnare him. A rapid succession of slashes dispatched the ensnaring roots, but in that split second, the behemoth descended from above, intent on a crushing stomp. Izuku's evasion came too late, the colossal weight crashing down upon him. Yet, surprise was on his side as red veins sprouted on Azeroth's leg, a precursor to a fiery eruption from beneath. The explosion singed the demon's flesh, a resolute display of Izuku's resilience. He breathed a sigh of relief, steadying himself as he summoned a guitar into his grasp. Fingers pressed against the strings, a rhythm emerged, the notes harmonizing with his intent. The guitar shifted into lightning mode, and his skilled strumming gave rise to lightning-formed bats that surged toward Azeroth with electrifying intent. The impact staggered the demon, akin to a bolt from the heavens. The guitar morphed again, this time into fire mode, and Izuku's mischievous grin did not go unnoticed by the demon. The devil's limbs ignited in spectral fire, retaliating with a blazing fury. However, an unexpected move unfolded as the ground trembled beneath Azeroth, and a torrent of lava erupted, encasing the demon in its scorching grip. The demon howled, forced to retreat from the torrent of molten fury. With a swift transition, Izuku reverted to his trusty blade, Muramasa. A piercing gaze met the demon's enraged one, the tension in the air palpable. The demon's ire couldn't eclipse its curiosity, and it voiced its astonishment, questioning how Izuku dared to attack a devil and inflict pain upon demons. Izuku's surprise was apparent. He remarked on the demon's British accent, further incensing it. The tension escalated as both combatants surged forth. Azeroth's fiery tail lashed with ferocious zeal, leaving a wake of chaos. Unfortunately, Izuku found himself engulfed in the inextinguishable flames, his efforts to quench the fire futile. His shirt was a casualty, and his exposed skin bore the tormenting fire's mark. He mused about the fire that defied conventional means of extinguishing, his gaze fierce and ablaze with determination. Azeroth proclaimed that its flames not only seared the body but also the very soul as it charged at Izuku, fire trailing its fist. Employing ragtime, Izuku manipulated time itself, surging behind the demon. Swiftly, he plunged his sword into Azeroth's nape, evoking a howl of agony from the demonic behemoth. The retaliatory flames forced Izuku's retreat, his blade still ensnared in the demon's flesh. The demon roared, its rage palpable as it struggled to free itself from the ensnared blade. Undeterred, Izuku summoned his twin daggers, a strainer, determination etched on his features. He surged at the devil, evading its claw with fluid grace, the twin daggers a blur of crimson as they sliced through the demon's knees. The resultant explosion shook the Clifth, the very tree trembling under the force. With his guitar transformed to water mode, Izuku unleashed a torrent of high-pressure water, severing Azeroth's tails. The demon writhed in agony, bellowing that it would slay Izuku as it charged toward him with newfound ferocity. It seized him, igniting its spectral flames, the scalding embrace tormenting Izuku. With his own strength and a strainer's might, Izuku generated an explosion, breaking free from the demon's grip, his cries a testament to his ordeal. Enduring the excruciating flames, Izuku rose, his determination unyielding even in the face of torment. He resolved that either he would succumb to the inferno, or Muramasa would drain the demon's life. Swift victory was his only way out. Izuku lunged toward the demon, dodging its fiery projectiles, his strategy unfolding within his mind. With his healing factor racing against the impending doom of the unquenchable flames, he inched closer to the demon. His skin seemed to turn to ash, but Izuku pressed on, ascending Azeroth's massive form. He stepped on the demon's arm and ran up to its face, fixated on one objective, his ensnared blade. With a surge of will, he dislodged Muramasa from the demon's nape, his crimson eyes blazing with intensity. He unleashed a powerful attack, the spatial energy cleaving through the demon's head. A rift materialized, engulfing the demon and ultimately collapsing in on itself. The implosion released a cataclysmic energy, propelling Izuku back and obliterating the chamber. In the chaos, they plummeted to the room below. Meanwhile, Nero had dealt the final blow to Malphas, silencing the demon with a well-placed shot from his blue rose. The battle concluded, saving V from a precarious situation. Suddenly, the ground began to quake, and from the sky descended the colossal form of Azeroth, accompanied by a half-naked Izuku. Fenrir, emerging from Izuku's body, caught him skillfully. Nero approached Fenrir to check on Izuku, who had ceased to be a blazing inferno, his regenerative abilities now in full swing. Izuku declared his victory, raising a triumphant fist, and Fenrir nodded in agreement. It had been a demanding struggle, yet Master emerged as Fenrir had foreseen. As Izuku released himself from Fenrir's embrace, Nero expressed his admiration for Izuku's fight against the colossal demon. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement, then casually mentioned the need for spare clothes and a BLNDFLD, as he was currently without attire. Nero, after a quick glance of approval, averted his gaze. Abruptly, a sphere of light emanated from Azeroth's lifeless form, extending toward Izuku's body. With the demon's defeat, a newfound power coursed through him. His eyes bore a glowing red cross, and his hands were sheathed in fiery red gauntlets adorned with blades on each side, featuring golden-tipped fingers. He couldn't wait to see what this new weapon could do, excitement evident in his expression, and Nero mirrored his enthusiasm, genuinely pleased for his companion. Nero's voice echoed, beckoning a frail V to descend. Izuku greeted him warmly, and V acknowledged his debt before stumbling, promptly caught by Izuku. Nero advised V to turn around, expressing concern for his condition, but V declined, his determination unwavering. He insisted on proceeding, taking another step before succumbing to another fall, with Nero preventing his collapse just in time. Nero's genuine worry was evident as he urged V to rest, a sentiment shared by Izuku, who placed a supportive hand on V's shoulder. Frustration bubbled within Izuku as he demanded to know why V had to push himself. V beseeched them, meeting their eyes with a devilish smile, and the two shared a glance before conceding with sighs. They guided V forward, resolute in their purpose. Griffin's voice piped up as he emerged from within V, attempting humor, but V chose to disregard it. Fenrir walked behind Izuku, Nero, and V as they slowly made their way to confront Urizen. Dante made a stylish landing in the lower chambers of the Clifth after parting ways with Nero and Izuku. Gazing upward, he addressed the situation with his signature casual confidence, declaring that this challenge was all his. Spinning around to face the opening above him, he appraised the hole he was about to descend through, playfully suggesting that it would be too much for his companions. As he delved deeper into the Clifth's depths, Dante encountered a succession of demons. Dispatching them effortlessly, he employed an array of weapons, from guns to his new sword, as well as his devil arms, Barlog and Cavalier, punching and slicing through any demon audacious enough to cross his path. Finally, he reached a chamber blanketed in ice. Over the din of a mighty demon's grunts and the clanking of chains binding the creature, Dante descended nonchalantly. His arrival revealed a colossal three-headed dog thrashing in a struggle to break free from its restraints. The demon bellowed a warning, declaring that only the kings of the Underworld may enter through these gates. Dante's smirk broadened, clearly energized by the challenge. He recalled a similar creature from his past and taunted the Cerberus, treating the formidable demon like an unruly dog. The Cerberus's anger erupted as it proclaimed itself the king of the Cerberus tribe, asserting that it would feast on Dante's flesh and gnaw on his bones. Dante embraced the challenge posed by King Cerberus, shifting into a confident fighting stance. King Cerberus lunged at Dante with all three of its heads simultaneously, each head wreathed in a different element: fire, ice, and lightning. Dante's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped the fiery maw, his coat billowing as he deftly evaded the attack. With a twist of his body, he managed to dodge the icy bite, feeling the chill of the frosty breath against his skin. The lightning head struck next, bolts of electricity crackling towards him. He leaped into the air, performing a mid-air somersault to narrowly avoid the electrifying strike that scorched the ground where he had stood a moment earlier. As he landed, Dante's coat fanned out dramatically behind him, and a confident grin tugged at his lips. He dashed towards King Cerberus, his trusty sword gleaming in his hand. With a swift upward slash, he sliced through the air, sending a wave of energy that clashed against the fiery aura. Surrounding the fire head, the impact caused a shockwave, pushing Dante back slightly. Before he could regain his footing, the ice head lunged, biting down with its frosty jaws. Dante managed to twist his body in midair, narrowly avoiding the icy fangs. He landed with a graceful roll, his sword held defensively in front of him. Dante quipped about the triple threat he faced, shifting his sword into its Swordmaster mode. He extended his blade, which crackled with electric energy, and with a swift horizontal slash, he sent a bolt of lightning hurtling towards the ice head. The bolt struck true, causing frost to sizzle and melt upon impact. But the lightning head retaliated, sending a surge of electricity through the ice head and into the ground, causing shards of ice to explode outward. Dante's coat flapped wildly as he backflipped, narrowly evading the onslaught of ice shards. Determined, Dante reached into his coat and pulled out his demonic gauntlets, Balrog. Flames erupted around his fists as he charged at King Cerberus with renewed vigor. The fire head lunged, spewing a torrent of flames. Dante leaped through the fiery assault with practiced ease, his gauntlets leaving trails of flames in his wake. He closed the gap between them, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches and kicks. King Cerberus roared in pain, its fire head reeling from the onslaught. Dante switched his gauntlets to their kick mode, igniting his feet with flames. With a spin and a flourish, he delivered a roundhouse kick that connected with the fire head's jaw, sending it stumbling back. Activating his own devil trigger, Dante's body engulfed in a crimson aura, his strength and speed multiplied. He felt more connected to his demonic heritage than ever before. His demonic eyes glowed as he dashed towards King Cerberus. He initiated the assault with his trusted sword Rebellion, slicing through the air and sending crescents of energy towards the beast's ice head. The head responded by releasing icy projectiles, but Dante deflected them with a powerful swing of his sword, shattering them mid-air. As the fire head prepared to unleash a fiery breath, Dante twirled his sword in a graceful arc, generating a protective vortex of energy that absorbed and nullified the flames. He lunged forward, his sword gleaming with red-hot energy, and struck at the fire head with precision. The demon yowled in pain, its flames momentarily dimmed. King Cerberus's lightning head crackled with electrical energy. The beast lunged at Dante, but he swiftly sidestepped the attack and counterattacked with his dual handguns, ebony and ivory. Bullets of demonic energy punctuated the air, striking the lightning head's eyes and causing it to screech in agony. The demon's heads howled in anger, their elemental attacks intensifying. Dante grinned, undeterred. He vaulted into the air, his sword held high as he channeled his own energy into the blade. It ignited with crimson flames, and with a mighty downward slash, he unleashed a devastating inferno that engulfed all three heads. The flames roared, their heat scorching the air. When the fire subsided, King Cerberus lay defeated, its head smoldering and its body scorched. Dante panted slightly, his adrenaline still pumping as he wiped sweat from his brow, acknowledging the challenge he had just overcome. He mused about the tough battle, sheathing rebellion and glancing at his surroundings, which bore the marks of their fierce confrontation. With a chuckle, he turned to leave, his confident swagger returning as he headed deeper into the Clifth, ready for whatever challenges awaited him next. King Cerberus's essence transformed into an orb of radiant light, drawn towards Dante's outstretched hand. With a triumphant grin, Dante's fingers closed around the orb, which then underwent a mesmerizing transformation into a remarkable weapon three-handled nunchaku. He twirled the nunchaku with deftness and precision, each swing radiating icy particles that danced through the air. In an instant, Dante reconfigured the weapon, shifting it into its lightning mode. The nunchaku elongated into a staff, crackling with electric energy as he spun it around, purple lightning arcs crackling and sizzling with every movement. Without missing a beat, he shifted the nunchaku's form again, this time into a fiery bow staff. Each swing of the staff sent forth waves of searing flames, igniting the air around him. As the flames subsided, Dante struck the staff against the chamber's floor with a resounding impact. The floor crumbled under the force, forming a path that led deeper into the heart of the Clifth. Dante's eyes glinted with excitement as he surveyed the new opening, thinking to himself that he was the first one there and had a front-row seat to the impending demon showdown. With that, he leaped into the newly created passage, his resolve unwavering and his heart eager for the battles that lay ahead. Meanwhile, in another part of the Clifth, Nero was assisting V in his journey towards Urizen, while Izuku rode atop Fenrir, effortlessly dispatching any demons that dared to obstruct their path. V's frailty was evident, his steps faltering, and he shared a profound truth with his companions. He expressed that all he ever wanted was to be protected and loved, but he had been all alone, with survival as his only choice. Nero's concern was palpable as he encouraged V to rest, and Izuku implored V to conserve his energy, disembarking from his familiar. Summoning a smile, V leaned on his cane to regain his footing and declared that he would tell them everything, capturing their full attention. Then he revealed that there was no demon named Urizen, stunning his companions. Izuku was thoroughly bewildered, and V pressed on, dismantling their preconceptions. He explained that Urizen was only a man who had thrown away his humanity in an endless pursuit of power, and he was Dante's older brother. This disclosure left them astounded. Nero echoed the revelation, his puzzlement clear as he glanced at Izuku for confirmation, who noted that Dante had never mentioned him before. V continued to unravel the enigma, stating that his real name was Virgil. As he spoke that name, a sudden and intense headache gripped Izuku, driving him to the ground, clutching his head in discomfort. Concerned, Nero and Fenrir rushed to his side, aiding the suffering boy. V regarded Izuku with worry, urging them onward, insisting they must get to Urizen before it was too late. Nero agreed, offering his support to V. Fenrir voiced his worry about their master, prompting Izuku to signal that he could endure it, giving a thumbs up. He expressed his determination to manage the pain and requested to be taken to Urizen. With Fenrir lifting him, they pressed forward. Dante descended to the very depths of the Clifth, his eyes locking onto Urizen, who stood before a peculiar tree bearing a heart-like fruit, reminiscent of an apple. He spoke softly, the name Virgil slipping from his lips, capturing the demon's attention. Observing the fruit, Dante expressed his skepticism, remarking that it didn't look so special to him. Yet, Urizen remained silent, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic fruit. As Dante surveyed the surroundings, a pang of nostalgia struck him. The scenery before him seemed to mirror his childhood home, a few miles away from their present location, and he couldn't help but dwell on the past. He reflected that this was where it all started, the day their mother saved him and left Urizen behind. His tone shifted as he conveyed a mixture of pain and understanding, explaining that their mother had tried to save Urizen too, searching until it cost her life. Urizen, however, dismissed these memories, claiming he had no recollection of this tale or place, asserting it was all an illusion created by the extraordinary fruit. With a swift motion, he plucked the fruit from its branch. Dante moved to intervene, but it was too late. The fruit, embodying the essence of the Clifth, disappeared into Urizen's mouth. With this, Urizen proclaimed that he would have everything, his power surging rapidly as fragments of the Clifth entwined with him disintegrated, unveiling an entirely new form concealed beneath. The very structure of the Clifth quivered violently, responding to this transformation by extending even higher into the sky. Dante's retort cut through the charged atmosphere, stating firmly that Urizen did not have everything. Urizen shifted his attention toward Dante, the remnants of his previous self continuing to fall away. Dante lamented that Urizen had just lost the last shred of humanity he still possessed, his gaze reflecting the sadness of his words as he looked upon the transformed Urizen. Urizen's reaction was one of disdain, dismissing Dante's sentiments as the pitiful cries of those without strength and inviting him to enlightenment. Nero, Izuku, along with Fenrir and V, reached the aftermath of the fierce battle between Dante and Urizen, hurrying to Dante's side. Nero called out to Dante, extending his assistance to V in getting to him. Dante responded, catching his breath as he rested his sword on his shoulder, indicating he was just finishing up. He inquired about Izuku, who was still being carried by Fenrir, and Izuku admitted that everything hurt while eyeing Urizen's fallen form. Nero's curiosity got the best of him as he stared at Urizen and asked if that was really Dante's brother. Dante confirmed it, stating that indeed, that was him, revealing that it was Urizen who was behind all this. "Your own flesh and blood," Nero muttered, clearly affected by this revelation. Dante couldn't help but smile, acknowledging the truth in his words. As the conversation continued, Dante noticed Izuku's state and asked why he was without his clothes. Izuku brushed off the question with a dismissive wave, too focused on the sight of Urizen's defeated body. Meanwhile, V approached the fallen Urizen, declaring that he saw him in the last throes of defeat. Urizen, weak and struggling, managed to lift his head slightly. Sensing the moment was critical, Dante hurried to strike Urizen down but was halted by V's insistence to handle it himself. V pleaded to be allowed to end the battle with his own hands, and Dante reluctantly agreed. Perched atop Urizen's body, V used his cane for support as they locked eyes. Though weakened, Urizen glared back defiantly. V taunted him, saying not to struggle, for if he couldn't defeat him, he had already lost. Urizen growled that he would not lose to Dante and needed more power. V acknowledged their connection, stating they were one and the same, and raised his cane, ready to deliver the final blow. Dante, realizing V's intent, moved swiftly to stop him, but it was too late. V plunged his cane into Urizen's chest, and a colossal pillar of light erupted from Urizen's body, sending Dante, Nero, and Izuku flying backward. The torment that had plagued Izuku vanished, and he freed himself from Fenrir's embrace, unsheathing his katana as a formidable aura enveloped the chamber. The illusory surroundings began to fracture and crumble, fragments cascading from the sky to the ground. The luminous pillar that had shone so brilliantly dwindled, revealing a lone figure where V and Urizen once stood. It was a fusion, a melding of man and demon, the embodiment of Alpha and Omega. Nero exclaimed in astonishment, gazing upon this mysterious entity. Dante spat out the name Virgil with palpable fury, igniting recognition in Nero and Izuku, even though they had never encountered this enigmatic figure before. Virgil swiveled, directing his intense gaze first at Nero and Izuku, then fixing it unwaveringly upon Dante. He retrieved the book that V had always carried, while Dante confronted him, expressing disbelief at his return. Dante charged at his twin brother, who adeptly deflected Dante's sword with his own. With swift precision, Virgil struck Dante in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. As Dante grabbed Yamato from the scabbard and flung it back, pushing Virgil away, he yelled at Nero to get out of his way. Virgil, illuminated by a streak of brilliant azure light, appeared before Dante, leaving cracks in the ground as their blades clashed vigorously. Virgil asserted that defeating Dante like this had no meaning, to which Dante retorted, urging him to settle the matter. Virgil advised Dante to heal his wounds and grow strong before they would settle their differences, and with a single slide of Yamato, he sent Dante careening backward. Meanwhile, Nero and Izuku remained motionless, stunned by the recent turn of events. Virgil, wielding Yamato, slashed through the air in a cross pattern, opening a portal that led to the pinnacle of the Clifth. Before stepping through, he turned his gaze toward Nero and Izuku, thanking them both, leaving them perplexed as he vanished through the portal. Frustrated, Dante allowed his brother to escape, and Nero and Izuku approached him with questions swirling in their minds. Nero inquired about V, and Dante, with reluctance, explained that he had returned. To himself. He urged them to go home, stating that this didn't concern them, which ignited Izuku and Nero's anger. Izuku protested, recalling the loss of his eyes because of Virgil, while Nero referenced their past encounters. Dante remained unyielding, insisting that this was not their fight and that he needed to stop Virgil. Nero's irritation grew as he declared he wouldn't let Dante have all the fun. Dante shook his head, countering that they didn't understand. Izuku, equally frustrated, couldn't contain himself, expressing his feelings about being considered dead weight. Dante interrupted, emphasizing that was not the case. When they pressed him for clarity, Dante took a deep breath and disclosed a shocking revelation. Virgil was their father. This left Nero and Izuku stunned, prompting Nero to demand confirmation. Dante explained that he had suspected it from the first time he saw them and noted how Yamato reacted to both of them. Both boys were still in shock. If their father was the same person, did that mean? Nero asked, glancing at Izuku, who shared his confusion. Dante confirmed that Virgil was indeed their younger brother. Izuku vehemently protested, claiming his father was the one back in Japan and that he couldn't be the grandson of Sparda. Dante nodded again, suggesting that if the Yamato's response didn't convince him, perhaps the headaches would. Dante concluded that Virgil needed to be confronted, but he couldn't allow them to kill their old man before leaving to confront Virgil and end the conflict. Nero and Izuku were left alone with their thoughts. At the pinnacle of the Clifth, Virgil gazed down at the earth from the vantage point of space, lost in contemplation. Despite his fusion with Urizen, his sentiments toward Izuku, Nero, and Dante remained unchanged, and his feelings about his past choices had not evolved. He pondered aloud whether their fates would have been different if their positions had been switched. Settling into a plastic chair he had discovered, Virgil awaited the fated battle with Dante. Elsewhere, the Devil May Cry van was parked at a Clifth branch, waiting for the rest of the group. However, an unexpected disturbance rocked the tree, causing everything to shake violently. Lady questioned what was happening, concern etched on her face as pieces of the tree started to fall and disconnect. In a sudden appearance, Dante landed right in front of the van, capturing everyone's attention. Trish, anxious for answers, was the first to inquire about the situation. Dante explained that his brother was back and that he intended to confront him. His revelation left Trish and Lady utterly taken aback. Nico interjected, her tone exasperated, and handed him a rocket launcher, declaring that it was a rental for Lady. Kafka raised concerns, but Dante urged everyone to leave immediately, stating he would deal with the situation. He casually shouldered the rocket launcher, and as the van drove away, he mentioned that he had a feeling this would be a challenging encounter. Having traversed through the upper branches of the Clifth, battling demons and slicing through its tendrils, Dante reached a vast open area where he encountered V's former familiars. He greeted them lightheartedly, but they revealed their intention to kill him, having been freed from Virgil's conscience. Dante, undeterred, drew his sword, stating he couldn't leave without confronting Virgil. In this epic battle, Dante faced off against the formidable trio of demons, Griffin, Shadow, and Nightmare. The dark atmosphere was charged with tension as the demons circled Dante, ready to strike. Dante cracked a confident smile, remarking on the odds. Griffin, the lightning bird-like demon, screeched and launched a barrage of lightning bolts at Dante, who deftly dodged the attacks and retaliated with fiery kicks, forcing Griffin to retreat momentarily. Meanwhile, Shadow lunged at Dante with blinding speed, but he countered with expert precision, taunting the demon as he slashed at it. The towering Nightmare demon loomed over the battlefield, and Dante knew he had to deal with it strategically. He transformed his weapon into twin chainsaws and charged at Nightmare, sparks flying as he clashed with the massive demon. Dr. Faust, Dante's fedora, levitated above him, spinning towards Griffin and unleashing a storm of bullets made from demon blood, causing Griffin to screech in pain. Dante laughed, feeling the tide of battle turning in his favor. The battle raged on as Dante's guns fired relentlessly, peppering Shadow with bullets. Griffin and Nightmare regrouped, launching a coordinated assault. Dante switched to his rocket launcher, unleashing a powerful explosion that sent the demons sprawling. Breathing heavily, he stood amidst the chaos, smirking at his opponents. With a final, powerful strike from his devil sword, he sent them flying back. Griffin's voice thundered defiantly, insisting they wouldn't back down until they saw Virgil. The familiars began to amass their energy, their eyes emitting an eerie purple glow. They surged toward Dante with renewed speed, while Nightmare unleashed a barrage of laser beams, forcing the Devil Hunter into a tactical retreat. Dante remarked on how close that had been, but as he regained his composure, Shadow pounced on him. He managed to parry the beast's assault, but it was a cunning diversion. Griffin unleashed a relentless torrent of lightning, electrocuting Dante and forcing him to his knees. With Shadow's tendrils holding him aloft, Nightmare began charging a colossal beam of demonic energy. In a desperate bid to survive, Dante's eyes flared a dangerous shade of red, and a malevolent sigil materialized beneath him as he transformed into his Sin Devil trigger. He pierced Shadow with his devil sword, hurling the demon aside and turning his attention to Nightmare. Engulfed in flames, Dante dashed toward the colossal demon, spinning in midair and drilling through Nightmare's massive frame, leaving a gaping hole in its chest. As a result, Nightmare lost its corporeal form, reduced to just its eye and a swirling black mass. Next, Dante unleashed a barrage of fireballs at Griffin. The lightning-fast demon tried to evade the fiery onslaught, but Dante's speed surpassed even lightning itself. Griffin plummeted to the ground, swiftly defeated by Dante, who had now conquered his brother's familiars. Dante reverted from his Sin Devil trigger, returning to his human form. He lowered himself to face the defeated demons, taking a moment to catch his breath after the intense battle they had just endured. He remarked that they should have known better, acknowledging their good hearts but pointing out their lack of sharpness. Griffin, weakly, warned Dante that even if he had managed to defeat them, Virgil would be a far greater challenge. As their power waned, they bid Dante farewell, stating this was their final fight and the end of Virgil's nightmares. Griffin bid him farewell before succumbing to defeat and fading away. Dante smiled as he watched the demons begin to slowly fade away, preparing to confront his twin brother. 30 minutes earlier, Nero and Izuku rushed along the Clifth's branch, desperately attempting to outrun the incoming avalanche of debris. Suddenly, they spotted Nico's van ahead. Its doors swung wide, and Trish and Lady stretched out their hands, signaling them to grab on. Izuku and Nero clutched their hands as they were propelled into the van, causing Trish and Lady to stumble. Nero scanned the surroundings, his voice filled with urgency as he asked where Dante was. Trish quickly assured him that Dante had everything under control and urged them to leave immediately as more debris hurtled toward the van. Izuku inquired about Virgil, and Trish nodded in acknowledgement, admitting she knew him vaguely. Izuku then revealed a shocking piece of information that left everyone in the van stunned. Dante claimed that Virgil was their father. His frustration was palpable as he slammed his hand against the van's interior, demanding to know what was happening. Trish admitted that Dante's reasoning made sense, and she had her suspicions. Nero, grappling with a storm of emotions, vented his frustration by pounding the wall. Trish cautioned him, reminding him that while he despised Virgil, he couldn't kill his own father. Lady consoled Nero, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, reminding him of his bravery in saving them. Nero commanded Nico to stop the car, but Kafka, who had been busy firing at the large, plummeting debris, shouted back in disbelief. Clenching his jaw, Nero decided to go by himself, leaping out of the van's door, leaving Lady and Trish surprised while Izuku remained seated, stunned. Kafka paused her shooting duties to check on Izuku, who hadn't responded to Trish or Lady. She approached him and requested a moment alone. After Trish and Lady moved to the front of the van, Kafka asked Izuku if he was all right, placing her hand on his shoulder. Izuku confessed that he was feeling a mix of emotions, clutching his chest as he spoke. Kafka understood his turmoil and advised him that while he had issues with his father, He couldn't go and kill his own family, as there would be no coming back from that. Izuku smiled as he shared that he didn't hate his father, at least not this one. He expressed his conflicting feelings about discovering that his dad back in Japan wasn't his real father, feeling both happy and angry at the same time. Kafka lightened the mood with humor, prompting him to elaborate further. Nero touched down on a Clifth branch, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled on a phone booth perched atop a small hill. He detected the faint sound of ringing, indicating its functionality. He reached out, dialed a number, and patiently awaited the recipient's answer. A voice came from the other end, and Nero felt a wave of relief wash over him. Kairi expressed her concern, asking what was going on. Nero explained the bewildering situation he found himself in, revealing his feelings of confusion about discovering he had a family after growing up alone with only Kairi and Credo. Kairi reassured him, reminding him that he always knew which path was right and which was wrong, encouraging him not to doubt himself. Grateful for her words, Nero felt a renewed sense of determination. He had one last thing to take care of before returning home. As he made his way up the branch, his thoughts turned inward. He reflected on his past, feeling the weight of not being able to protect Credo. This time, however, he vowed to be different. With a fierce resolve, he sprinted up the Clifth branch, declaring that he would not let anyone die. Extending his devil breaker, it began to emit a radiant light, disassembling itself to reveal a new, empowered arm. 2 energy wings, shimmering in a deep azure hue, sprouted from his back, allowing him to ascend into the sky. He landed amidst the clash between his uncle and father, halting their blades from colliding. Both brothers reverted to their original forms, astonished by Nero's transformation. Virgil remarked on the interesting sight, while Dante expressed his surprise. Nero used his wings to deliver a powerful push, forcing them apart and sending them hurtling in opposite directions. As Virgil rose to his feet, he inquired about the source of Nero's newfound power. Dante, still regaining his footing, echoed his confusion. Nero declared that the conflict would end there, his determination shining through his eyes. Dante approached Nero, attempting to assert that this was not his fight, but before he could finish, he was pushed away by Nero's wings, crashing to the ground. Nero interjected, commanding their attention and stating that he would not allow them to harm each other. He emphasized that there were other ways to settle their differences and expressed his intent to stop the sibling rivalry. Virgil laughed lightly, questioning if Nero had come all this way just for that. Nero firmly stated that neither Dante nor Virgil would die that day, prompting a nod from his father. Dante, still recovering, groaned about the impact of Nero's wings. Virgil proposed that if he defeated Nero, he would also defeat Dante by default. Dante, shaking off his daze, refused to let Virgil harm his own child. He insisted that this fight had always been about them. Virgil expressed his displeasure at Dante's decision, while Dante suggested a free-for-all battle. Skeptical, Virgil questioned if Nero truly believed he could take them both on alone. Nero's smirk widened as a brilliant purple light enveloped the top of the Clifth, hinting at the arrival of unexpected allies. Izuku and Fenrir ascended to the top of the Clifth, encountering the fading forms of Virgil's nightmares. Izuku rushed to their side, concerned for their well-being. Griffin managed to open his eyes weakly, expressing that they had wanted to see Izuku. Izuku inquired about the destruction caused by Dante, and Griffin confirmed it was indeed Dante's doing. Izuku questioned why they hadn't run back to Virgil, but Griffin explained that they wanted to see him. As their forms faded, they left behind glowing orbs. Griffin revealed the truth about Virgil's suffering since being sent to hell, detailing the relentless torture he endured at the hands of the former demon King Mundus. Izuku's shock deepened as Griffin continued, explaining that Virgil had lost most of his hope until Izuku came into being. Griffin elaborated that Virgil had witnessed Izuku's life through his eyes, sharing his experiences and pain. Izuku was left astonished, realizing he had been the one to keep Virgil sane and give him hope to live. Griffin's fading voice echoed, leaving yet another orb behind, which Izuku collected and handed to Fenrir. Izuku asked Fenrir in a serious tone to save them, and Fenrir nodded in agreement. Fenrir cautioned that it would require an immense amount of demonic energy, but Izuku trusted his familiar and gave him nearly all of his demonic energy, leaving the devil concerned. Fenrir addressed him to ensure he was okay as Izuku proceeded toward the summit of the Clifth. He assured Fenrir that he would return, and the wolf leaped to a safer location. As Izuku advanced along a branch of the Clifth, closing the distance to the impending battle, he reflected on the years of torment he had endured in hell. He spoke deliberately, acknowledging that he was the one who kept Fenrir sane during that time. From the moment they declared him quirkless until the day Fenrir returned, he had seen the world through Izuku's eyes, which gave him hope. Izuku questioned if he had been Fenrir's hero, his voice filled with unwavering resolve, and a smile grew on his face as he continued moving forward. Ever since that day in kindergarten, Izuku had despised himself for not having enough strength. But this time was different, and he swore it would be. He charged up the branch, and as he did, the bandages concealing his eyes were consumed by flames, revealing a pair of newly restored demonic eyes, blazing with determination. He yelled that he was not going to let anyone die, and two bird-like wings emerged from his back as he flew into the sky faster than sound, leaving a trail of lightning behind him and destroying the branch. The brilliant light dimmed, revealing a demonic figure with obsidian-like hardened skin and two formidable horns nearly covering his face, giving him a superhero-esque appearance. Enormous wings stretched from his back, resembling a majestic cape, and a formidable tail swayed behind him. He gazed at both Dante and Virgil before returning to his human form. He declared that they were now even, a confident smirk playing on his lips, leaving both Dante and Virgil utterly stunned. Dante exclaimed in astonishment, noticing Izuku's transformed state. Izuku teased that he couldn't leave a brother to deal with their uncle and father alone, causing Nero to smile. Izuku plunged his hand into his own chest and retrieved Muramasa, its blade glowing brilliantly as ethereal flames surrounded it. Izuku held his blade and regarded Virgil with a chuckle, remarking that he looked less disappointing than expected. Virgil smiled and quipped back, asking if that was supposed to be a compliment. Izuku lifted his blade, ready for battle, as he stood back to back with Nero, facing Virgil while Izuku faced Dante. Nero expressed his relief that Izuku was there, and Izuku chuckled, getting into a fighting stance as he faced Dante. He reminded them that he was part of this family feud too. Nero cracked the knuckles on his wings, and Izuku stretched his own, smirking as he locked eyes with Dante. Nero declared that when this was over, they would make Virgil submit. Virgil summoned a mirage aimed at Nero, who skillfully deflected it with Red Queen as he advanced toward his father, swinging his sword while Virgil dodged and fixed his hair. Virgil requested that Nero stand down, but Nero's frustration showed as he exclaimed that this had everything to do with him. He charged at Virgil, who parried the attack with the Yamato. In a swift move, Virgil appeared above Nero, preparing to strike downward. However, Nero managed to dodge in time, soaring into the air with his wings and coming back at Virgil with Red Queen, moving it toward his chest. Virgil swiftly reacted, kicking Nero away and repositioning himself above his son, switching to Beowulf. Virgil unleashed a barrage of powerful kicks and punches, each charged with energy, sending Nero flying backward. Despite this, Nero couldn't help but smirk as Virgil sheathed his blade, unleashing a flurry of invisible cuts toward him. Nero expertly dodged each one and accelerated toward Virgil at breakneck speed, landing a solid punch on his father's face. Before Virgil could regain his composure, Nero continued his assault with a rapid barrage of shots from Blue Rose. Just as Virgil prepared to strike with his sword, Nero unleashed a surge of energy using his Devil Breaker, sending the formidable Dark Slayer flying backward. Virgil quickly rose to his feet, a blue streak of light trailing behind him as he charged at Nero. With a swift motion, he moved his sword toward Nero's chest, taunting him that it was past his bedtime. Unfazed, Nero retaliated with a powerful punch using his wings, sending Virgil flying backward. He then planted his sword into the ground, revving the handle in preparation for their ongoing battle. Amidst their fierce clash, Dante and Izuku's blades collided, sparking with each impact. Dante quipped that Izuku didn't know when to give up as he pushed forward. Undeterred, Izuku smirked and responded that it was what Dante had taught him. Both fighters exerted force, pushing against each other. Dante, ever the adaptable fighter, equipped Balrog and unleashed a flurry of fiery kicks and punches toward Izuku. However, Izuku's agility allowed him to gracefully evade Dante's strikes, blocking an incoming punch with his trusty Muramasa. As the intensity of their battle reached its zenith, Izuku activated his newest devil arm, Epsilon. Flames enveloped his hair as Dante smirked. Fists clashed against fists, and both fighters landed solid blows on each other's faces. Despite the relentless storm of incoming attacks, neither of them relented, their determination unwavering as they continued to exchange powerful punches. Dante swiftly switched to Cerberus, wielding the nunchaku with elements of ice, fire, and lightning. He struck Izuku with a whirlwind of attacks, shocking, burning, and freezing him simultaneously. Gritting his teeth, Izuku unleashed a fiery punch into the ground, creating a torrent of fire that pushed Dante back. Izuku promptly re-equipped Muramasa, its blade surging with purple fire, while Dante's sword opened up, surrounding him with multiple spectral swords. Employing his trickster style, Dante moved instantly in front of Izuku, sending slashes of energy and numerous blades toward him. Some blades struck Izuku, but he remained unfazed, retaliating with slices of energy. Dante switched to his Royal Guard style, smugly absorbing the energy attacks. Izuku then armed himself with a strainer, throwing the two daggers at Dante. However, Dante adeptly deflected them once more with his Royal Guard style, confident that nothing could penetrate his defense. Undeterred, Izuku smirked as red veins appeared on Dante's arms, exploding in a fiery wave. Anticipating Dante's recovery, Izuku charged at him and aimed Kafka's gun at Dante's head. A well-placed shot dazed the Devil Hunter, and Izuku smirked as he equipped his guitar. He delivered a powerful blow to Dante's face before strumming the guitar, summoning a fiery dragon that struck Dante and sent him hurtling backward into a massive Clifth root as it fell on him. From the midst of the shattered Clifth roots, Dante swiftly ascended, closing the distance to Izuku with incredible speed. He lunged at Izuku, moving his sword into Izuku's chest and hoisting him into the air. He then changed his devil arm to Cavalier, using its dual chainsaw to attack Izuku's stomach before stabbing him again with his sword. Dante declared it was time to get serious with a self-assured grin. Blood trickled from Izuku's mouth, but his determination remained unwavering. Strumming the strings of his guitar while still impaled, Izuku played a powerful melody. Suddenly, a barrage of lightning bats surged forth, targeting the now vulnerable Dante. The onslaught of electric power shocked Dante, forcing him to release his grip on his sword. Seizing this opportunity, Izuku pulled Dante's own blade free and impaled him with it before swiftly leaping backward, putting some distance between them. Meanwhile, Nero's sword ignited in flames as he launched a relentless assault on Virgil, delivering a flurry of strikes. Their blades collided with a dazzling display of sparks. Nero's swift, upward swing managed to graze Virgil, causing a splash of blood across the battlefield. With a confident smirk, Nero pressed his advantage. However, Virgil seized the opportunity to retaliate swiftly. He impaled Nero with the Yamato, eliciting a pained grunt from the younger Devil Hunter. Determined not to yield, Nero pulled the blade from his own body and plunged it back into his father. As they disengaged, Nero's Devil Breaker began to glow ominously. Nero exclaimed he would let Virgil have a taste of the good stuff, jamming his glowing arm into Virgil's groin before leaping away, leaving a bewildered and discomforted Virgil in his wake. The arm detonated, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke. Nero and Izuku once again stood back to back, ready for whatever came next. Izuku voiced his confusion in laughter as Dante and Virgil got out of their stagger. Their eyes emanated an eerie glow, and their powers surged, growing more formidable by the moment. In response to this, Nero couldn't help but chuckle. Two towering pillars of light burst forth on opposite sides of the battlefield, one crimson and the other cobalt. Dante and Virgil had fully unleashed their Sin Devil triggers, their overwhelming power emanating in waves. Nero and Izuku exchanged a determined glance before nodding in unison. Izuku charged headlong at Virgil, while Nero closed in on Dante. Blades clashed with sparks flying as they deflected their adversaries' strikes and pushed them back. Virgil conjured multiple mirage blades and summoned a spectral clone to assist him, mercilessly impaling Izuku with their combined assault. Izuku clenched his teeth in agony, his eyes ablaze with a surge of electricity. With defiant resolve, he transformed into his devil trigger, proclaiming he was not the only one with that trick. The mirage blades embedded in his body vanished, replaced by an array of ominous purple mirage blades that materialized above him, all converging toward Virgil. His spectral clone deflected the incoming barrage, but Izuku had more in store. He asserted that numbers wouldn't save Virgil, slamming his hand onto the ground as a large lightning bolt from above struck the clone, causing it to dissipate. Virgil's shock was palpable as he mused about the lightning being griffins, to which Izuku nodded firmly, stating that was not all he had. Izuku roared as he stretched his wings, soaring into the sky with his blade in hand. He soared towards Virgil, clashing blades with him in a mid-air sword fight that filled the sky with sparkling sparks. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Nero deftly evaded the fireballs Dante hurled at him, eventually triggering his own devil trigger. Nero's devil breaker emitted a brilliant glow as he grinned, flying towards Dante, who reciprocated the transformation. In a flash, Nero evaded Dante's swinging blade using Gerbera, positioning himself above his adversary. His devil breaker unfurled like a blooming flower, releasing a devastating laser that caught Dante at point-blank range. Dante staggered back from the impact but swiftly recovered, lunging forward to grab Nero by the neck. He tossed Nero into the air, but Nero used his wings to arrest his momentum. Before he could react, Dante charged at him, spinning like a whirlwind and driving his sword into Nero's chest. With Nero sprawled on the ground, Dante grasped his leg, hurling him towards a rift he had created. However, Nero acted swiftly, leveraging the power of his devil trigger to unleash a massive wave of demonic energy towards Dante, who was compelled to block the attack. The rift dissipated, setting Nero free. Nero's confident smirk remained as he ascended into the air. Dante coiled into a ball, hurling multiple sword-shaped blasts of demonic energy at Nero. Nero deftly maneuvered, cutting through the incoming projectiles and revving his sword into exceed mode. He sliced through the final energy blade, closing the distance to Dante. Nero moved his sword into Dante's wings, tearing them apart and sending the Devil Hunter plummeting to the ground. Nero pressed his advantage, charging at Dante and unleashing a flurry of sword strikes in all directions, carving deep gashes into Dante's body. Despite the wounds, Dante maintained a smug grin. Dante retaliated by releasing a torrent of fire, driving Nero backward. Dante then raised his sword to his face, channeling energy as a massive pentagram materialized beneath him. Meanwhile, in the skies, Izuku engaged in a fierce battle against his father and the clone he had created. He skillfully deflected their blades and unleashed a surge of lightning, sending both opponents reeling. However, Virgil took advantage of Izuku's momentary lapse by summoning spikes from his shadow, impaling Izuku in the stomach and leaving him vulnerable. Izuku equipped Epsilon, sending a barrage of punches at Virgil, kicking him and launching him with the flame of 1,000 hells, damaging him greatly. Izuku then punched Virgil in the gut, winding him as he took a deep breath. He roared that Virgil would accept their existence, his mouth emanating red and purple energy. With a powerful shout, he released a colossal beam of demonic energy at Virgil in the form of a dragon, forcing him to block and sending him crashing to the ground. As Virgil descended, he found himself back-to-back with Dante, both of them adopting defensive stances. They exchanged knowing glances as Virgil sheathed his blade and got into a stance as a pentagram appeared underneath him. Izuku muttered in concern as Nero, now on the ground, placed his sword on his back and held a spectral Yamato, bracing for the incoming assault from Dante, while Izuku took a similar stance as Virgil, which made the man smile. How foolish, Virgil thought as he gripped his blade tightly, a blue aura surrounding the entire battlefield. Dante's blade emitted a brilliant glow as he unleashed a relentless series of sword strikes toward Nero. Each strike surpassed the previous one in power and destructive force. Nero's eyes emanated a deep blue radiance as he summoned his spectral sword to counter Dante's assault. He retaliated by unleashing powerful torrents of demonic energy in Dante's direction. Their attacks clashed, becoming a test of endurance, with victory belonging to the last one left standing. Virgil vanished with remarkable speed, and in an instant, the very fabric of reality surrounding Izuku and Virgil was sliced apart. Numerous afterimages of Virgil materialized and vanished in rapid succession. In a sudden move, Virgil reappeared behind Izuku and sheathed the Yamato. This marked the end, Virgil declared, reverting to his human form. Numerous cuts appeared across Izuku's body, and he felt the weight of his injuries. "For you," Izuku thought, shocking Virgil. He then leisurely sheathed his Muramasa, silently invoking a powerful technique. Virgil suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Izuku's body opened up, revealing a substantial gash that had emerged on Virgil's torso, stretching from his neck down to his leg. Virgil knelt on the ground, struggling to maintain his composure. Nero and Dante finished their intense clash, with Nero managing to impale Dante. However, two spectral swords struck Nero's back, leading to a fiery explosion. Undeterred, Nero smirked as he hoisted Dante into the air. Multiple mirage blades appeared around Dante. "Iron Maiden," Nero commanded, using the wings on his arms to hold Dante in place, preventing his escape as the mirage blade struck, causing Dante to stagger. Yet, with one last effort, Dante pushed Nero away and reverted from his devil trigger form. Using his trickster style, Dante appeared next to Virgil. Izuku did the same, emerging from Nero's shadow behind him as the brothers raised their guns. Even though they were all panting heavily from the grueling battle, they were not finished yet. Dante exchanged a proud smile with Virgil, who grit his teeth and reluctantly returned the gesture. They transformed back into their Sin Devil triggers, and with a burst of power, they ascended into the sky. Izuku stood beside Nero as the two pairs of devil hunters faced off. Dante and Virgil soared around the battlefield, crashing into the massive branches of the Clifth and demolishing them. The two brothers created a tumultuous storm of lightning and fire, turning the arena into a chaotic battleground. They swiftly descended upon Nero and Izuku, who skillfully evaded their attack. Red and blue mirage blades materialized around them, but they quickly shattered. However, Dante and Virgil were relentless, charging at them once more. Nero and Izuku managed to evade their assault again, narrowly escaping their deadly strikes. With one last burst of energy, Dante and Virgil concentrated all their power into a final attack, hurtling toward Izuku and Nero. The two young warriors exchanged glances and shared a smirk. What was the thing Dante always used to say? Nero wondered as Izuku chuckled softly, understanding the reference. "I'll try it your way for once," Izuku thought, making Nero smirk as they lifted their guns. Nero placed his revolver beside Izuku's gun, and they aimed their weapons at Dante and Virgil, who were closing in on them at incredible speeds. Dante charged at them with Virgil, moving at high speeds. With a resounding shout, they unleashed their demonic energy into their guns. Two bullets, one blue and one purple, shot forth, homing in on Dante and Virgil. The blue bullet struck Dante in the chest, while the purple one hit Virgil, sending both brothers tumbling backward and crashing to the ground, exhausted and out of energy. The last ones standing were Nero and Izuku, smiling at their uncle and father, who were kneeling on the ground, staring back at them. Virgil found himself on his knees, while Dante lay sprawled out, both visibly fatigued from the encounter. Virgil remarked, his voice strained as he caught his breath, while Dante started to laugh. He teased Virgil about cutting off his son's arm for more power and still losing, which made Dante chuckle even more. Izuku interjected, bringing a balanced perspective to the conversation, reminding Dante that he had also been defeated. Dante admitted with a grin that he had indeed been bested. Izuku then mentioned that this might be the best birthday present he could have asked for, prompting Dante to remember that it was indeed Izuku's birthday. He casually mentioned that his present was with Morrison and suggested Izuku talk to him about it. Virgil inquired how Izuku managed to attack during his judgment cut. Izuku, wearing a confident smirk, explained that he had to strike at the perfect moment. Virgil absorbed the explanation with a knowing smirk, while Dante teased Virgil about getting weaker. Virgil scoffed, reminding Dante that he had been defeated by his son. Their classic sibling banter reignited, with Dante retorting about Virgil's appearance. Virgil pointed out that the insult didn't hold weight since they were twins, leading to a heated argument until Nero stepped in, warning them about the urgency of the situation as the tree shook violently. Nero emphasized the need to close the portal, and Dante suggested they follow his lead since they had lost. Virgil stood up, raising his sword and declaring that he could still fight. They contemplated their next move as Nero and Izuku prepared for battle. Virgil pointed out that if the roots continued to spread through town, it would interfere with their business, leaving Nero and Izuku puzzled. Dante remarked that it was the smartest thing he had ever heard Virgil say, and they made their way to the edge of the Clifth. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a missile above them. All eyes turned upward to see an atomic bomb plummeting toward them. Izuku casually asked if they should do something about it, while Dante waved it off nonchalantly. The bomb was intercepted by a Clifth root in midair and tossed into the Underworld, a comedic end to the government's desperate attempt. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle. Nero ran up to them, followed by Izuku, as Virgil explained that they needed to sever the Clifth roots from the Underworld. Dante added that they would seal the portal with the Yamato. Izuku voiced his concerns, noting that if they did that, they couldn't come back. Dante pointed out that someone needed to keep an eye on their old man, as Virgil continued walking forward. Nero protested, but Dante interrupted, saying they were trusting them with things on this side. Virgil urged Dante to hurry, and Dante nodded, following his brother. Izuku and Nero ran to stop them, but the two brothers backhanded them, sending them crashing onto the ground. Dante smiled, taking one last look at his successors before bidding them farewell, wishing them to take care. He jumped off the Clifth, transforming into his Sin Devil trigger and flying down to the Underworld. Virgil remained, looking at his children as he took out his old poetry book. He promised he wouldn't lose next time and threw the book to Nero before looking at Izuku. He found a broken piece of the Yamato and tossed it to Izuku, wishing him a happy birthday as the shard integrated into Izuku's blade, surprising them both. Just as Virgil was about to jump off, Izuku called out to him, stopping him. It was the first time Virgil heard his son call him Dad. He turned back only to have Izuku punch him off the Clifth, expressing his frustration about the past. Virgil couldn't help but smile at his son's emotion before transforming into his Sin Devil trigger and flying down to the Underworld. Nero ran up to Izuku, who picked up the poetry book on his way, looking down at the Underworld. He remarked about Dante and Virgil's foolishness, and Izuku nodded in agreement. Nero teased Izuku about wanting to hug Virgil, which made Izuku blush for a moment before he shrugged it off. He concluded that what had happened was much better. They decided to leave the battlefield, transforming into their devil triggers. Nero flew off first, followed closely by Izuku. Before leaving, Izuku glanced at the only surviving piece of furniture in the entire city, which was still atop the Clifth. He shrugged and followed Nero. Later, about 10 to 20 minutes later, Izuku and Nero were in Nico's van as she drove them out of the city. Nero was engrossed in Virgil's poetry book, while Izuku sat on a plastic chair, idly playing with baby versions of Virgil's nightmares. Izuku stood up, leaving the familiars to play, and headed into the van's kitchen to make coffee for the three of them. Nico couldn't handle the silence any longer and decided to break it. She expressed her shock about Nero's arm, questioning how someone could grow an arm back. Nero pondered her words while Izuku returned with the coffees, handing them to Nero and Nico before taking his seat again with the familiars on his lap. Izuku explained that he didn't know how it happened, it just grew. He mentioned the strange occurrences they had faced, including demons and unusual growths. A baby griffin landed on Nero's finger, prompting Izuku to scold it for its chirping, which amused Nero. When asked if he could understand the little creature, Izuku confirmed, noting that the griffin was too young to talk and could only chirp, which he found cute. Curious about the whereabouts of Lady, Trish, and Kafka, Izuku learned from Nico that she had left Lady and Trish on the outskirts and dropped Kafka off at the airport. Nico explained that Kafka had a flight arranged by her mafia associates. Izuku suggested they swing by the airport, as he had something to return to her. Nico then expressed her care for the devil breaker she had made for Izuku, while Nero admired his new arm. Nico probed into the emotional weight of saving the man who had killed Izuku's father, mentioning Dante's past with Virgil. Nero stated that it didn't matter since both were gone now. Nico offered comfort, suggesting it was okay to cry over a loss. 2 weeks had passed since the collapse of the Clifth tree. Dante and Virgil remained absent, while Izuku hid, knowing Reborn would be searching for him. Upon returning to Devil May Cry, Izuku was surprised to receive a birthday gift from Morrison, courtesy of Dante. It was the deed to Dante's property, which included both the land and the business. Not feeling ready to take charge at 19, Izuku decided to entrust ownership to Morrison until he felt confident or until Reborn stopped pursuing him. In the present, Lady and Trish lounged in Dante's office, enjoying slices of pizza and wondering when Dante would return from his Underworld venture. They began to argue over who should take possession of Dante's office when Morrison entered, holding a letter from Izuku. He interrupted their discussion, revealing that he had the deed to the place, which had been entrusted to him by Izuku before he went into hiding. Morrison recounted Izuku's words about keeping the place safe from the crazy ladies, which prompted playful banter between Trish and Lady. They expressed their uncertainty about Izuku's plans to return. Morrison then mentioned he had a job for them, leading them out of the building just as the power went out. Meanwhile, deep within the Underworld, where the Clifth tree had once stood, 2 demon brothers, one clad in crimson and the other in azure, engaged in a fierce duel. Dante skillfully evaded Virgil's sweeping strike, leaping gracefully over his brother and delivering a powerful blow to Yamato. The impact sent Virgil staggering backward, leaving both of them panting heavily. Dante celebrated his score, while Virgil countered that they were even. As they contemplated the endless nature of their battle, they rose to their feet and charged at each other, their blades clashing and creating sparks. Suddenly, multiple demons spawned around them, interrupting their fight. Working together, they swiftly dealt with the attacking demons. Virgil sliced through them with his blade while Dante shot at them with his guns. Virgil warned Dante not to say anything, but Dante couldn't help but smile as he aimed his guns at 2 demons. With a triumphant shout, Dante fired 2 bullets, taking down the demons as the rivalry between the 2 sons of Sparda reignited. 1 week later, Izuku wandered through the darkened streets of an unspecified American city, making his way toward a towering building. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he quickly answered. He asked Nero what was up, continuing his approach to the building. Nero's question about Izuku's whereabouts raised his suspicion, evident in his raised eyebrow. Izuku countered, wary of the inquiry, and Nero explained that he had been missing for a whole month. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, recalling the last time Nero called him and the other times before that. He quipped for Nero to hand the phone over to Reborn. Reborn's voice crackled through the phone, asking where Izuku was. Izuku casually mentioned he was currently on a job and then abruptly paused time. In that frozen moment, he swiftly entered the building and located the elevator, riding it to the top floor and reaching the server rooms. He inserted a USB drive, resumed time, and quickly took a seat at the computer. Reborn's determined voice came through, stating he was bringing Izuku to Japan, whether he liked it or not. Izuku leaned back in his chair, considering the offer, and extended an invitation for Reborn to do just that, but under certain conditions. Back in Fortuna, Nero, Nico, Kairi, and the orphans watched with bated breath as Reborn proposed a staggering sum of $30 million over the course of 2 years. Izuku unplugged the USB cable, completing the file transfer, leaving Nero, Kairi, and Nico utterly stunned by the amount of money on the table. He asked for a moment and, with a swift pause of time, exited the building through an open window. He flew out and landed about a mile away before resuming time, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. Izuku suggested a lower figure of 25 million, leaving Reborn puzzled. Reborn explained that he wasn't the one footing the bill. It was the Vangala and Yakuza families of Japan who were covering this. Izuku clarified that 25 million came with a reason. He wanted a 2-story building with an upper floor and a basement, along with regular monthly deliveries of medical supplies. Reborn ultimately agreed, causing a sly smirk to grace Izuku's lips. He announced that Reborn should call him when the building was ready and warned him not to try to track him, as it was a burner phone. Before Reborn could finish his sentence, Izuku hung up, leaving the hitman frustrated. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he stumbled upon a luxurious limousine. He approached it and tapped on the window 3 times, causing it to slide down, revealing several men in pristine white coats, surrounded by members of the mafia. One of the men in the white coat inquired if it was done, and Izuku nodded, clutching the USB drive tightly. He confirmed that everything requested was right there and handed over the device. The scientists promptly inserted it into a laptop and exchanged satisfied nods. The scientist remarked on Izuku's knack for getting things done, and Izuku grinned, explaining that he had also wiped all traces of the research from their computers and servers, making them the sole possessors of the valuable data. The scientist assured Izuku they would compensate him generously, thanking him once again for the research that would have a profound impact on countless lives worldwide. He shook Izuku's hand and handed him a USB drive before they drove away. Izuku checked his phone, noting that the money had been successfully transferred to his account. He muttered in surprise, realizing he had received $400,000, enough to cover medical school. 1 month had elapsed, and Izuku was now keeping a low profile in Hawaii. He received frequent calls from Lady and Trish, inquiring about his whereabouts, which he assumed was either Reborn pressuring them or their genuine concern for his well-being. Nevertheless, he remained tight-lipped. During his time in Hawaii, he crossed paths with Nero, who was on a mission to hunt down a devil preying on people in the waters. Currently, Izuku lounged on the beach beneath a shady umbrella while his familiars, Griffin, Shadow, Nightmare, and Fenrir, were engrossed in building a sandcastle, receiving some strange looks from the locals, which they ignored. Nero remarked on how he couldn't believe Izuku had been there for a whole month, and Izuku shrugged, stating that he had just been chilling and doing some odd jobs. Nero sighed at his lazy attitude and acknowledged that he understood why Izuku didn't want to go to Japan, especially if it meant facing his abusive family. Izuku nodded in agreement, expressing his indifference toward them and his disdain for the fake heroes. Curiosity evident in his voice, Izuku inquired about Nero's relationship with Kairi, having heard from Nico that things were getting serious. Nero blushed slightly and reached into his pocket to take out 2 small black boxes. Before Izuku could finish his thought, Nero's hand darted behind Izuku's head, surprising him. In an instant, Nero intercepted a bullet with a flaming insignia hurtling toward Izuku's head. The two of them swiftly assumed defensive stances, scanning their surroundings for the shooter, with their familiars mirroring their vigilance. Reborn strolled toward them, clad in a black suit and a stylish fedora. Izuku expressed his annoyance, demanding to know if Reborn was trying to kill him. Nero handed the bullet back to Reborn, who expressed his gratitude. Reborn retorted that after what Izuku pulled a month ago, he might as well have been. Nero couldn't help but be puzzled. He inquired if that was Izuku's quirk, to which Izuku simply shrugged. He then hollered at his familiars, instructing them to return to their playtime as they resumed their construction of the sandcastle. Izuku settled back down on the beach and questioned how Reborn had managed to find him. Reborn responded that he had reached out to one of Izuku's previous contractors, prompting Izuku to clench his teeth in frustration. He sighed in resignation and changed the subject, asking if the building was complete. Reborn nodded in affirmation, explaining that it was set up according to Izuku's specifications, including a bar in the basement, a private living area on the 2nd floor, a hidden clinic, and a coffee shop. He also mentioned that secret exits and entrances had been placed, leaving Nero somewhat puzzled. Nero's curiosity was piqued as he asked about the mission that required Izuku to leave for 2 years. Izuku exchanged a glance with Reborn before disclosing that it was a mission to address the demon problem currently plaguing Japan. Nero nodded, recalling the constant news reports of monster attacks in the country. He probed further, expressing his understanding that heroes and villains struggled against demons because they could cancel quirks, but he questioned the government's role. Izuku sighed and elaborated that while the government was aware of demons and devils, they were clueless about researching or combating them. He noted that the crime rate in Japan was 6%, but the demon problem exceeded 40%, contrasting with the situation in their current location. Reborn chimed in, stating that there were 70 demons known to them, and many had tried to slay them without success. Izuku groaned, realizing that there could be 100 more lurking in the shadows. Reborn then questioned if Izuku could handle it on his own, to which Izuku nodded confidently. Nero mentioned that Izuku had taken care of the gigantic tree that had appeared a month ago, prompting Reborn to smirk and express surprise at Izuku's capabilities, especially considering he had been blind. Izuku and Nero laughed nervously as Nero announced his intention to return to Fortuna to propose to a woman. They both stood up, and Izuku expressed his desire to be informed about the wedding details. As Nero departed from the beach, Izuku wished him good luck with a fist bump. Fenrir, excited, exclaimed as he noticed a colossal sandcastle that had materialized before him. Izuku grinned and offered his familiars a thumbs up, praising their sandcastle building skills as they cheered and posed for a selfie with him. Reborn informed Izuku that his flight was scheduled for the following week and expressed trust that he would not back out, considering they had met his terms of the deal. He handed Izuku a leaflet, leaving him slightly perplexed as he read it. Confusion washed over him as he questioned who Majima Construction was. Reborn clarified that legally they couldn't build an underground bar or a hidden clinic, so the Yakuza had hired them. Meanwhile, back in Japan, in front of Izuku's recently completed building, 7 men wearing hard hats stood alongside a man with an eye patch, a goatee, and a golden jacket. They began singing their company's anthem with enthusiasm. It was around 2 p.m., and the hot sun shone brightly as Izuku arrived at the airport. Despite his protests, Fenrir insisted on carrying his bags, drawing many curious looks as Fenrir towered over everyone. Izuku made his way to the main gate for his flight, preparing to deal with security due to his sword and Fenrir. The security guard informed him that he only had 1 ticket for the flight, to which Izuku bluntly replied that Fenrir was a service animal. The guard appeared surprised, while Fenrir tilted his head in mild curiosity. After showing the necessary documentation, they boarded their flight. Fenrir returned to Izuku, realizing he couldn't fit on the plane. Izuku settled into his seat, pleasantly surprised by the luxury of business class. He remarked on how much nicer it was than he expected, while Griffin inquired about the flight duration. Izuku responded that it would take 14 hours, prompting Griffin to groan in exasperation. Griffin suggested opening a portal to Japan, but Izuku chuckled and explained that he would be illegally entering the country without proper identification. Griffin grumbled about human customs, and Izuku agreed that everything would be easier with teleportation. He joked about Griffin's baby voice, which irked the bird demon, causing him to vent his frustration. Fenrir and the other familiars watched this spectacle, somewhat bewildered. Izuku then asked Shadow, the small cat, if he wanted to be the coffee shop mascot, receiving an affirmative meow in response. After a lengthy flight, Izuku finally arrived in Japan, feeling utterly exhausted. He stood up, determined to navigate through the bustling crowd and disembark from the aircraft. Once he collected his luggage, he made his way through the airport with Fenrir, who carried his bags. They observed the bustling activity at the airport, with Fenrir commenting on how different it was from America. Izuku nodded, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been a long time since he had been back home. Just like in the American airport, they attracted curious and sometimes apprehensive looks from the people around them, eventually leading to a security check that delayed their exit. Fenrir inquired if Izuku sensed something unusual, looking up with concern. Izuku couldn't help but smile. The flap of colossal wings resonated through the air, and suddenly, a massive demon resembling a dragon appeared atop the airport terminal. Its sudden appearance sent people into a panic as it taunted and ridiculed those who fled. Heroes were swiftly called to the scene, but their attempts were in vain as the dragon easily swatted them away, continuing its mockery. Izuku sighed as he watched the heroes struggle, muttering to himself that things had gone downhill quickly. Before the demon could finish its taunt, its head was severed cleanly in half, and it tumbled to the ground in front of the airport's main entrance. The impact shattered the stone beneath it, causing further panic among the fleeing crowd. The demon's body slowly faded away, leaving the onlookers baffled. The heroes who had gathered at the scene were equally puzzled. The demon had been slain so abruptly, yet when they looked around to find the culprit, there was no one in sight as a red orb floated toward Izuku from the demon. Later, Izuku arrived near Shinjuku, where his newly constructed building stood. He pushed open the door to enter the coffee shop he now owned. Inside, he walked past the tables and chairs and made his way behind the counter. He continued towards the back of the building, where there was a storage area and a lounge room. The building had 2 stories, but there was no visible way to access the second floor. Izuku smiled knowingly as he entered the storage closet. He opened the fuse box and pressed a button. Suddenly, 2 staircases, one leading below and the other above, appeared. Izuku and Fenrir ascended the staircase to explore Izuku's new space on the second floor. Fenrir gently set down Izuku's luggage, and Izuku took a moment to admire the building's architecture. He released his other familiars, Griffin and Shadow, who quickly made themselves at home, while Nightmare went into the floorboards, leaving only his spikes behind. They had done a great job with the place, Izuku thought as he scanned the space. He descended the stairs and entered the private, secret bar he owned, which was equally well constructed. He noticed that there was already a karaoke machine in place, a surprise left behind by the construction staff. He shrugged it off and turned his attention to the well-stocked shelves of alcohol. He pondered how much the drinks would cost as he went back up to the closet, pressing the button again as the stairs folded up and disappeared. Izuku drew his sword and made a cross-shaped slash at the closet entrance, creating a door-like portal. He stepped through it, entering his apartment, and then passed through it once more, arriving back in the bar in the basement. Leaving the portal open, he prepared for the tasks at hand. He discovered a letter bearing the Majima Construction logo and, upon opening it, found blueprints for the building, including the secret bar, apartment, and clinic. Upon inspecting the stairs, he noticed a loose screw. He pulled it, revealing an empty room, remembering Reborn mentioning that he needed to acquire equipment for the clinic. After pushing the screw back in, the door to the room closed. Now that he had been in there, he could make a portal to the clinic. Confidently, he returned through the portal to the coffee shop and took his seat behind the counter. Izuku received a text message from Reborn, seeking confirmation of his arrival in Japan, which he promptly provided. In response, Reborn sent him a list of the first 10 demons that needed to be eliminated, all of which were currently in Shinjuku. Izuku summoned Fenrir, who appeared on a puff of fire and bowed. Fenrir asked if he was needed, and Izuku nodded. He mentioned the 10 demons that needed to be dealt with before midnight and asked if they could handle it. Fenrir nodded with unwavering confidence, stating that if it was Izuku, he had no doubt. Izuku flashed a confident smirk, patting his faithful familiar on the head. Exiting the coffee shop, Izuku and Fenrir glanced around, sensing the demons hidden in various directions. They split up, each taking a different path in pursuit of their demonic prey. Izuku encountered 3 well-dressed men who were cornered in an alleyway by a large crow-like demon with elongated, slender limbs. Stepping in, he immediately caught the demon's attention. With a sinister grin, Izuku declared that the demon was his. Swiftly, he transformed his devil arm into Epsilon, delivering a fiery punch that sent the demon hurtling into the air. In a blink, he appeared above the demon, brandishing Muramasa in his hands. With a sweeping motion, he swung his blade, sending a wave of demonic energy through the air. The demon was cleaved in 2, and the shockwave shook the surrounding buildings. The halves of the demon's body fell to the ground and began to burn away, causing the men to recoil in fear. Izuku gracefully landed before them. Observing the pins on their suits, Izuku remarked that they were Yakuza. He tossed them a business card with a phone number and location, instructing them to give it to their family's captain before taking his leave, sensing more demons around them. He then departed the area, running along the rooftops of buildings, embarking on a relentless hunt for demons throughout the city. Fenrir joined him in this task, ensuring they left no trace, as the cacophony of demon screams blended with the urban clamor. After dispatching around 10 demons, Izuku regrouped with Fenrir at his coffee shop. Fenrir confirmed that he had taken care of the remaining 5 demons. Izuku inquired if Fenrir had brought their heads, and Fenrir nodded, placing the 5 severed heads on the coffee shop's counter. Izuku captured pictures of the heads and sent them, along with the previous 10 demon photos, to Reborn. After forwarding the images, Izuku questioned what they should do with the heads. Fenrir suggested they could display them in the bar as a powerful deterrent to troublemakers, showcasing the extent of Izuku's might. Izuku's sweat dropped but agreed with the idea. After placing the demon skulls on the wall and closing up the shop, Izuku headed to bed. Elsewhere, Reborn was seated at the desk of the Yakuza captain. He had just received a text from Izuku reporting the successful demon slaying and included pictures as proof. Confidently, Reborn stated that Shinjuku was free of demons, and the Yakuza captain was visibly impressed. He examined the pictures. The Yakuza chairman remarked that only a few hours had passed, and the individual in question had already accomplished what the heroes and villains couldn't in a month. Quite impressive indeed. Reborn nodded in agreement and asked the chairman if he had the business card. The chairman retrieved it, and Reborn instructed him on where to deliver the medical supplies. The Devil Hunter was also running a clinic where he conducted surgeries in secret, so if any of the chairman's men needed private medical care, they should go to him. After giving his instructions, Reborn took his leave. The chairman expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, and Reborn acknowledged it with a nod before departing. He muttered to himself that it was time to head to Namamori. The chameleon on his neck transformed into a paraglider, and he soared away toward the small town. A month had passed since Izuku's arrival in Japan. His coffee shop had quickly gained popularity among the young crowd and even caught the attention of some Yakuza members, as half of the customers were local Yakuza regulars. The secret bar hidden beneath the coffee shop was bustling every night, attracting a diverse clientele, including Yakuza, assassins, and thieves who came to socialize, exchange information, or simply enjoy some karaoke. During the first month, Izuku had instructed Fenrir to learn the art of bartending. Fenrir diligently followed his instructions, spending the initial 2 weeks working part-time in a small bar to gain experience before joining Izuku's establishment. Meanwhile, the other familiars had their roles as well. Nightmare possessed the building to prevent or repair any potential internal or external damage, especially in case of confrontations between heroes and villains, while also observing everyone through the walls, as the art on the walls would change depending on where he was. Shadow, in his small cat form, became a beloved mascot of the coffee shop, often found sitting at the counter. Griffin, on the other hand, stayed at the bar with Fenrir, entertaining customers with lightning tricks and helping serve drinks. Izuku also attended to a few patients who came in with various injuries, including gunshot wounds, broken bones, and even severed limbs. Using his medical knowledge, he effectively treated and healed them. Because he had provided medical treatment to the Yakuza members, some of their families felt indebted to him. Izuku appreciated this, as the only thing he asked of them was to uphold the rules he had in place. These rules included no fights in the bar, protecting the building when he wasn't there, and keeping heroes and villains out. During this PRD, Izuku continued his demon hunting activities. He successfully eliminated more than 40 demons, earning him a reputation as a feared and respected demon hunter in the Japanese criminal underworld. Nero and Kairi also became engaged, bringing joy to Izuku because it meant his brother was happy. When he inquired about the wedding date, Kairi explained they wanted to wait until Dante and Virgil returned so that Nero and Izuku's father and uncle could be there too. If they didn't, then they would get married in a year's time. It was a Saturday, and with the bar and coffee shop closed, Izuku had some free time. He sat on his sofa, watching the news while Shadow and Griffin playfully chased each other around the apartment. Fenrir was resting inside Izuku. He observed a news report featuring the hero D-Flame, who had successfully defeated a massive villain with assistance from the dragon hero Ryuku. He paid close attention as they displayed an image of the defeated villain, who bore a striking resemblance to Goliath. Izuku called out to Griffin, prompting the bird to cease its playful chase with Shadow and fly over to perch on his shoulder. He asked Griffin if the villain looked familiar. Upon seeing the image, Griffin nodded in recognition, clarifying that it was a member of the Goliath clan. Izuku couldn't help but comment on the situation, noting that it took both heroes every ounce of their strength to defeat it. Griffin found the news utterly hilarious, bursting into laughter, which caused Fenrir to interject that for quirked individuals, they did quite well. Izuku shared this sentiment as Griffin continued to laugh, and Shadow settled back on the couch. Fenrir reminded Izuku that those were the heroes he had mentioned. Despite their significant injuries, the heroes maintained their triumphant posture. Izuku explained that D-Flame was known for his blue fire, often portrayed as having flames equal to or surpassing endeavors, and that Ryuku currently held the 8th position among heroes. The news then displayed clips of D-Flame and Ryuku battling the demon. As Izuku saw D-Flame using his blue fire, recognition sparked in his eyes. He stood up, visibly shocked, exclaiming that he recognized those flames. This perplexed Shadow and Griffin even further. Izuku added that it couldn't be true, as the individual had died. His shock gave way to a smile, deepening their confusion. Griffin quipped that technically, Izuku had died, too, referring to his past when he ran away from his family. Izuku realized the truth and suddenly yelled for Shadow, startling the small demon cat. He pointed at Shadow and ordered him to find out where the fire hero lived. The cat nodded and meowed before slipping out of the window to locate the fire hero. Griffin admitted he was still confused, and Fenrir shared the sentiment. Izuku promised to explain later but mentioned he needed to make some calls, leaving Griffin and Fenrir bewildered. Later, Shadow made his way to the hospital where the dragon hero and the fire hero were receiving treatment. D-Flame still had his mask on, and Ryuku sat beside his hospital bed. D-Flame inquired about any news on the villain they had captured, to which Ryuku shook her head, relieved that he was safe. Shadow observed their interaction and, after a couple of hours, stealthily entered Ryuku's shadow. The cat followed them all the way back to their house, notifying Izuku along the way. Izuku instructed Shadow to stay and observe for a while, which the demon did as it saw D without his mask, confirming Izuku's suspicion. Izuku found himself in the bustling underground bar, teeming with customers as always. He was actively assisting Fenrir and Griffin in tending to patrons, serving drinks, and preparing food. They had served so many drinks that they were on the verge of running out of alcohol, thanks to the Yakuza's celebration. After serving drinks, Izuku wearily settled into a chair by the counter, resting his head on the table to catch his breath. A Yakuza member exclaimed that just when they thought they had served enough, another round of shots was needed, their voices rising in unison as they engaged in karaoke. A familiar voice greeted him, and Izuku looked up to see Reborn seated beside him. Reborn remarked on how busy Izuku had been, glancing around at the lively festivities. Izuku replied that he was exhausted. Reborn suggested considering hiring new staff, noting that it wasn't feasible for Izuku to manage both the cafe and the bar simultaneously. Izuku pondered the idea, explaining that this place wasn't a typical job that just anyone could handle. Reborn nodded in understanding and proposed posting job ads on the dark web or the Assassin's Network. Izuku rubbed his chin in contemplation, agreeing to think about it. Reborn then mentioned that Mansibashi Station, the abandoned railway, had become a nest for demons, and he assumed Izuku was aware of this. Izuku confirmed that he had been avoiding that area for the time being, which left Reborn puzzled. When Reborn inquired why, Izuku explained that while his master could deal with it, that particular creature could cause significant destruction if they weren't careful. Fenrir interjected, mentioning that Izuku's blood was highly sought after by demons, and they tended to become enraged when he got too close. Izuku added that he couldn't do anything until the civilians were evacuated. Reborn then asked if Izuku could assist the next day, but Izuku raised his hand to signal him to stop, explaining that he would be occupied with construction work. Reborn was perplexed and inquired about the construction work. Izuku sighed, lightly banging his head against the counter, explaining that it was either that or confront a dangerous opponent, and he felt too lazy for that. Reborn pointed out that by lazy, Izuku really meant afraid, which caused Izuku to sigh again. He preferred to think of himself as cautious. explaining that he had no idea what the purple aura surrounding that opponent was, and others had the same thing. Reborn elaborated that it was unofficially called the Unwavering Spirit, capturing Izuku's attention. When Izuku asked why only some could use it, Reborn explained that it was reserved for those whose fighting spirit was strong enough to manifest within their bodies, becoming the physical embodiment of their spirit. He noted that each person's unwavering spirit was unique, unlike the 7 dying wolf flames everyone was born with. Izuku found the information intriguing and noted that only a select few had access to it. Reborn stated he had sent Izuku the locations of some demons, and after Reborn departed, Fenrir suggested bringing in some fresh faces. Izuku nodded, agreeing to post the advertisement on the dark web once they closed for the night, just as more patrons entered the bar. The next day, Izuku was on a construction site, positioned on one of the higher floors of the incomplete building. Wearing a yellow hard hat, he was joined by Majima and Nishida. Izuku expressed frustration at being asked to help with construction, not expecting it to involve defusing a bomb. Majima shrugged, suggesting Izuku could have just fought him instead. Nishida reported they were down to the last 2 wires, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Izuku inquired if tapping his forehead was really helping him find the correct wire, to which Majima nodded, claiming it was all about trusting instincts. Nishida was taken aback by this approach. Majima commanded Nishida to cut the red wire, but Nishida hesitated, expressing concern for his mother. Majima insisted they were doing it to avoid disaster, and Izuku solemnly noted he couldn't guarantee safety. Majima seized the pliers from Nishida, narrowing his eyes at the wires before him. He mused aloud, playfully chanting as he waved his finger between the wires before finally settling on the red wire. With a serious tone, he snipped the wire, causing the timer to come to a halt. Abruptly, Izuku awoke, having drifted off to sleep in the cafe's lounge area. He found the hard hat resting on the coffee table before him and released a tired but amused chuckle. Tuya arrived at the location indicated on the card Izuku had given him. It was a charming little coffee shop in Shinjuku. Following Izuku's instructions, he concealed his face and dressed casually. He dialed the number on the card, and to his surprise, the door to the coffee shop swung open. Tables and chairs moved, creating a clear path for Tuya to follow, which left him puzzled as he stepped inside. Words appeared on the wall, directing him to follow the wall art. Tuya followed the instructions, leading him to the lounge area where he found a door. More words appeared on the wall, instructing him to open it. He complied and was startled to find a red portal beyond the door. An unknown force gently pushed him through it, and on the other side of the portal, he found himself in a clinic. Izuku was sitting in a chair in surgical scrubs. Izuku stood up, greeting Tuya, who felt bewildered. He expressed his confusion about where he was, and Izuku clarified that he was in his surgery room, pointing to the bed. Izuku instructed him to take a seat and wait while he prepared the 4 tubes and fluids. Still uncertain, Tuya followed his directions and sat down, awaiting Izuku's return. Noticing Izuku's medical certificate displayed on the wall, Tuya asked if he had done this before. Izuku explained that he had spent some time as a resident at a hospital in LA during med school. He returned to the room wearing a mask and gloves, carrying the 4 equipment and various needles. Izuku hoisted the 4 bag onto the pole and connected the tube to a syringe, holding Tuya's hand up. He made a light-hearted comment about needles as the glowing green fluid began to flow into Tuya's body. Tuya questioned the glowing liquid, and Izuku reassured him that it was his special mix. As Tuya lay back on the bed, he soon began to feel numb all over. After a few minutes, Izuku poked Tuya's face to check for sensation, but Tuya shook his head. Izuku announced that they could begin, and to Tuya's surprise, he started to emit a red glow. Suddenly, a red box materialized in front of Tuya, opening to reveal an array of surgical instruments. Alarmed, Tuya exclaimed that he didn't want to go through with this, sweat forming on his forehead, but Izuku wore a confident smirk, stating it was too late to back out now as he picked up a scalpel. The medicine rendered Tuya powerless, leaving him unable to scream. An hour later, Izuku had successfully removed the epidermis, exposing the hypodermis for the skin graft. He remarked on the severity of Tuya's burns, expressing surprise that the hypodermis could still transfer blood. Confused, Tuya asked why he was still awake, and Izuku explained that his special mix allowed him to remain conscious but without feeling pain. He bent down to retrieve a bottle of glowing gold fluid, injecting it into the bottom layer of Tuya's skin. After soaking a cotton ball with the golden solution, Izuku applied it to the rest of Tuya's body. Within moments, the dead layer of skin began to regain vitality, turning red, leaving Tuya astonished. He asked if it was truly alive, and Izuku confirmed it was thanks to the golden orb special mix. Izuku then instructed Fenrir to bring him a package, and the demon returned with a bag containing glowing green fluid that caught Tuya's attention. He inquired if it was skin, and Izuku nodded, explaining that he had asked some scientist friends in America to grow and send him flame-resistant skin, a breakthrough in stem cell technology. Tuya expressed amazement at the possibility of growing flame-resistant skin, and Izuku explained that it was still in early development but a significant advancement in biomedical science. He warned Tuya that it was a prototype and he was essentially a test subject. As he began to carefully stitch the flame-resistant skin onto Tuya, he was asked how he had obtained such a secret project. Izuku smiled, explaining that knowing many people allowed him to acquire things for free, especially since they owed him favors. Tuya insisted that Izuku still needed to explain what he was doing in Redgrave City. Izuku sighed in agreement and began recounting his experiences, describing how he had gone blind, what the Clifth tree was, and the demons he had fought, omitting the detail about being the grandson of Sparda. Tuya was astonished to learn that Toshinori wasn't Izuku's biological father, but it made sense to him. Curious, he asked about Izuku's quirk, to which Izuku chuckled and claimed he didn't have one, attributing his abilities to his heritage as part demon. A day later, Izuku closed the shop to gather his new employees in the lounge area for instructions. Standing next to a whiteboard, he explained that their work would be on a shift-to-shift basis, detailing the store hours and their shifts. Uraraka raised her hand and inquired about the pay for only 6 hours of work. Izuku clarified that their roles as cooks, waitresses, and cashiers were just part of the job, cautioning them that they might encounter unusual tasks since they found this job through the dark web. He noted that their customer base mainly comprised young people, but they also had Yakuza patrons in the afternoons who came for coffee and security. When Shinso sought clarification on the security aspect, Izuku explained that they paid protection money to the Yakuza to help maintain safety, especially since heroes wouldn't do it. Sato asked what would happen if a hero or villain came to the shop, and Izuku replied that they sometimes appeared in civilian attire to blend in. Izuku instructed everyone to enter and guide the newcomers to the storage area of the clinic located in the basement. He opened the door for them and then stepped aside, confident they would understand their tasks. He also mentioned that they received weekly shipments of medical and cafe supplies, emphasizing the importance of keeping the storage shelves well stocked. This revelation surprised the group, especially the mention of caring for injured Yakuza members. Uraraka and Sato expressed their astonishment at the idea of a storage room and clinic dedicated to such individuals. Their astonishment was evident, while Shinso remained speechless. Izuku remembered that he hadn't shown them the clinic yet and beckoned them to follow him. He opened the door to the storage area, revealing a red portal leading to an undisclosed location. Stepping through it, he encouraged them to do the same. They entered and discovered a concealed clinic below, stocked with medical supplies and high-quality equipment. Sato's shock was apparent as he questioned whether this was even legal. Izuku shook his head, explaining that it wasn't, but as a certified doctor, they didn't need to worry about medical malpractice. Shinso remarked on the impressive surroundings, while Uraraka wondered about the cost of everything. Izuku noted that since they were all underage, he couldn't show them the other part of the building, but they would find out in a year. Shinso sought clarification, puzzling them. Izuku nodded and explained that they would manage the cafe upstairs while he worked downstairs. He added that he would be available if he wasn't performing surgery and instructed them to ask Fenrir for assistance if needed. Sato pointed out that this didn't clarify the wages, and Izuku shook his head, emphasizing that it was also for their discretion and to keep things confidential. He then walked through the portal with them following closely behind. Fenrir returned with a stack of papers, which Izuku placed on the table alongside a pen. Shinso inquired about the papers, and Izuku explained that they were an employee contract and a non-disclosure agreement. He directed them to review the documents and sign at the designated spot. Sato reminded Izuku that he hadn't explained the dress code yet, to which Izuku expressed gratitude for the reminder. He clarified that they would have special aprons to wear while working and that hairnets were required in the kitchen. He stressed the importance of cleanliness and instructed them to clean the shop when there were fewer customers. They all nodded and proceeded to sign the papers. Izuku thanked them and mentioned they could discuss their pay later, but he was curious about their initial thoughts. Sato exclaimed that the area was incredible, and Izuku chuckled in agreement, explaining that this part of Tokyo was unique, where neither heroes nor villains held sway. Here, the customer was king, regardless of their background. They nodded in understanding, and then Shinso raised his hand to inquire about Izuku's quirk, prompting Izuku to consider how to respond. Fenrir chimed in, surprising everyone, and Izuku let out a sigh, acknowledging the truth in Fenrir's words. They began to pose more questions, with Shinso pressing for details on how Izuku managed to defeat one of those creatures. Izuku explained that it was a combination of pure strength, speed, skill, and precision, which only added to their confusion. Fenrir elaborated that these creatures were demons from the Underworld, lacking morals or humanity, which left them astonished. The mention of demons and the Underworld elicited gasps from the group, and Izuku realized that explaining everything would take some time. He proceeded to clarify what demons and devils were, discussing his other profession as a demon hunter. After a lengthy explanation, he took a deep breath and asked if there were any other questions. Sato, puzzled, wondered how Izuku could hunt demons without a quirk, but Izuku chose to move on, ignoring the question. He then informed them that they would start their new roles the following day. Uraraka and Shinso would alternate between cashier and waitress, while Sato would handle coffee and sweet treats. Fenrir was assigned to oversee their tasks, and Izuku waved them off as he concluded the meeting. 2 weeks passed since Izuku had brought in the new employees, and they were gradually finding their footing in their roles. Initially, their lack of experience led to some mishaps, especially when injured individuals entered through the back door. However, they grew accustomed to these occurrences and became more adept at their tasks. Business at the coffee shop flourished, largely due to the new team. Sato's sweet treats were a hit, and Uraraka and Shinso's presence attracted a younger clientele. Additionally, Shadow, the cafe's feline mascot, became a major draw for customers of all ages. It was a typical day at the coffee shop, with business proceeding smoothly and a sense of tranquility in the air. In his office, Izuku diligently sorted through a stack of emails from Devil May Cry in America. Over the past month, Morrison, Trish, and Lady had sent him numerous messages. As he read through them, he muttered to himself about their relentless communication. Meanwhile, a flamboyantly dressed man in a yellow boa print snakeskin blazer, adorned with a gold chain, black leather pants, and steel-toed snakeskin dress shoes entered the coffee shop. He was accompanied by a burly figure in a heavy olive green jacket over a black t-shirt, camouflage cargo pants, and black combat boots. Approaching the counter, Shinso greeted them, asking how he could assist. The man in the snake print jacket, wearing a sly grin, requested to see Izuku, stating they had important matters to discuss. Shinso nodded and guided them to Izuku's office, where he was engrossed in his emails. Upon hearing a knock on the door, Izuku welcomed them inside, instructing Shinso to leave the room as Majima and Sejima entered. Majima couldn't resist his signature grin, and Izuku remarked on the surprise of seeing the Mad Dog and the Supreme Tiger, shutting his laptop as he prepared to engage with them. Sejima then sealed the door. Izuku inquired about the reason for their visit, noting Majima's unyielding smirk. Sejima observed Izuku, scrutinizing him as he remarked on the demon hunter hired by the 6th chairman. Izuku responded, allowing a fraction of his formidable presence to radiate, and Sejima noted that he had expected someone older. Majima explained that the folks at Mansibashi Station had been evacuated and it was ready for hunting. Izuku pointed out that they could have sent a subordinate with the message, but Majima's personal presence implied something more. Majima proclaimed that they were coming along, and after a moment of blankly regarding them, Izuku sighed, cautioning them that if they ended up getting themselves killed, they shouldn't blame him. He reached for his sword as Majima chuckled. Izuku donned his jacket, ready to leave for the cafe, and issued a directive to Fenrir, entrusting the shop to him and instructing him to keep an eye on the employees. Uraraka and Shinso exchanged concerned glances. Fenrir inquired if the situation had escalated, and Izuku affirmed, noting the size of the threat. He departed the shop in the company of Majima and Sejima, leaving Uraraka and Shinso puzzled and anxious. Fenrir reassured them that their master would handle it, urging them to focus on their work as more customers entered. A few hours later, Izuku found himself in a limousine with Majima and Sejima, gazing out the window as the cityscape passed by. He asked why they wanted to join him on the hunt. Majima explained that he had been bored since Kiryu had gone to Hiroshima, and Sejima added that he had been forced to come along. Izuku chuckled, noting that he experienced the same thing. He then asked if it was their first time demon hunting, to which they shook their heads, recounting past encounters with demons disguised as a bear and a Hanya demon. Izuku expressed concern, explaining that this was not a typical demon, but a nest of them. Majima pointed out that Izuku had killed a nest before in Osaka. Izuku clarified that it wasn't the nest he was worried about, but before he could finish, the limousine came to a halt at their destination. They exited the limousine and found themselves in front of the abandoned subway station under gloomy gray skies. Izuku drew his sword, warning them to get ready, and Majima and Sejima nodded, adopting combat stances. Suddenly, a horde of snake-like demons erupted from the subway, surrounding them with numerous fiends. Izuku took a deep breath, Majima grinned with excitement, and Sejima prepared himself. Meanwhile, within Izuku's coffee shop in Shinjuku, the new employees and remaining customers observed the monstrous serpent on the news, their fear palpable. Everyone except the employees hastily left the shop in response to the alarming news. Sato's voice trembled in distress, questioning what they should do. Uraraka quivered with fear, stating that there was nothing they could do. Fenrir attempted to pacify their worries, reassuring them that they would be safe in the coffee shop. Sato exclaimed in disbelief at the size of the creature, and Uraraka hurriedly grabbed her phone to call her parents, with Sato following suit. Fenrir, observing the disarray, felt concern and approached Shinso, who remained remarkably composed amid the chaos. Fenrir noted Shinso's calm demeanor and inquired about it. Shinso responded that he wasn't entirely sure but felt that everything would be fine. He kept an eye on the news as a shadow jumped onto his lap. Shinso then asked Fenrir about the owner, expressing concern for him. Fenrir chuckled softly, stating that he didn't need to worry, as Izuku was a different breed. Meanwhile, Izuku soared through the sky, pursuing the colossal snake demon. Holding Muramasa tightly, he approached the demon as it hurled immense fireballs at him, which he sliced in half. He muttered to himself that he needed to get it away from the city, increasing his speed. As he maneuvered through the projectiles of fire, he aimed for the demon's tail, attempting to cling on. The demon bellowed in pain, rattling the windows of the city below, and Izuku couldn't help but smirk. However, the demon's violent thrashing sent powerful gusts of wind, ultimately throwing him off. Izuku soared high above the city, his spectral wings carrying him swiftly. He held Muramasa, a katana throbbing with the essence of the demon's blood, bracing himself as he zeroed in on the massive serpent. The snake, towering and malevolent, let out a resonating hiss that echoed throughout the city. Izuku prepared himself for the fight, musing that it was time to engage. The demon snaked through the air, its movements swift and menacing. It spat ball of fire at Izuku, who countered by cutting them in half with precise slashes from his katana. The heat from the fire whizzed past him as he dodged and maneuvered through the deadly projectiles. Izuku unleashed a storm of elemental chaos, ice, fire, and lightning raining down on the demon. The skies crackled with energy as the blasts hit their mark, causing the monster to recoil. Izuku played a song that summoned a large dragon made of fire, a hawk made of lightning, and a whale made of ice. The elemental animals charged at the snake, impacting it with their powers, tearing, burning, and freezing the armor of the snake, causing frostburn that slowed its movements. Despite the damage, the snake maintained its quick and chaotic maneuvers, proving to be a formidable foe. Izuku summoned the demonic gauntlets that enveloped his hands in spectral flames and charged at the demon, landing powerful punches. Each impact sent fiery shockwaves that struck the beast, causing it to roar in pain as more of its armor broke off. The serpent's movements were wild and erratic, making it challenging for Izuku to close in and deliver a critical blow. He hurled the demonic daggers towards the demon, and the blades cut through its flesh, triggering a burst of flames that illuminated the darkening sky. The demon writhed in pain but was far from defeated. Izuku summoned his sword, Muramasa, into his grasp. The demon glared at him with seething hatred, its fiery rings glowing ominously. With fierce determination, it opened its maw, charging a massive beam of pure plasma aimed directly at Izuku. Gritting his teeth, he readied himself for the incoming attack, wishing for Nero's presence. The colossal demon unleashed the charged plasma beam at Izuku, the sheer force creating a massive explosion and a blinding flash of light in the sky. The monstrous serpent shifted its attention away from Izuku towards the city below, aiming to wreak havoc on the onlookers. However, its intentions were interrupted by a colossal surge of demonic energy. With a swift and precise move, the demon's tail was cleaved off by the burst of energy, momentarily halting its destructive path as it roared in pain. When the thick smoke dissipated, the demon found itself face to face with a figure donned in black obsidian armor, complete with 2 horns, a tail, and glowing eyes. A rush of unfamiliar emotion surged within the demon, a sensation it had never experienced before: fear. Izuku's voice boomed, thanking the demon for the energy, declaring that Muramasa would savor its blood. Those who watched from below witnessed a colossal red katana, glowing brilliantly, held by Izuku in his devil trigger form. The demon lunged towards Izuku with incredible force, its speed causing the windows in the city to shatter. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing himself. He swung the colossal katana downward, and as the enormous snake demon extended its jaws, poised to consume him, a flash of vibrant red energy illuminated the sky. The next sight for all observers was the demon being cleanly severed. A mighty explosion followed, and the immense demon began to fade away. At the coffee shop, Shinso, Uraraka, and Sato watched the moment when the unknown figure cleaved the demon in two, but the footage was too blurry to offer a clear view of the hero. Sato exclaimed in disbelief as the ensuing explosion rattled the entire city. Fenrir chuckled to himself, praising his master as Uraraka expressed relief that no one had lost their life. Shinso reported that while no lives were lost, thousands were fatally injured, noting the chaos caused by the demon's tail in Yokohama. Sato added that the blood left behind would be a nightmare to clean up, while Fenrir pointed out that construction companies would have an abundance of projects now. Uraraka mentioned that her parents owned a construction firm, prompting Sato to inquire further. Meanwhile, Fenrir gazed out the window, observing the skies. Shinso approached him and quietly asked if that had been their boss. Fenrir replied that he couldn't confirm it, but he was both taken aback and impressed. Shinso smirked, suggesting it was indeed him, and Fenrir sighed. He offered to explain, but Shinso declined, stating he would ask when their boss returned. Fenrir announced that they were free to go home, as it seemed they wouldn't have any customers that day. They cheered as he closed the shop. Griffin perched on the counter, watching Shinso, Uraraka, and Sato leave the shop while Fenrir closed the shutters. Griffin commented on the kid, drawing Fenrir's attention. Fenrir inquired if Griffin had sensed something, to which the demonic bird chuckled, expressing surprise that Izuku didn't seem to notice. Fenrir remarked that Izuku was different from the rest, but in a good way. Griffin urged them to get up, mentioning that nightmare was waiting for both of them. As Griffin transformed into his panther form, he playfully challenged Fenrir, who chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Izuku was descending from the sky, his energy depleted from the last attack. He muttered to himself about having spent too much energy and hoped he would survive the fall. He crashed into one of the demolished buildings in Yokohama, grumbling weakly as he struggled to stay conscious. Raising his hand, he noticed it was stained, and looking down at his torso, he realized he was in a dire state. In a flashback, Izuku chuckled at the memory of Dante's rather battered entrance into the store. Trish had been carrying his torso and legs, a sight that had made Izuku feel ill. Dante insisted he could walk on his own, even as Trish carried him, and their banter brought some relief to Izuku, who had been worried about Dante's unique healing abilities. Izuku murmured as his vision blurred before he fell unconscious. Elsewhere, a tall man with black hair tipped in white, sharp teeth, golden eyes, and a third eye on his forehead leaned against a building with an excited smile. He observed Izuku slicing through a demon, impressed by the display of power. The man thought about the need to take significant steps against Izuku if he was to restore his father's kingdom. He noted the clash between the grandson of Sparda and the son of Mundus, eagerly anticipating their inevitable confrontation. He declared that he would leave for now, mentioning preparations that Izuku would find enjoyable before retreating into the shadows, adding a farewell as he disappeared completely. Izuku lay in his underground medical chamber, slowly opening his eyes. Fenrir anxiously questioned how he was feeling. Izuku scanned his surroundings, struggling to keep his eyes open and whispered about his location. Fenrir explained that he was in the underground clinic, moved there after facing a gigantic demon. Izuku inquired about how long he had been out, and Fenrir replied it had been about 2 days. Griffin, in his baby form, emerged and remarked on the scare he gave when he saw Izuku, noting that being ripped in half couldn't easily kill him since he was Virgil's son. Izuku then asked about the shop, and Fenrir explained that it was closed until he awoke. Turning his attention to Griffin, Izuku questioned why he was in his smaller form. Griffin fluffed up, expressing that living without a contractor for 2 days was harder than expected. Fenrir speculated it might be a side effect of Griffin lending his energy to help Izuku recover faster, while Griffin indignantly clarified that he was not concerned, just hungry. Shadow hopped onto the table beside the bed, and Izuku thanked Griffin while giving him a scratch on the head. He then inquired how they located him amid the chaos and how they managed to bring him back without causing a mess. Fenrir explained that a baby hitman had brought him there. Confused, Izuku asked if it was Reborn, prompting Fenrir to narrate the entire story. He mentioned that Reborn would be coming to collect his debt in a week or two, leading Izuku to sigh in response. As he got out of bed and stretched, Fenrir expressed concern about him walking around, but Izuku assured him it was fine and that he just needed food. He jokingly suggested he might cook Griffin if he didn't eat soon, causing Griffin to tremble in fear. Izuku decided to test his devil arm, stretching his hand out, but confusion washed over him as he tried to channel demonic energy without success, only managing to create a red aura around his arms. Griffin noted that killing a demon of that size should have granted him a devil arm, but Fenrir explained that while Izuku had the snake's demonic energy, he lacked its soul or body. Izuku then wondered who possessed it if he didn't. Elsewhere, in a nondescript house around Yokohama, a boy with rough purple hair sat in his room, staring intently at a tank in front of him. The tank contained substrate and sand, adorned with rocks and foliage for an unseen creature. Suddenly, a black snake with red glowing eyes and red patterns emerged from a log, fixing its gaze on Shinso. Shinso inquired about the snake's identity, his gaze locked with the creature. 2 days prior he had been navigating the cluttered streets after finishing his work shift, remarking on the difficulty of moving through the debris. A hiss from beneath the rubble startled him, causing him to leap back. A small black snake emerged, locking eyes with him and communicating telepathically, asking for help. As a headache crept in, Shinso regained his composure and decided to take the snake home. He addressed the snake's persistent stare, questioning why it had asked for help. The snake suddenly struck the tank where Shinso's hand rested, causing him to retreat in fear. Pondering the encounter, Shinso recalled his earlier conversation with Fenrir about Izuku killing the giant snake, wondering if it was clairvoyance or just a wild guess. Determined to focus on his goal of getting to UA, he contemplated his quirk. The snake then communicated his name, Sparda, capturing Shinso's attention. Surprised, he exclaimed that the snake could talk. A voice from the other side of the room inquired if everything was okay, prompting Shinso to assure his father that all was fine. As he closed his eyes, the image of Izuku appeared in his mind, causing him a minor headache. The next day, things returned to normal, with less debris on the streets and traffic flowing as usual. Shinso walked into the coffee shop to find Izuku, Fenrir, Uraraka, and Sato waiting for him. Fenrir greeted him, handing Shinso his apron. Shinso acknowledged his arrival, and Izuku nodded in response. Izuku explained that debris from the recent fight had blocked all the roads, causing him to be delayed. Both Izuku and Fenrir suddenly caught a familiar scent. Izuku asked Shinso if they could talk in the lounge area, and Shinso nodded as they headed there. Uraraka inquired about what was happening, but Fenrir simply shrugged. Sato, putting on a headband, stated that they should prepare for opening since it was Monday. Uraraka's eyes widened in realization as she noticed a long line of people waiting outside. The Monday rush hour had begun, and the doors burst open as customers filled the seats, placing numerous orders. Meanwhile, Izuku took a seat across from Shinso, his gaze intense and unwavering. Shinso nervously asked if Izuku minded his presence, avoiding eye contact as sweat formed on his forehead. Izuku's serious voice broke the tension as he questioned why Shinso smelled like the giant snake from 3 days ago. Shinso was visibly shocked and stammered in disbelief. Izuku commanded him to answer, and after a nervous gulp, Shinso explained that he had found the snake right after it had died. Izuku sighed, his serious demeanor softening slightly as he remarked on the difficulty of the question. Shinso admitted that it was challenging to answer while being scrutinized so intensely, prompting a devilish smile from Izuku. He encouraged Shinso to continue sharing his story. Izuku inquired if the snake had asked for help, and Shinso nodded. Izuku found it strange, recalling that when he fought the snake, it had shown no thoughts of its own. Realization dawned on Shinso as he exclaimed that it was Izuku who had fought it, and Izuku acknowledged the truth with a smile. Shinso expressed amazement, questioning how Izuku could have done that, given his quirkless status. Izuku casually remarked that Shinso might be part devil too, leaving Shinso puzzled. Izuku explained that he was the byproduct of a drunken encounter between a demon and a human, shocking Shinso. As the noise of the crowd outside grew louder, Shinso exclaimed in disbelief. Izuku clarified that he did not view his mother as a true mother, as he held his father in higher regard despite his flaws. Shinso asked why Izuku had suggested he might also be part devil, and Izuku firmly grabbed Shinso's arm, revealing a small trace of demonic blood in his veins. Shinso insisted he was human, pulling his hand away as it returned to normal. Izuku, puzzled by Shinso's fear, suggested he talk to his father about his mother. Shinso nodded, and Izuku instructed him to return to work since it was Monday rush hour. As Shinso headed for the door, he mentioned the name Sparda, causing Izuku to freeze. Shinso asked if he was related to Sparda, and Izuku sighed, indicating they would discuss it later. Izuku asked if Shinso was going to UA, and when Shinso confirmed, Izuku instructed him to meet at the docks after work the following day. He advised Shinso to tell his parents he was going to a friend's house for the weekend. If Shinso could survive the trial, Izuku promised to share everything he knew about demons and devils, including how to awaken his demonic blood. Shinso was confused but intrigued. Izuku explained that if Shinso survived, he would become his student. If not, he would lose the chance to awaken his demonic blood. As Shinso left the lounge, Izuku smirked, noting that Shinso's attempt to use his quirk would have worked if his blood had been active, but it was too weak for demon standards. Shinso looked at his hand, feeling his heart race as he returned to work. Uraraka exclaimed that they had orders for multiple tables, handing Shinso a tray loaded with coffee and treats. Fenrir shouted for another round of parfaits, while Sato commented on the busy day ahead. Izuku observed the hustle from the lounge as Griffin emerged, perching on his shoulder. Izuku asked Griffin if he had any guesses about which devil Shinso might be related to. Griffin shrugged, stating it was too early to tell without seeing Shinso in action. He also mentioned that Izuku should tell Muramasa to calm down, as the sword was rattling after what had happened with Shinso's arm. Izuku agreed to address it after the rush hour settled down, donning an apron and stepping out to assist his staff. At the Hitoshi residence, Shinso returned home from work, feeling exhausted after another busy day at the shop, which had become a popular spot for morning commuters and workers on break. His father called out from the kitchen, confirming his arrival. Shinso arrived home, apologizing for being late as he put his jacket away and entered the kitchen, where his dad was cooking. His dad reassured him that there was no need to worry, having just arrived himself half an hour earlier. Shinso inquired if his dad had another late night working on a case, to which his dad nodded in response. Unfortunately, he explained, justice never sleeps for Shinso, always on the case. His dad's quip made Shinso chuckle, and he remarked that his dad had been watching too many cop shows. His dad, with a hint of seriousness, mentioned that as a lawyer, cops were his adversaries, often withholding evidence that could prove someone's innocence. Curious, Shinso asked why his dad continued to watch them. His dad replied that it was essential to know his enemy. Shinso then asked about the current case, wondering if his dad was defending a murder suspect. His dad confirmed this, adding that the strangest part was that the suspect had no idea he had committed a murder, found curled up at the crime scene. Shinso felt confused and asked if his dad had tried using his quirk on the suspect. His dad explained that the man was too traumatized to speak. Although his quirk could convince anyone to do something, the suspect broke down when he attempted to explain. Shinso inquired if the police had found any evidence, to which his dad replied that there was nothing, no murder weapon or anything, just the suspect. The security cameras were damaged, leading his dad to speculate that a wild beast might have been responsible for the victim's condition. He expressed a hope that Shinso would never have to witness anything like that. Changing the subject, his dad asked how work had been, and Shinso replied that it had been good, with many customers. His dad expressed pride in his son's success. They then discussed Shinso's pet snake, which had been acting strangely, and his dad admitted he was unsure about letting Shinso keep it after the hamster's passing but was supportive if it made him happy. Suddenly, Shinso remembered Izuku's words about asking his dad about his mother. He hesitated before asking a serious question about her. His dad's demeanor shifted, and he asked what Shinso wanted to know. When Shinso inquired about his mother, his dad fell silent for a moment before asking why he was asking now. Shinso explained that something had come up, prompting his dad to raise an eyebrow and question what it was. Shinso requested that his dad not use his quirk on him, and his dad sighed, asking why he had never asked before. Shinso admitted that he had no reason to before but felt differently now. His dad made a deal. If Shinso could get into the UA Hero course, business course, or general studies, he would tell him everything, warning that it might shatter Shinso's world. Shinso, feeling a mix of emotions, left the dining table, stating he was going to his room. His dad watched him go, reflecting on how his son was growing up and ready to learn about his past. The next evening, Shinso arrived at the docks, following Izuku's instructions. Carrying a duffel bag filled with supplies, he noted the time and soon saw Izuku approaching with a small boat. Shinso questioned why Izuku had a boat, and Izuku explained it was a rental and that they would need it. Curious about their destination, Shinso asked where they were going as Izuku began rowing away from the docks. Izuku pointed to an island covered in trash, explaining that it was the location of Shinso's trial and where they would train if he passed. Shinso expressed doubts about the place, but Izuku reassured him that he was free to leave at any time. After a few minutes, they reached the island, and Izuku secured the boat before instructing Shinso to follow him. They navigated through the trash until they reached a clearing surrounded by trees and discarded electronics, where a large pillar of junk stood. Shinso questioned if this was where his trial would take place, and Izuku confirmed it. To Shinso's surprise, Izuku jumped onto the pillar, startling him. When Shinso asked what was happening, Izuku made a small cut on his hand, allowing blood to drip onto the ground. Suddenly, Shinso heard rustling from all directions, and Izuku smiled as two large figures emerged, one red and the other blue, advancing toward Shinso from the trees and the ground. The red demon lunged with a fist toward Shinso, who narrowly evaded, yet the demon managed to scratch his face, drawing a bit of blood. Shinso breathed heavily, his heart racing as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. The two demons smirked, resembling humanoid beetles: Slimer, the agile red one, and a bulkier, larger blue one. The red demon conjured two sickles in its hands, while the blue one roared, increasing in size. In desperation, Shinso looked up to Izuku for assistance, only to find Izuku casually scrolling through his phone, widening Shinso's eyes. This was his trial, and Shinso felt a surge of anger as he yelled at Izuku, who chuckled in response. Izuku informed him that he had 8 hours to defeat the two demons, still engrossed in his phone. Shinso was incredulous, questioning how he was supposed to take them down as the demons charged at him again. He skillfully evaded their strikes, but the blue demon managed to punch him, sending him flying towards a tree. Izuku casually mentioned that he had taken out 3 demons by himself at the age of 13, implying that Shinso could handle 2 at 17. Shinso, winded but determined, assured Izuku he was fine. Izuku warned him that he would step in if Shinso was close to defeat or if the time ran out. Shinso then asked the 2 demons if they could speak, but they exchanged looks and made incomprehensible noises. Izuku added that there might be a reward for taking down the demons, which motivated Shinso. The 2 demons nodded and charged at him again. Taking a deep breath, Shinso scooped up dirt from the ground and hurled it at them, momentarily blinding them. He seized the opportunity to make a strategic retreat, recalling his training. He thought about the challenge ahead, realizing that he only needed to survive, but if he managed to defeat them, there would be a bonus reward. As he sprinted, Shinso grabbed a rusted metal pipe from the dirt path. The red demon closed in, swinging its sword at him. He pivoted just in time, the sickle grazing his shoulder. In retaliation, he struck the beetle demon on the face with the metal pipe, shattering its facial armor and sending it crashing down. Shinso felt a rush of triumph, but he quickly had to evade the bulky blue demon, landing a blow to its torso that cracked the armor. Izuku shouted a warning about the demon's ability to regenerate if attacked in non-lethal areas, causing Shinso's eyes to widen as he saw the red demon's face beginning to heal. Before he could react, the red demon charged at him again, swinging its sickle. Shinso used his jacket as a decoy, narrowly escaping the attack. He felt panic rising as he realized he might not survive for 8 hours. Suddenly, the larger blue demon charged, ramming into him and sending him crashing into a pile of trash. Shinso felt pain as he got up, spitting out blood. He looked at the 2 demons, trying to formulate a plan. The blue demon was still injured, and he remembered Izuku's words about targeting non-lethal areas to prevent regeneration. Determined, Shinso stood up and grabbed a sharp piece of metal from the trash pile, taking a deep breath as he challenged the demons to come at him. The red demon charged first, swinging its sickle. Shinso barely evaded the attack, feeling a sting on his shoulder as blood trickled down. He pressed on, moving the sharp metal into the insectoid demon's chest. The demon roared in pain before collapsing to the ground, and Shinso jumped back to avoid the acidic blood that spewed everywhere, worsening his injuries. With 1 demon down, he turned to face the remaining one, but it glared at him and threw a powerful punch. Shinso's eyes widened in realization that he was too close to dodge. The punch connected, sending him crashing to the ground and breaking even more of his ribs. The demon did not relent, continuing its assault on Shinso while he was down, causing him immense pain as it struck him repeatedly. Shinso questioned his choices in his mind, wondering why he had agreed to this. Was it to awaken his demonic blood? Or was it to prove himself to everyone? Each punch reminded him of his school life. In a flashback, it was the end of the school day, and Shinso sat in a classroom surrounded by classmates. One girl expressed her fear of his quirk, brainwash, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Another classmate agreed, stating that if they knew a friend could brainwash them at any moment, they wouldn't want to be friends. Shinso nervously laughed at the comments, but the conversation turned darker as another student remarked that having a quirk like that was worse than being quirkless. Shinso frowned as they continued to mock him, feeling their words cut deep. He thought to himself that they were just trying to ridicule him without getting caught by the teachers. Anger boiled within him as he stood up and left the classroom, muttering about how they were all the same. He vowed to show them that he could get into UA, with or without his quirk, clenching his fists in determination. Just then he heard his father's voice in his mind, reminding him that it didn't matter where he went as long as he was happy. His father encouraged him to enjoy the moments in the spotlight, emphasizing that he didn't need to be special. Shinso realized that he wasn't trying to prove anything to anyone else, not even to his father. He wanted to prove something to himself, and that thought reignited his resolve. Meanwhile, Izuku observed the scene from a distance, feeling a sense of disappointment. He contemplated stepping in when Griffin appeared on his shoulder, urging him to wait. Suddenly, Izuku sensed a new demonic presence on the island and turned back to see an explosion of white and black energy as the blue demon was thrown off Shinso. Shinso rose from the ground, his arms turning jet black and his eyes becoming completely white, with his fingers transforming into claws. He raised his arm, covering it in darkness that resembled a cat's claw, and swung it at the demon, which had no time to dodge. The demon's body vanished, leaving only its head and limbs behind. Shinso then focused on the red demon, using the giant claw to pound it into the ground, defeating it instantly. As the darkness faded, he fainted, but Izuku caught him, smiling with pride. Izuku then asked Shadow and Griffin to explain what had just happened. Griffin speculated about Shinso's lineage, suggesting that Shadow knew someone significant from his past. Shadow roared, placing a paw on Shinso's head, confirming Griffin's suspicions. They discussed a powerful figure from Shadow's former clan, a woman who had disappeared after a great battle. Izuku examined Shinso's condition, noting the severe injuries he had sustained yet still managed to fight back. He was impressed and began to write in his notebook, prompting Griffin to question where he had pulled it from. Izuku insisted on learning everything from Shadow, but Griffin reminded him to focus on Shinso's well-being first. Realizing that Shinso's healing had not activated, Izuku concluded that he needed medical attention immediately. He transformed into his devil trigger and flew off to his underground clinic, carrying the unconscious teen over his shoulder. Later, Izuku worked behind the bar, attending to customers while Fenrir kept a watchful eye on Shinso, who was still healing after nearly 5 hours. As new customers entered through the portals, Izuku welcomed them, only to be surprised to see Reborn and an unfamiliar child. He pointed out the child, questioning why Reborn had brought him there. The boy, short and scrawny with spiky brown hair and brown eyes, was introduced as Tsuna. Reborn explained that Tsuna was next in line to be the head of the Vangala Decimo, causing Izuku's eyes to widen in shock as Tsuna nervously waved. Izuku questioned whether it was supposed to be Xanxus, still processing the revelation, and Reborn confirmed it was, but added that Tsuna was also a candidate for Vangala Decimo. This prompted Tsuna to exclaim that Reborn had promised not to call him that in public, an exclamation that Reborn casually ignored. Izuku remarked that it still didn't explain why Reborn had brought him to a bar filled with assassins and yakuza in the criminal underworld, unsettling Tsuna even more. Reborn stated that he wanted Izuku to take a look at Tsuna and asked if he thought he was Vangala material. Izuku glared directly into Tsuna's eyes, heightening his nervousness, and noted that Tsuna didn't look like it on the outside, but it was what was on the inside that counted. He then suggested that if that was all Reborn came for, he should leave before Izuku made him. This prompted a sigh of relief from Tsuna. Reborn continued that Tsuna would like to hire Izuku for a job, and Izuku raised an eyebrow, shifting his attention to Tsuna, who nervously nodded. Tsuna explained that he thought there was a demon in Namamori and would like Izuku to deal with it. Izuku agreed to do it the next day, assuming Reborn would send him the details. Tsuna bowed and thanked him, to which Izuku smiled. He then advised Reborn to help Tsuna gain some weight, noting that he would be eaten alive by the Varia if he didn't bulk up. Tsuna, confused, asked who the Varia were as Izuku slowly turned around, questioning Reborn with a devilish smile about Tsuna's ignorance. Izuku playfully told Tsuna to get some meat on his bones in a teasing tone, causing Tsuna to hide behind Reborn in fear. Reborn mentioned that Tsuna should join one of their training sessions as he dragged Tsuna into a portal. Izuku nodded, asking if that was what the favor was for, but Reborn shook his head, looking at Tsuna, whose eyes widened before Izuku chuckled, realizing that Reborn truly believed in Tsuna. Later, in his clinic, Izuku tended to some yakuza, skillfully stitching up their blade wounds. Fenrir entered his office, and Izuku prepared a bag of medicine for the yakuza members, advising them to take the painkillers at least twice a day and to go to a hospital if the pain persisted. They nodded their thanks and left. Fenrir informed Izuku that Shinso had woken up, prompting Izuku to yawn, remove his glasses, and make his way to Shinso's room, where he found Shinso awake. Izuku greeted him and took a seat beside the hospital bed. Shinso, confused, asked where he was, and Izuku explained that he was in the underground clinic, noting that Shinso had taken quite a beating before deciding to fight back. Shinso, noticing the bandages covering him, expressed concern about having failed. Izuku reassured him that he had not failed and revealed that Shinso's demonic blood had activated on its own, pointing to a black marking resembling a sun on Shinso's chest. Shinso, alarmed, thought it was a tattoo and worried about his father's reaction, but Izuku calmed him by explaining it was just his clan symbol. Shinso, bewildered, asked what was going on, and Griffin, emerging from Izuku's side, chimed in that it meant they knew where he was from, startling Shinso. Before Shinso could react further, Izuku swiftly silenced him with a light punch on the head, urging him to keep quiet due to the noise outside the clinic. Shinso, rubbing his head, asked for an explanation, and Izuku recounted how Shinso had fought a red beetle demon, which had led to the blue one attacking him. Afterward, Shinso had gone berserk, activating his demonic blood and defeating the demon along with its companion, leaving Shinso in shock. Shinso recalled only stabbing the red one and then experiencing darkness, while Izuku confirmed that was indeed what it looked like. He showed Shinso a picture he had taken, and Shinso was amazed. However, Izuku noted that it didn't seem like Shinso's powers had fully activated, explaining that normally, his healing should have kicked in right after he fainted, but it hadn't. If Izuku hadn't brought him to the clinic, he would have succumbed to blood loss. Shinso realized that was why he had bandages on him, and Izuku introduced Griffin, who was now in front of Shinso. Shinso greeted the bird demon, bewildered, as Griffin playfully made a mess on Shinso's bedsheet, prompting Izuku to scold him while Shinso recoiled from the smell. Griffin laughed, claiming that was how he greeted Shinso's clan. Shadow, in panther form, swung its claws at Griffin, who flew up, protesting as he dodged Shadow's swipes. Izuku sighed, annoyed, and instructed Fenrir to break up the fight. He apologized for Griffin's behavior, explaining that he was somewhat of a menace. Shinso, still curious, asked about his clan, and Izuku clarified that it referred to the demon clan he belonged to, suggesting that Shinso's mother might be from Shadow's clan. Shinso was surprised to learn that Shadow was the panther and questioned why he was so large. Izuku explained that it was Shadow's true form, while the smaller cat form was just a mini version. He added that Shinso might indeed be from Shadow's former clan. Griffin, struggling in Fenrir's grip, promised to stop his antics if released, while Shadow approached Shinso, roaring at Izuku. Izuku mentioned that according to Shadow, Shinso might have ties to one of the clan leaders, and Shinso, overwhelmed, placed his hands on his head. He expressed disbelief that his mother could be a demon, and Izuku reassured him that it was a heavy revelation, recalling how hard it had hit him when he discovered his father's identity. Shinso then inquired about which demon clan he belonged to. Izuku glanced at Shadow, who roared, leaving Izuku perplexed. He noted that it was surprising but not entirely unexpected. Izuku revealed that Shadow was from the demon clan of darkness, specifically the nest of the Black Sun, prompting Shinso to inspect the sun mark on his chest. Shinso questioned what that meant for his quirk. Izuku explained that he would need time to analyze it, mentioning he had taken an X-ray of Shinso's feet while he slept and noted the absence of the third joint on the pinky. Shinso acknowledged this unusual trait. He clarified that he was aware of it, as the doctor had mentioned it as proof of a powerful quirk, but only if someone answered his question. Izuku pondered, stroking his chin while gazing at Shadow. He stated that they still needed more evidence and suggested Shinso disregard it for now, as it was merely a theory Shadow had. Regardless, he noted that Shinso had successfully passed the trial and acquired a new tool. A notebook slowly emerged from under the bed, and Shadow emitted a sorry roar directed at the confused Shinso. Izuku, filled with enthusiasm, urged Shinso to explain how it felt to activate his demonic blood or to demonstrate his devil arm, causing Shinso to take a step back, intimidated by Izuku's red glowing eyes fueled by a thirst for knowledge. Fenrir suggested that perhaps it would be better to save the questioning for tomorrow when they would have more leisure time. Izuku coughed, regaining his composure, and agreed. He told Shinso he was free to leave and should head home before his dad got worried, stating they would resume the next day with training after work. Shinso nodded, sighing wearily. Griffin demanded to be released as Fenrir finally let him go. He cautioned Shinso not to unleash his power in public, as heroes and villains would be the least of his problems. Shinso nodded and exited through the portal. Izuku inquired about what Griffin meant, and a notebook appeared in his hand once again, while all of Izuku's familiars' sweat dropped. The next day, the workday concluded, and Izuku emerged from the kitchen after assisting Sato in making treats. He shed his apron and commended all his employees for their hard work and dedication. He praised them for their splendid performance and mentioned that if they kept it up, there might be a raise in store. Uraraka, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously. Izuku announced that since they would be training for the UA entrance exams, they could leave an hour early from now on. Uraraka and Sato cheered, and Shinso nodded in agreement. Sato saluted, expressing his determination not to disappoint, prompting a chuckle from Izuku. Izuku remarked that Sato should prove it by acing those exams as he headed to the door and flipped the sign. Fenrir reminded everyone not to forget to study for the written exam, which was said to make up around 40% of the score. The three acknowledged this, and Izuku told them they were free to go. Uraraka and Sato departed, discussing their training plans, while Shinso remained behind. Izuku inquired if Shinso was ready and if he had spoken to his dad. Shinso nodded, mentioning that his dad had said he would reveal details about his mom if he made it into UA, and he understood his dad's hesitation given what Izuku had told him. Shinso questioned what Griffin meant about not using his demonic powers in public, prompting Izuku to pause for a moment. He explained that most demons held a grudge against the Darkness clan, especially the nest of the Black Sun. Shinso was perplexed and asked why. Griffin scoffed, stating that it was because Shinso's clan was full of pretentious individuals, with the Black Sun being the worst, thinking they were superior just because they appeared more human. Shinso inquired if that was necessarily a bad thing, as he thought all demons were pretentious. Izuku confirmed that they were, believing they were above humans simply because they were demons. He noted that he knew this well, but the Black Sun and the Clan of Darkness took it a step further, considering themselves superior to most demons. Griffin expressed confusion about why they would mate with a human. Izuku then asked why his dad chose to have him and Nero. Griffin chuckled, glancing at Shinso, and remarked that if Virgil, of all people, decided to be involved with humans, then the Black Sun probably did too. He reminisced about when V despised his own humanity, wiping a faux tear from his eyes before flying over to Shinso and perching on his head. Griffin noted that everything was coming together before returning to Izuku. Izuku declared it was time to go, slashing the air and conjuring a portal. He and Griffin entered it. Shinso asked if Fenrir was coming, but Fenrir shook his head, explaining that Izuku had suggested he take a break and that he would be watching television with Shadow. Shinso's sweat dropped before entering the portal himself. Shinso found himself back on the same island where his trial had taken place, still cluttered with debris and remnants of the demons he had defeated the previous night. He gulped, surveying the scene. Izuku inquired if Shinso was ready, receiving a determined nod in response. Shinso asked what the plan was, his resolve evident. In a dimly lit room, a spacious table was surrounded by individuals clad in suits, engaging in discussions on current matters. One man remarked that they were becoming a concern and needed to be addressed before facing more attacks. A woman insisted they should conceal their existence and handle them covertly. Another man retorted, questioning how that strategy was working out, as all the operatives they dispatched ended up dead. A man optimistically contributed that there had been a decline in sightings lately. Another man inquired if there was any intel on the diminishing numbers of these creatures. A confident man with blonde hair, golden eyes, and red wings declared he had something to contribute. When questioned about how he had intel that their information department lacked, he explained that he had conducted his own research for the betterment of Quirk society. He urged them to take a look at the images he had, inserting a USB drive into the computer, revealing some blurry images. A woman questioned what they were seeing, and Hawks revealed that he believed these depicted the entities responsible for eliminating the creatures, showing shots from a few weeks back. He zoomed in on a picture featuring a purple blur with glowing red eyes impaling a demon and apologized for the blur, explaining that these were from live cameras in the area. He switched to another image showing a large, indistinct red figure dispatching demons. The people at the desk pondered. Could they be more creatures attacking each other? Suggested a man skeptically. Possibly, but take a look at this, Hawks insisted, pressing a button to reveal a clearer image of a black demonic humanoid figure gripping a demon by its neck. It's humanoid? Remarked a man, a hint of unease in his voice. Yes, but there's more to it, Hawks explained, pressing a button to play a video. I told you to kill them all, the figure in the video declared, smashing the head of a demon, which vanished upon its demise. It can speak? Exclaimed one of them, sparking discussions around the table. What implications does this have? A man inquired. They can speak? A frightened woman voiced her concern. We must contain this. A man urged, prompting everyone to halt their discussions as a loud bang echoed on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, calm down, a man with black and white hair, 2 golden eyes, and sharp teeth interjected. How can you remain calm? The video proves they possess intelligence. Someone yelled at him. Exactly. And because of that intelligence, perhaps we could negotiate with them, the man stated with a devilish smile. Are you out of your mind? Humans shouldn't be striking deals with these demons. A woman exclaimed in protest. Vice President of the Hero Association, Draken, what makes you advocate for negotiating with demons? Hawks inquired with interest. Well, if they possess intelligence, they likely have thoughts and emotions such as greed and fear. If handled correctly, we could use them to our advantage, Draken explained, prompting Hawks to slide his chin in contemplation. Do you genuinely believe we can control them like we control our heroes? Questioned the current president of the Hero Association, skeptically eyeing Draken, who nodded confidently. Absolutely. We're humans, the apex predators at the peak of evolution. We have everything they envy: intelligence, wealth, land, and more. Manipulating these demons to work for us is a simple task. Besides, unlike with Nargant, we can attribute the demise of certain heroes or villains to the demons, Draken asserted, his grin widening as he leaned back in his seat. He does raise a valid point, remarked a man, his fingers grazing his chin in thought. Saves us the trouble of covering up murders. No paper trails either, added another man, sporting a sly smile, earning agreements from the group. Meanwhile, Hawks cast a skeptical glance at Draken. Are you certain it's wise to initiate contact this early? Hawks queried Draken, who frowned in contemplation. But true. We need more information, don't we? We can't just make first contact without some leverage. Can I entrust you with this task, Hawks? You'll, of course, have the support of the Hero Association's information department, Draken requested, prompting Hawks to sigh and nod as Draken smirked. And what about the Yakuza, Prime Minister Aoki? Have you brought them under our influence? The president of the Hero Association inquired. I'm still gathering intel before implementing laws to curb their control over Japan. They are one of our biggest opposing forces, the Prime Minister responded, earning a nod of approval from the president. You've all received your orders. This meeting is concluded, declared the president as the lights dimmed and the attendees exited the room. Hawks cast a lingering glance at the vice president, a sense of unease still lingering, before taking flight. Elsewhere, 4 months had elapsed since Shinso's trial, and Izuku and Shinso were currently engaged in sparring. Shinso threw punches, but Izuku effortlessly dodged them. An uppercut from Shinso was deftly avoided as Izuku countered, hitting Shinso in the gut, causing him to fall to the ground. Enough hand-to-hand. Get back to cleaning, Izuku declared with a yawn. Shinso, on the ground, coughed out some spit, taking a few moments to regain his breath before slowly getting back up. How are you so strong? Shinso inquired. Years of training, Izuku replied, glancing around the island. You've been cleaning faster than I expected, Izuku noted, observing that most of the trash was gone, leaving only the larger pieces. It's been getting easier since I started working out. And the demon power thing, Shinso explained, to which Izuku nodded. By the way, you have a week left to clean this island, Izuku mentioned, causing Shinso's eyes to widen. I had a time limit? Shinso exclaimed. Yeah, I forgot to mention it. I've been busy too, Izuku admitted, reflecting on the past 4 months. Shinso had gained control of his demonic side, increasing his strength and healing beyond average human levels, making beach cleaning more manageable. Meanwhile, Izuku focused on demon slaying, eliminating the demon in Namimori Fortuna along with multiple nests for the Yakuza. He also would have met Tuya and Ryukyu's child, which was an exciting day for him. Inside Izuku, the familiars were discussing Izuku's next course of action as they sat on the floor watching the events through Izuku's eyes. This is quite the conundrum. How will Master navigate around this? Fenrir asked, stroking his metal chin. Shadow roared as Griffin agreed. Maybe the kid's gonna change the topic? Griffin nodded as Fenrir shook his head. These humans are stubborn. Plus, I can tell this is their main focus, Fenrir said as he looked at them. Unless his demonic blood is telepathic, I don't think it'll cancel the Federal's quirk, Griffin said, looking at Tsukachi. In the real world, there was a moment of silence between Izuku, Aizawa, and Tsukachi as Izuku sighed. We got him. Aizawa thought in his head as Izuku looked up with a smile. I did not save you at Redgrave City, Izuku said as Aizawa looked at Tsukachi to see if it was a lie or not, as Tsukachi shook his head to his shock. That's impossible, Aizawa said loudly as he slammed his hands on the table, making Izuku flinch toward Muramasa, which was under his desk. Brace your head, calm down. You're scaring the suspect, Nizu said as Aizawa looked at Izuku, who was uneasy as he apologized. Forgive me for my outburst, Aizawa said with a small bow as Izuku shook his head. No worries, Izuku nervously laughed as he rested his hand back on the table. Back with the familiars, they were impressed but also confused by Izuku's answer as they contemplated how he did it. That's master for you. Fenrir praised Izuku. How'd he get past the human lie detector? Griffin asked, intrigued. Bingo! They heard Izuku's voice as they looked up. Seriously? Talk about one crazy loophole. Griffin said as Izuku agreed. I didn't lie, yet I didn't tell the truth either. At the time, I didn't kill those demons with the intention to save anyone. They just happened to be there at the time. Izuku expressed his surprise upon realizing who was present, noting that he hadn't recognized Uncle Shota and Uncle Nizu until he heard their voices. Griffin laughed at Aizawa's outburst and suggested that Izuku could provoke them into a fight and then sue them for assault, dragging their reputation through the mud. Izuku internally sweat-dropped at the idea, acknowledging that he sometimes forgot Griffin's past as one of the more mischievous demons of the Underworld, but he decided to keep that idea in mind for someone else. Fenrir groaned in pain, wishing to avoid hearing Griffin's detailed explanation of how the court case would unfold. Meanwhile, Nizu stroked his chin, contemplating a question. He had gathered information suggesting that Ivan was not Izuku's real name and that he likely had connections to the mob, which could lead to more information about him. Nizu took a deep breath and asked Izuku if he worked with the Yakuza. Izuku looked around before admitting that he paid them protection money, which had proven effective in keeping troublemakers at bay. Tsukachi interjected, pointing out the illegality of Izuku's actions, to which Izuku raised an eyebrow. He reminded Tsukachi of the area they were in, noting that Kamurocho was just a few blocks away and that if he didn't pay, his life would be at risk. He continued by criticizing the police for their own illegal activities, referencing past scandals involving the police department and the Yakuza. Tsukachi, frustrated, insisted that those events were long ago, but Izuku countered that they still mattered and that Tsukachi was not setting a good example for blue-collar workers. Tsukachi, sensing a lie, looked at Aizawa and Nizu, nodding in agreement. Nizu pointed out that Izuku was not being truthful about being a blue-collar worker, as he was referring to himself rather than them. Izuku, gritting his teeth, acknowledged that he didn't fit that description if he was paying protection money or running a business. Aizawa then asked why a doctor would come to Japan to start a coffee shop. Izuku reflected on his past, explaining that after facing death and questioning his career choices, he realized he wanted to explore life beyond just helping others. The group looked at him in confusion, prompting Izuku to ask if there was a problem. Aizawa confirmed that Izuku was quirkless, to which Izuku responded with a glare, asking if that was an issue. Nizu then posed one last question about whether Ivan was his real name. Izuku shook his head, pausing to think before revealing that his real name was Izuku. Their eyes widened in surprise, and Aizawa, hopeful, repeated the name. Nizu cautioned that Izuku was a common name, so they couldn't be sure. Izuku clarified that he was indeed the Izuku who had died 8 years ago, the one who had run away from home and endured bullying and neglect for being quirkless. Aizawa's eyes lit up as he realized the truth, wrapping his scarf around Izuku's neck and activating his quirk. He expressed his frustration about not knowing Izuku's whereabouts for so long, while Izuku chuckled, acknowledging that the heroes had kept their distance. Aizawa lamented that if they had been there, they might have been able to prevent the hardships Izuku faced. Izuku reassured them that the past was behind them and that he had no regrets about running away, as it had led him to meet many interesting people. Nizu, intrigued, asked about Izuku's transformation, noting his white hair, red eyes, and changed physique. Izuku explained that people change, and he was glad for his own transformation. When Aizawa inquired about his real father, Izuku shared that his father had been obsessed with power but had since calmed down. He recounted a shocking encounter where his father had harmed him and his brother, revealing the darker aspects of his past. And the last time Izuku met him, he fought to make his and his brother's existence accepted. He reminisced about the events of DMC. Nizu expressed surprise, asking if Izuku really had a brother and if someone had cut his eyes. Izuku chuckled, finding it amusing to see Nizu so animated. He mentioned that it was a long story that would take some time to explain. When they nodded, he knew they were eager to hear it. After 50 minutes, Tsukachi wondered what was taking them so long. Meanwhile, in the office, Aizawa face-bombed, stating that Izuku's story made no sense. Nizu found it funny and chuckled, while Aizawa urged him not to encourage Izuku. Aizawa tried to summarize the story, clarifying that Izuku's uncle Dante, an IRS agent, was trying to stop his father Virgil from evading taxes and paying child support. In the midst of it all, Izuku and his brother became involved because their father had harmed his brother to gain a tax break. Aizawa was incredulous as he processed the information, especially about the giant tree in Red Grave City, which Virgil had created to avoid taxes. Izuku nodded, confirming Aizawa's summary. Aizawa insisted that while the events in Fortuna made sense, everything afterward was complete madness. Izuku explained that his father was indeed responsible for the tree and that he had harmed his brother. After a week, the tree appeared because Virgil had split into his demon and human sides, along with his nightmares. His uncle had attempted to stop him but failed, leaving the tree in Red Grave for a month. After learning to see with his sword, Izuku returned to Red Grave with his brother, dealt with everything, discovered his father's identity, and ultimately sent both his father and uncle to the Underworld to confront the tree. Nizu asked if Virgil had hired his brother and sons to defeat him so he could reclaim his identity. Izuku confirmed this. Aizawa, still in disbelief, leaned back in his seat, exhausted by the revelations. Izuku offered to show them proof, summoning Fenrir, Griffin, and Shadow, which shocked them as nightmares formed behind him. He introduced them to his uncles, and while Griffin glared, Fenrir bowed. Nizu was excited but Aizawa took a defensive stance, unsure if they should be terrified or thrilled. About the demon's existence, Griffin reassured them that they wouldn't harm them just yet, joking about a court case. Izuku expressed annoyance at Griffin's behavior, while Fenrir explained that he was often rude to humans with quirks. Shadow approached Nizu, sniffing him, which made Nizu a bit uneasy. Izuku reassured him that Shadow was mostly harmless. When Shadow meowed at Izuku, he told him no, causing Shadow to purr sadly before approaching Aizawa with the same intent. Nizu was astonished when Izuku revealed he could understand Shadow, who then roared, confusing Aizawa further. Izuku explained that Shadow said Aizawa smelled like one of their employees, which turned out to be Hitoshi Shinso. Aizawa flinched at the mention of the name. Izuku asked if Aizawa recognized Shinso, but Aizawa admitted he didn't. He expressed relief that Izuku was alive and well, even if he was the son of a demon who nearly caused chaos. Fenrir remarked that he was still above being the son of All Might. Aizawa sighed, acknowledging that they couldn't arrest Izuku either. Izuku assured them that his father was serving his sentence in the Underworld. Nizu offered Izuku a recommendation to join UA, suggesting he could move to Class 2A, but Izuku declined, explaining that he ran a business and had no time for university anymore. Nizu was bewildered, recalling that Izuku had once dreamed of becoming a hero. Izuku clarified that he was searching for something that brought him lasting happiness, having saved many people but only finding temporary joy. Aizawa inquired if running the coffee shop brought him happiness. Izuku laughed, revealing that it was just a front for illegal activities, having performed more surgeries on criminals than on actual citizens. Aizawa looked at him with disappointment, but Izuku urged him not to judge, blaming Toshinori and Inko for his disdain toward heroes. He questioned whether he was wrong for rejecting a society that had never accepted him. Aizawa couldn't argue against him. Nizu explained that while Izuku wasn't wrong, society could change, and it was their job as educators to ensure the next generation turned out better. Izuku smiled, appreciating their trust. He pulled them into a hug, and Aizawa chuckled. Izuku asked what their next steps would be. Aizawa decided they would keep quiet about everything to prevent Izuku's parents from intervening. Nizu, pondering, suggested that since Izuku was still experimenting, he could become a combat instructor at UA, as there was a vacant position. Aizawa was taken aback by the suggestion. "Weren't you going to give it to Inko?" Aizawa asked as Nizu nodded. For someone with a telekinesis quirk, you would think she would learn hand-to-hand combat, unlike Izuku here, who knows how to fight with many weapons and has experience battling various demons, as we have seen, Nizu remarked, prompting Aizawa to consider it before agreeing. "Seriously?" Izuku responded, and Nizu nodded, laughing at his mother. "I can't deny that." Aizawa admitted, recalling how easily Izuku had defeated the giant demon and the Empusa at Red Grave. "I have other tools besides the sword," Izuku declared, summoning a strainer into his hands before transforming it into Sky Forger. "Precisely why you should be a teacher," Nizu explained. "And if I don't?" "As I said, I have a business to run," Izuku replied. "Even though Aizawa has sworn to secrecy, I haven't. So, it's either jail time or becoming a teacher," Nizu added with a smirk, causing Izuku to chuckle. "Well, I do get to mess with my mother, so," Izuku said as he summoned all of his familiars back, extending his hand for Nizu to shake. "Deal." They agreed, and it was decided. UA would have a new demonic instructor. "You start next semester, but do visit sometime. I will give you a personal tour of the school," Nizu said, and Izuku nodded. "I shall run the business in your stead or promote one of the employees to my position," Fenrir stated as he emerged, and Izuku patted him on the head. "I'll still manage the finances and the surgeries," Izuku replied, and Fenrir nodded. "Let me go!" Griffin yelled, still caught in Fenrir's grip until Fenrir released him. "Well, we should go before it gets dark," Aizawa said, and Nizu nodded as they prepared to leave. After a few minutes, Izuku let out a deep sigh. "God, I don't want to teach," he exclaimed, covering his face. "Yeah, well, buckle up. Because life just got more interesting," Griffin remarked, and Izuku looked at him. "How do I make a doppelganger?" Izuku shouted, startling Griffin and Fenrir. 4 months had passed since Izuku began training Shinso. Perched on a tree, Izuku observed as Shinso engaged in a battle against both Shadow and Griffin, who seemed to be holding back. As Shinso dodged Shadow's claws, Griffin's lightning bullet struck him, causing him to stumble. "Come on. Heroes don't just crumble like that," Griffin taunted, echoed by Shadow's roar as Shinso struggled to rise. Shinso retaliated by swiping his darkness-covered hands at Griffin, who dodged skillfully. Meanwhile, Shadow lurked underground, surprising Shinso with spiked attacks. "Not this time," Shinso declared, leaping away to land a punch at Shadow. However, Griffin intervened, tackling Shinso from behind. "That's enough for today," Izuku announced, descending from the tree. "Damn it. I can't beat them," Shinso lamented, and Izuku offered a hand to help him up. "And you'll never will with that flimsy technique. I could read you from a mile away," Griffin jeered, landing on Izuku's head as Shinso gritted his teeth. He's right. Your technique needs work. Your punches are stiff, you forget to use your legs, and you lose awareness in a fight, Izuku advised, with Griffin chiming in with a teasing remark. How can I gain hand-to-hand experience? Shinso asked Izuku, the sound of a boat's horn interrupting them. Spotting a steamboat approaching the beach, Griffin perched on Izuku's head and asked, "What's that?" "Those are the guys who'll teach you the basics," Izuku explained, leaving Shinso puzzled as the boat steadily neared. "Shouldn't they stop? They might crash into the beach," Shinso remarked, observing the boat's relentless approach. Boom! A crash echoed as the boat collided with the beach. Out came a man with an eye patch, a snake-print coat, snake-scaled boots, and a bare chest. "Majima Construction. Commence!" he bellowed, followed by a crew emerging with construction equipment to begin work on the island. "Took you long enough," Izuku sighed, heading toward the boat with Shinso and Shadow trailing behind. "Aizachan. So, this is the new kid under my wing?" Majima inquired, eyeing Shinso, who was taken aback upon hearing Majima's words. Majima noticed the muscle on Shinso and seemed satisfied. "Yeah, my part of the deal is done. I'll leave him in your capable hands," Izuku stated, looking at Shinso. "Wait, he's teaching me hand-to-hand combat?" Shinso asked, and Izuku confirmed with a nod. "Exactly. Just the basics to avoid embarrassment," Izuku explained, while Griffin chuckled. "Oi, I'll teach him more than that. Maybe he'll even grow a spine and stop being so timid," Majima commented, strolling past them toward his men. "I'm not timid, right?" Shinso appealed to Izuku, Griffin, and Shadow, who discreetly observed his physique 5 feet 10 inches, skinny with some muscle and chicken legs. Their silence made Shinso press for a response. "Say something," he demanded, prompting a sigh from Izuku. "Majima Construction. Fall in." Nishida commanded, leading all the construction workers to line up in formation, getting their attention. Izuku nudged Shinso towards Majima, who seemed perplexed. "Everybody, meet our new recruit, Hitoshi Shinso. He and Aizachan tidied up this beach, so show him some love," Majima declared, startling Shinso as the whole crew erupted in a boisterous welcome. "Welcome to Majima Construction." "Thank you for your service," they shouted, leaving Shinso flustered as he hastily bowed, drenched in sweat. "You never mentioned I'd be working for a construction company," Shinso complained to Izuku, who smirked. "You'll enjoy it here. They'll also be training you for the next 3 months, Izuku revealed, surprising Shinso. "What? What about my demon power training?" Shinso questioned. "First, gain some experience whether here or on the streets. I'll check on you periodically and test your strength," Izuku explained, manifesting spectral wings. "Wait, you're leaving?" Shinso inquired, and Izuku nodded. "Yeah, got something to do. Trust me, once you'll love it," Izuku assured, and with Shadow and Griffin returning within him, he took off. "I'll leave him in your hands, Majima-han," Izuku called as he flew away. Shinso turned to Majima, whose eyes glowed purple as he gave Shinso a stern look. "If you want to be part of this construction company, then take your shirt off," Majima demanded in a threatening tone, making Shinso sweat as the other construction workers glared at him, preparing for a challenging experience. An hour later, after soaring through various cities and battling demons along the way, Izuku finally reached UA University. Landing on the rooftop, he entered the building, determined to find the principal's office. "Okay, where's the principal's office?" Izuku inquired, scanning the surroundings and attracting curious glances, especially from the girls, which he brushed off. After a brief wander, Izuku encountered a tall young man with a muscular build and distinctive scars on his lower arms. With unique beady blue eyes, the man stood out as Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. He asked if the man knew where the principal's office was, and the boy turned around, enthusiastically directing him to Principal Nise's office on the top floor, far right side of the building. Izuku thanked him, and the boy gave a thumbs up before unexpectedly disappearing, leaving only his clothes behind. Izuku remarked that it wasn't the weirdest thing he had seen that day and proceeded to the top floor to locate Nise's office. Kicking the door open, Izuku startled Nizu, Aizawa, and present Mike, but as they realized it was just him, the tension eased. He declared that he had made it, like he promised, and definitely didn't get lost. Present Mike asked Aizawa who the new guy was, and Aizawa, who seemed to be dozing off, informed him that Izuku was the new combat instructor. Izuku casually took a seat on the couch next to Nizu's desk. Present Mike inquired if Green Tornado was supposed to take that spot, and Aizawa clarified that the position went to someone with more experience, glancing at Izuku, who grinned. Present Mike, eyeing Izuku suspiciously, asked why he hadn't heard of him before. Izuku explained that he was from America and had operated in the criminal underworld, taking down heroes, villains, and even deadbeat parents. Present Mike looked bewildered while Nizu chuckled. Present Mike then asked if Izuku was an underground hero like Shota, to which Nizu nodded. Izuku mused that he wasn't a hero anymore, though he technically saved the world by stopping his father. Present Mike exclaimed in surprise, questioning why they were letting a criminal teach their students. Nizu clarified that Izuku was not a criminal anymore and that UA believed in second chances, giving him one due to his extensive experience in hand-to-hand combat and various weapons. Present Mike inquired about a teaching license, and Izuku mentioned that he had a medical degree and was a certified doctor, which surprised Present Mike. He questioned how Izuku could be a doctor at such a young age, and Aizawa explained that Izuku graduated early, becoming one of the youngest doctors in US history. He added that a teaching license might not be necessary for teaching martial arts or weapon usage. Present Mike remained skeptical, and Izuku mentioned his fondness for heavy metal and punk rock, which made Present Mike grin. Present Mike introduced himself as Hisashi Yamada, better known as Present Mike, causing Shota and Nizu to cover their ears once more. Izuku introduced himself as Ivan Redgrave, noting that they were in for some real fun as they shook hands. Present Mike then exclaimed that he would be late for his English class and exited the room, leaving Izuku and Shota to sigh. Izuku asked if he would get a tour of the school, prompting Nizu to nod and rise from his chair, urging Izuku to follow. They strolled through the school as Nizu showcased various UA classes and facilities, including the support course, where an explosion rocked the door open as they passed by, and the business course, where Izuku could practically smell the money and success emanating from the building. They also visited the hero course, where students went about their day, garnering looks from some as Principal Nizu and Eraserhead guided someone new. Nizu remarked that Izuku attracted attention from many women, which must boost his confidence. Izuku shook his head, stating that he couldn't care less and was there to challenge students and impart knowledge, adding that teacher-student relationships weren't his thing. Nizu appreciated Izuku's professionalism, and Aizawa chimed in, stifling a yawn, that at least Izuku was being professional, unlike someone else he knew. Izuku asserted that whether it was running a coffee shop, stealing information, or dealing with something more sinister, he was always professional. In another scene, Kafka urged Izuku to respond, the barrel of her gun hovering a few inches from his head. He stammered, avoiding her gaze and looking up, explaining that he had never been this close to a woman before and felt he would be shot if he looked down. Kafka sighed and holstered her gun, which made Izuku breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she slammed her fist next to his head, startling him and denting the metal walls of the elevator. She stated that she was still waiting, her eyes closed and an eerie smile on her face. Izuku took a deep breath and explained that he was at UA because his uncle, who owned the university, and his other uncle, a teacher there, wanted him to become a teacher as well. Kafka tilted her head in confusion, asking if his uncle was the principal of UA and why he wanted him to teach. Izuku explained that it was a long story and inquired why Kafka was there. She leaned against the opposite side of the elevator, and he wiped sweat from his face in relief. Kafka clarified that the UA principal had to get information about Izuku from somewhere, and the Vangala provided it. Izuku was puzzled, asking if Vangala Nino had sold him out. Kafka clarified that the boss wouldn't do that, it was Reborn who spilled the beans. In exchange, the Vangala got a spy in UA, and they obtained information on the Japanese Hero Society and other matters. Izuku smirked, veins popping on his face, and angrily summoned Muramasa, declaring that someone was dying that night. Kafka, confused, pointed out that he was ignoring the fact that she was an informant for the Vangala, selling valuable information about his country to one of the biggest criminal organizations worldwide. Izuku nodded, explaining that he didn't care as long as no one touched his stuff. Kafka then inquired about the department he would be working in, and Izuku declared that he would be teaching combat training, as the youngsters needed to learn how to fight for real. Kafka chuckled, noting that he was younger than some of them. Izuku agreed, stating that in age, maybe, but in experience, he was in a whole other league. He then asked what Kafka would be teaching, and she replied that it was the same as him. She mentioned that Green Tornado had gotten mad when she found out Izuku took her position and demanded the other assistant spot, but she snagged it so he wouldn't have to deal with her. Izuku sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude, stating that he couldn't stand that woman. Honestly, Izuku admitted that Kafka was the only one he liked apart from Lady and Trish, causing her to blush slightly as she smiled. Kafka disclosed with a mischievous grin that, in exchange for being the assistant combat instructor, she had secured another role. She was now the head of the combat department, which meant she was technically his boss. Izuku's jaw dropped in surprise. Kafka leaned in closer, teasing him that he should get ready because she wouldn't go easy on him at all. Izuku's face turned bright red as the elevator opened, and Kafka left, waving goodbye to him. Griffin chimed in, teasing Izuku about his tough break, while Shadow roared in agreement. Izuku retorted that at least his boss was a skilled assassin and not his mother. Griffin joked about not pulling a Virgil on her and suggested they head back to check on Nero, leaving Izuku puzzled. Izuku insisted that Kafka wasn't his mate, just a friend, but Griffin laughed, suggesting that Izuku wanted something more. Blushing, Izuku told Shadow to chase after Griffin as he prepared to leave, wondering how Nero was holding up while hearing Griffin's distant screams as Shadow playfully attacked him. Meanwhile, in Fortuna, Nero gracefully leaped from rooftop to rooftop, skillfully dodging bullets flying in from every direction. He transformed his arm into his Devil Breaker, punch line, and sent it forward, riding the rocket arm like a skateboard. With a confident shout, he fired shots with blue rose towards a robed figure who agilely evaded his bullets. Nero remarked that if he had a nickel for every time he was attacked by someone in robes, he'd have two, which was still odd. As he charged at the robed figure, it appeared behind him and attempted to kick him. Nero was ready, blocking the kick with his Devil Breaker and swinging his sword towards the figure. The fiery swing landed, sending the figure's robe flying. Nero smirked, glancing at a towering clock tower. He noticed a tall woman with thigh-length white hair, dressed in a striking red, skin-tight biker suit. Her ensemble featured angular shoulders and a vertical stripe design, along with gloves and thigh-high boots. She wore eye-catching goggles with a cat-like design and had golden feather-like earrings adorned with red jewels. Nero observed that she carried 2 guns on her legs and 2 in her hands. Nero commented on her time manipulation abilities, likening them to Izuku's Quicksilver, noting that while tricky to counter, they were not impossible. The woman inquired about Izuku, raising Nero's eyebrows. He firmly stated that he wouldn't give up his friend and challenged her to fight for the answers. She accepted, glowing purple with red eyes as Nero smirked, introducing himself as he emanated a blue aura. The woman introduced herself as Jean, and both charged at each other.